Chapter 1160. When the saber shrouded in black smoke chopped down, the blood-sucking monster that Xiaochen struck let out sharp cries of pain. As the death saber intent swept through the blood-sucking monster, its body rapidly shriveled up. "It's effective," Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. His saber light flashed as he hacked down 3 times, thoroughly finishing off this blood-sucking monster. "Stand behind me." With confidence, Xiaochen said to Yu Bingyun, preparing to clean up these monsters in one fell swoop. Although Yu Bingyun did not know what Xiaochen was planning, she still chose to believe him. She put away the ribbons and quickly stood behind him. "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years." Xiaochen shouted and executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years that he had not used in a long time. Although this martial technique was of a lower rank, it was most suitable for large-scale chaotic battles. Executing this move with the Death Saber Soul was perfect for dealing with these blood-sucking monsters. Miserable shrieks rang out as Xiaochen moved with the wind. With every step he took, he sent out 49 saber lights. The stone room was filled with the afterimages of his saber lights. Miserable cries rang out. By the time Xiaochen withdrew his saber, not a single blood-sucking monster remained standing. They were all dead, their life force severed. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. Feeling somewhat surprised, she said, "Unexpectedly, the state of death has such a miraculous effect on these monsters. It looks like this place will be of help to you." Who could have imagined that Xiaochen happened to know the state of death and could find the weakness of these blood-sucking monsters? To others, these monsters were very troublesome. However, to Xiaochen, they were just ordinary blood demon monsters. Xiaochen's expression did not relax. He shook his head and said, "That might not be the case. My state of death has not advanced to a will yet. It is not a problem for me to deal with these small fries. However, if I run into something stronger, it will be problematic. Furthermore, the power of the world that those consummation blue-robed emperors can drive is boundlessly horrifying. These small fries might not be able to stop them. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go quickly. This cave is too deep and there are too many forks. We have to find the life and death art quickly." With Xiaochen's Death Saber Soul paving the way, the two of them proceeded at a much faster pace. As the number of forks increased, the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Bing Xuejian, and Fei Lingyi, who were walking at the very front, slowly parted ways. At an intersection, the smiling saber demon brandished his 9-ringed sword and chopped 3 blood-sucking monsters, blocking his way into several pieces. After the monster fused, a cruel smile appeared on its face and it continued to attack. Every saber strike carried a strong force, pulverizing the blood-sucking monster's internal organs. After this happened 3 times, the blood-sucking monster on the ground no longer moved. The smiling saber demon snorted coldly, "You are just trash, yet you want to kill me?" However, he did not know that after he left, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground began to slowly and arduously merge back together. They did not die as he had expected. Bing Xuejian's expression was cold as he walked down the passageway. When he saw some paintings that he was interested in, he would occasionally stop and carefully study them. The sword intent in the paintings allowed him to gain a lot every time. How unfortunate! If I had entered this cave several hundred years earlier, I would not have failed my tribulation of wind and fire. Although Xiaochen had gained a lot, his cultivation had already reached this level, so he could not provide much substantial help. If Xiaochen had come in when he first became the blue-robed emperor, he would have improved greatly by just looking at a few of the paintings and absorbing the sword intent in them. A blood-sucking monster charged at Bing Xuejian, who was looking at the paintings. Bing Xuejian did not even look at it, just casually stabbing out with his sword. A boundless icy sword intent surged out, and the blood-sucking monster did not even have time to cry out before it scattered, turning into ice pearls on the ground, splitting into tens of thousands of pieces. The icy sword intent contained in the ice pearls shot out again, breaking every ice pearl into tens of thousands of pieces and turning them into nothing. Xiaochen's tyrannical sword soul flabbergasted everyone, appearing to be unimaginably strong. The other blood-sucking monsters in the passageway seemed to sense how difficult Bing Xuejian was to deal with. They all gave way, not daring to offend this person. Bing Xuejin glanced at the blood-sucking monsters that left and smiled coldly. I can't kill you. Even someone who cultivated the golden body of Emperor Wu can die. What more, you monsters? Fei Lingyi walked in the passageway of the cave with a calm expression. Many blood-sucking monsters flew over and chopped them in half. They were all cut in half by his sword. His sword was wrapped in a jade-like green light. Green crystals appeared on the wounds of the blood-sucking monsters that were cut in half, covering the entire wound. No matter how hard they tried, the two halves of their bodies could not fuse back together. Those green crystals continued to spread and permeate the blood-sucking monsters' bodies. After a while, their entire bodies crystallized. Fei Lingyi sheathed his sword, and crunching sounds rang out. All the blood-sucking monsters on the ground shattered into green crystals. Kasi. Fei Lingyi stepped on these crystals, causing them to crackle and shatter upon contact. The reason for such a strange scene was not because Fei Lingyi's sword's soul had any special effects. Instead, it was because he used a portion of the jade-green starstone's energy. Although these blood-sucking monsters could not injure him, his sword's soul was slightly weaker than Bing Xuejin's. With Fei Lingyi's own strength, he could not kill these blood-sucking monsters so easily. However, after using the jade-green starstone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. He could finish off a large group with one move. Feeling that Fei Lingyi was difficult to deal with, the remaining blood-sucking monsters in the cave scattered in a fluster, searching for new targets. Seeing these blood-sucking monsters retreat, Fei Lingyi frowned slightly. These should be the food that the Blood Sword Sovereign reared in captivity back then. They are all unpardonably evil people. However, they are not very strong. If I run into a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, it will be difficult to deal with. However, I have the jade-green starstone. Compared to Bing Xuejin, I still have a great advantage. As Fei Lingyi walked and saw these murals, his expression mirrored Bing Xuejin's, one of extreme pity. To a swordsman, the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work from 50,000 years ago was still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Fei Lingyi was now a half-step Emperor Wu. Under the situation where his cultivation could not increase, his sword Dao was no weaker than some minor heavenly Emperor Wu's. The sword intent contained in the murals was not of much help to Fei Lingyi. However, if Fei Lingyi was lucky, he might be able to find a mural that the Blood Sword Sovereign made wholeheartedly. That should be of great help. As Fei Lingyi walked, he saw a stone room on the left side of the passageway. He pushed the door open and entered. Then, he drew his sword, and a jade-green sword light containing a vast sword intent swept through the stone room. Miserable cries rang out. When the sword chi finished sweeping through the room, all the blood-sucking monsters lying in the room were dead. Fei Lingyi sized up the stone room and revealed a disappointed expression. He did not see a prayer mat in there. This meant that this was not the Blood Sword Sovereign's cultivation room but a storage room. After searching for a while, Fei Lingyi found a stone chest. Essence stones. After opening the chest, Fei Lingyi's eyes lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. Essence stones were heaven-earth crystals produced by King Spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's daily cultivation. Things that were exceptionally precious to ordinary people were useless to Fei Lingyi. After failing the tribulation, Fei Lingyi's cultivation could no longer increase. I'll put them away first. If I successfully find the life and death art, I might still have a chance of becoming Emperor Wu. At that time, these essence stones will be useful. Fei Lingyi consoled himself. Then, he placed the 100 essence stones in his spatial ring in a good mood. As the half-step Emperor Wu and the consummation blue-robed Emperor walked through the passageway unimpeded and gained many benefits, the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor were in a somewhat dismal mood. As for the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor, who followed Fei Lingyi in, their fates were somewhat bleak. The great perfection blue-robed Emperor was still fine. However, when the small perfection blue-robed Emperor met with the blood-sucking monsters, he had no chance of survival. There were already quite a number of people who wanted to retreat. To them, this place had already become hell. When facing the unkillable blood-sucking monsters, there was nothing they could do. If they ran into them, they could only wait for death. Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun's journey was rather smooth. Later, Xiaochen thought of a way to spread out his state of death. Then, those blood-sucking monsters took the initiative to avoid them. There seems to be the sound of fighting in front, Yu Bingyun said. After walking for a long time, they had heard many sounds of fighting. This time, Yu Bingyun spoke up because she found the sounds familiar. Xiaochen listened attentively for a moment, then said, "It's the group that first followed us. Let's go and take a look." With a flash, Xiaochen appeared in a spacious stone room. He saw the black-clad old man who had made a bet with him. The black-clad old man was leading a group of 10 people as they struggled to block the attacks of the blood-sucking monster. The sounds of intense fighting and the cultivators with vigorous qi and blood attracted the blood-sucking monsters. The number of blood-sucking monsters surrounding them had already reached 100. Facing these blood-sucking monsters that they were unable to kill no matter what they did, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. "Brother Xiaochen, retreat quickly. These blood-sucking monsters can't be killed." When the black-robed old man saw Xiaochen, there was no joy on his face. He asked Xiaochen to retreat first. "It's okay. Just hold on for a while." After saying a simple sentence, Xiaochen rushed in and released his death sword soul. The blood-sucking monsters in the way could not last one move against Xiaochen. They were easily dealt with in one exchange, chopped into pieces, their life force severed, unable to revive. After a few breaths, Xiaochen killed all the blood-sucking monsters in the stone room, forcing them to flee. None of them dared to linger. Xiaochen did not chase after them. After he helped this group of Emperor Wu out of danger, he sheathed his saber. Such a scene was very shocking. The blood-sucking monsters that they could not kill no matter what they did were like chopping vegetables in Xiaochen's hands, killing them cleanly. The black-clad old man and the others were somewhat speechless, unable to understand. Xiaochen said honestly, "These blood-sucking monsters are afraid of the state of death. It can be considered their weakness. I was fortunate enough to know some of the state of death." Only then did the others understand. So, that was what happened. The black-clad old man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xiaochen, I should have listened to you earlier and not gotten involved in this mess." Chapter 1161. Xiaochen glanced at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Many of them were people he was familiar with. They had chatted happily with him, but in the end, they still died because of greed. It could not be said that they were greedy. It was just that the emperor's path was rugged. If they fell on the path of fortuitous encounters, they would add another pile of corpses to the road to martial emperor. After sizing up the remaining old men, Xiaochen said, "I'll send you back to the cave." When the black-clad old man heard that, he felt gratified. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If we flee at full speed, these blood-sucking monsters will not be able to catch us in the passageway. This time, we got trapped because of greed. We were trapped in the stone room, unable to get out." There seemed to be more to this. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" One of the old men pulled out a stone box. After he opened it, a dazzling light came out. "These are essence stones." Yu Bingyun immediately recognized them. She exclaimed with some shock, "There are so many of them. There are more than 100. The black-clad old man said with some embarrassment, "That's not all. There are a few more stone boxes behind. In total, there are more than 1,000. We killed each other because of these essence stones. That's how the blood-sucking monsters found an opportunity to surround us in the secret room. Otherwise, we would not have been unable to even charge out." Only now did Xiaochen discover that most of the wounds on the group were from weapons, fists, and kicks. "Brother Xiaochen, you saved our lives. We do not want these essence stones anymore. Goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just let this old man know." The group was deeply affected, feeling depressed. After exchanging a few words with Xiaochen, they left the stone room, wanting to leave this cave as soon as possible. As Xiaochen watched the group leave and the corpses on the ground, he felt complicated. The emperor's road was truly littered with corpses. These blue-robed emperors were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain outside. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest treatment, becoming an overlord of a region. Unfortunately, that door, that most sacred emperor's door, the temptation was too great. It could make people forget about life and death and continue to chase after it. One day, would he also fall on this road of emperor? It became an inconspicuous wave in the endless sea of corpses. People stepped on it and walked forward. What do we do with these origin essence stones? Clearly, Yu Bingyun was interested in this essence stone as well. This was a special crystal that came with a king's spirit vein. Even Emperor Wu had a use for it. To blue-robed emperor cultivators, it was naturally even more useful. It was not strange for Yu Bingyun to be tempted. Xiaochen did not think much of it. He said calmly, "Since you agreed to help me deal with Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, we will split these essence stones equally then." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Half each? That's too greedy. Just give me one chest. My luck is pretty good. To think that there are so many essence stones in the stone room. Ha! They are all mine, Xinjiao's." Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of the stone room. It was the infamous smiling saber demon. The expressions of Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun could not help but change at the same time. The smiling saber demon was a peak existence of the consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength was more than a level or two higher than Wang Zhen's, the same as Jin Liangqi's. The difference between the two was clearly displayed on the testing stele in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, 1 9-star and 1 3-star. I only give people one chance. I will never give them a second chance. The smiling saber demon put down his 9-ringed saber and smiled coldly. The scars on his saber wiggled, and his sinister expression inspired fear. Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun quickly sent voice projections. After a few simple words, they quickly made a decision. One word. Kill. The ribbon in Yu Bingyun's hand flew towards the smiling saber demon. In her hand, the soft ribbon was as hard as a dragon and as agile as a swallow. You overestimate yourself. The smiling saber demon stretched out his hand and grabbed the ribbon. It was like he was grabbing the neck of a dragon. Then he grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The smiling saber demon wanted to pull Yu Bingyun into the air and kill her with one saber strike. However, how could Yu Bingyun's means be so simple? Yu Bingyun's pretty eyes turned cold as she released the ribbon in her right hand and formed hand seals. In that instant, hundreds of colorful ribbons shot towards the smiling saber demon as Yu Bingyun formed hand seals. As the ribbons flew, Yu Bingyun spun her feet and leaped around, performing a graceful dance. The hundreds of ribbons turned into thousands of different poses, trapping the smiling saber demon for a short time. Xiaochen took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the ribbons, charging at the smiling saber demon. The instant Xiaochen drew his saber, he executed the flawless bright moon that he was familiar with. At the same time, he did not hold back at all with his 50% comprehended saber soul. If Xiaochen held back against such an opponent, he would be asking for trouble. You are still too inexperienced to play with the saber with me. The smiling saber demon laughed maniacally and executed an inferior-grade profound martial technique with his 9-ringed saber, clashing with the saber. Bang! The two sabers clashed, sending out countless sparks. Saber intent flew everywhere, shredding Yu Bingyun's ribbons into pieces. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and took 3 steps back. Then he stood on the ribbons once more. However, the smiling saber demon, whose cultivation was higher than Xiaochen's, took 10 steps back. His face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, 50% comprehended saber soul. Brat, you actually cultivated your saber soul to 50% comprehension. By relying on a saber soul that surpassed the smiling saber demons by 20%, the one who held the upper hand in their first clash was Xiaochen. If not for his killing move of a 50% comprehended saber soul, Xiaochen would not have rashly made a move, choosing to fight the smiling saber demon. However, if that was all, it would still be somewhat difficult for Xiaochen to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen needed to end the battle quickly. He could not drag this out. The instant the smiling saber demon moved back, Yu Bingyun did not remain idle, either. 2 ribbons moved as nimbly as snakes, quickly wrapping around the smiling saber demon's legs. Although the smiling saber demon reacted very quickly, breaking the ribbons, this delay gave Xianxia an opportunity. Flawless 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 moves in one saber, growing and multiplying endlessly, having a boundless aftershock. Of all the profound martial techniques that Xianxia knew, this was the move with the strongest long-lasting damage. Furthermore, the variations of each move were extremely difficult to deal with. In his haste, the smiling saber demon only lasted for 2 seconds before getting knocked back by Xianxia, feeling sullen. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun's harassment came at the right time, not giving the smiling saber demon a chance to fight head-on with Xianxia in one go. By relying on the two's tacit cooperation and Xianxia's 50% comprehended saber soul, the two suppressed the smiling saber demon from the start to the end. One side's aura grew stronger as they fought, while the other's aura fell. Slowly, he could not bring out even 70% of his strength. The smiling saber demon had a lot of cultivation, but he could not bring it out to his heart's content. He was as sullen as he could be. Damn it! White-robed bladesman, don't give me a chance to find you alone. If the smiling saber demon persisted, he would definitely die here. After saying that, he fled in a sorry state, his body riddled with wounds. When several great perfection blue-robed emperors saw this scene, they were greatly startled. Who could have reduced the smiling saber demon to such a sorry state? Xianxia sheathed his saber and gave Yu Bingyun a box of essence stones. Then he put away the remaining 9 boxes. Right now, Xianxia was still a great perfection blue-robed emperor, far from the peak. These essence stones were like charcoal in snowy weather, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. If Xianxia had reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would not fear the smiling saber demon at all. He would be able to defeat the smiling saber demon alone. After the two left, a figure silently walked out of the passageway. It was Jiang Feng from Dark City. What a fellow! To think that he hid his strength so deeply. As Jiang Feng looked at Xianxia's back, a deep look flashed in his eyes. If he fought blindly, he might really lose to Xianxia. Furthermore, it would be a very ugly defeat. This time, with Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi around, my chances of obtaining the life and death art should be 0. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of essence stones and a medial-grade profound martial technique. I'll go back and enter closed-door cultivation for now. I'll wait until I reach peak great perfection blue-robed emperor first. Given Xianxia's comprehension ability, merging his soul with the heavenly seal would not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Xianxia was not in too much of a rush for the life and death art. If he tried to force his way through, losing his life would be a great loss. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll come and settle the score with you. Jiang Feng withdrew his cold gaze and turned to head in the direction of the entrance. He had gained a lot on this trip and was satisfied. However, Xianxia was not satisfied. He needed to obtain the life and death art. Even if he had to face Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, 2 horrifying characters, he did not care. There was too little time for him. He could not wait. He had to obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. For the rest of the journey, Xianxia sped up significantly, resulting in Yu Bingyun being unable to keep up. In Xianxia's hands, the Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly exquisite, infinitely close to consummation, making his figure like a dragon. When Xianxia took a step forward, electric light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. The flickering, mysterious phenomenon stunned everyone who saw it. Relying on the nimbleness of the Thunder Dragon steps, Xianxia ventured deeper after half a day and arrived before a vast stone room. All the forks pointed to this place. If there were no surprises, this should be where the Blood Sword Sovereign truly cultivated. Here, Xianxia saw not only Jin Liangqi but also the injured smiling saber demon and the other consummation blue-robed emperors, but also Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The strange thing was that not only did the consummation blue-robed emperors not move, but even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not advance rashly. It was like there was something terrifying here. Xianxia's gaze froze. 5 coffins lay in the middle of the stone room. A terrifying bloody aura spread out from the rotting coffins. These were very different from the blood-sucking monsters that Xianxia met on the way here. A prayer mat floated quietly in the air in the middle of the 5 coffins. A secret manual lay on the prayer mat. The words on the manual could not be seen clearly. However, it was hard not to guess if this was the life and death art that everyone anticipated. No one showed any expression at Xianxia's arrival. A great perfection blue-robed emperor could not pique their interest. Chapter 1162. Right now, the headache was that these 5 coffins might contain blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters. After they mutated, no one dared to test how horrifying their strength was. Even someone as strong as Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi did not dare to do so. Amid the tense atmosphere, Xiaochen discovered some other signs. The placement of these 5 coffins seemed to affect some sort of formation. Once it was activated, it would affect everything else. The restrictions of the entire residence would be destroyed. Who knew what would happen? Footsteps rang out. Yu Bingyun arrived late, standing beside Xiaochen. Bing Xuejin frowned slightly, anger flashing on his face as he glared coldly at Yu Bingyun. Initially, Bing Xuejin only glanced casually. However, when he saw Xiaochen, his gaze never shifted away. Oh no. Xiaochen thought to himself, this is bad. This Bing Xuejin must have remembered that I casually spied on him earlier. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. That's fine as well. Go over and open one of the coffins and help me check it out. Bing Xuejin said in an extremely tyrannical manner, not standing on ceremony. The people he chose were also very clever. The 4 or 5 consummation blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun were clearly in cahoots. Touching any one of them would result in a backlash. Only Xiaochen was alone. At most, there would be Yu Bingyun. However, they were just 2 great perfection blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun. They were not sufficient in Bing Xuejin's eyes. When the others heard this, they felt excited. At this moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Someone had to break the stalemate and go over to test out the situation, to see how strong the blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. You overestimate yourself. Great perfection blue-robed Emperor dares to come here and join in the fun. Serves you right. The smiling saber demon had suffered at the hands of Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun before. When he saw the scene, he immediately felt extremely happy. Fei Lingyi had been impatient since long ago. When he heard Bing Xuejin's words, he immediately said, "This place is not something you should have come to. However, since you are already here, then don't leave. Go over and open a coffin lid. I will guarantee your safe return." Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Both Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin were not good people. If there was any danger, it would be strange if Xiaochen helped them. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection, asking him if he should expose his trump card to intimidate these 2 people and get through this hurdle. Although Xiaochen was curious about what trump cards Yu Bingyun had that could deter even Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi, this was not the time yet. After rejecting Yu Bingyun's suggestion, telling her not to act rashly, Xiaochen glanced at Bing Xuejin. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards the 5 coffins in a circle. At least you know your place. Bing Xuejin snorted coldly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It was very likely that the life and death art that Xiaochen yearned for was on the prayer mat. The only difficulty was that the 5 mysterious coffins around the prayer mat were too sinister. Now that Xiaochen had captured someone to test it out, it was simply the best. 10 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. As Xiaochen got closer to the coffins, the heavy stench of blood and the sinister aura became even more horrifying. The blood-sucking monster locked inside was definitely extraordinary. Brat, hurry up. Stop wasting time. The smiling saber demon cursed from behind. The others also urged Xiaochen to hurry up. Yu Bingyun's heart clenched. If this was really a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, Xiaochen would definitely be the first to suffer. Although Xiaochen had the Death Saber Soul, a great counter to this blood-sucking monster, a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster would definitely be a different story. It would be incomparable to the small fries from earlier. Go all out. Xiaochen quickly thought about it. He had never thought of just waiting for death, obediently letting these people use him as a tool. Xiaochen raised his hand and threw a palm strike. An intense energy burst forth from his palm. Bing Xuejin and the others revealed nervous smiles. They all made their preparations, just waiting for the coffin lid to open. However, to their surprise, Xiaochen's energy did not open the coffin lid. Instead, it struck the bottom of the coffin, pushing the coffin closest to him away. "White-robed brat, what are you trying to do?" The others roared, and Bing Xuejin radiated a murderous intent. He already placed his hand on his scabbard. The instant he drew his sword, Xiaochen would die for sure. Rumble! The movement of the coffin seemed to have triggered some sort of grand formation. Loud bangs rang out incessantly, and the ground beneath the stone chamber began to cave in a single breath of time. Then, it quickly spread through the entire cave. Amid the loud sounds, the complicated paths in the cave started to collapse. Everything that happened caught everyone off guard. Xiaochen's palm strike caused a huge commotion. A formless force pulled down the few people who fell. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Their bodies continued to sink. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, everyone started to show expressions of horror. Even Bing Xuejin, who wished that he could immediately kill Xiaochen, could not care about anything else. He only thought about how to escape and figure out his current situation. Accompanying them were the 5 mysterious coffins and the cattail hassock. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the title page of the secret manual on the prayer mat. The words, "Life and Death Art," were clearly written in black. Everyone had fervent gazes in their eyes. However, at this moment, they were being pulled down by the formless force. They could not even protect themselves. They could only stare at the life and death art, unable to do anything. In this strange environment, Xiaochen thought calmly. He felt somewhat surprised at this scene that he personally created. Earlier, he had already guessed that the positions of the 5 coffins involved some sort of formation. However, he had not expected them to sink so deeply. However, such a situation would definitely not last. There would eventually be a moment when they landed on solid ground. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Whoever was weak would die on the spot. The cold Bing Xuejin, the arrogant Fei Lingyi, and the 5 consummation blue-robed emperors working together for the sake of their common interests. These 3 sides could barely be considered evenly matched. Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun were the weakest. The moment they landed, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Brat, good luck. The smiling saber demon looked at Xiaochen with malicious intent. He already guessed Xiaochen's fate. He would not be able to escape death. After fooling so many people, each of them could tear Xiaochen apart with one move. Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiaochen and sent a voice projection. "Xiaochen, I'll make a move later. You go and get the life and death art. After that, we will leave together. Wait a while first. Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi are not simple. I'm afraid that even if you make a move, you will not be able to delay them." Xiaochen already had a countermeasure in his heart. He looked coldly at the smiling saber demon, and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal in his body started to drive the power of the world, preparing to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, the descending group clearly felt the pull from the ground weaken. The smiling saber demon could not help laughing maniacally. "Brat, your time of death has arrived." Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin also stared coldly at the smiling saber demon. Clearly, they both wanted to deal with the reckless Xiaochen immediately. When the pull from below completely vanished, Xiaochen would not be able to escape death. However, as the pull weakened, Xiaochen did not panic at all, remaining as calm as usual. He had never been someone who meekly accepted adversity. These people wanted to use him as a scapegoat. Naturally, he had to pay them back ruthlessly. Xiaochen's first gift was for the smiling saber demon. This fellow kept mocking him. After arriving in this stone room, the smiling saber demon was the one who spoke the most. He was even more arrogant than Bing Xuejin. "What are you looking at? When this great me can move later, you will be the first to be killed." The smiling saber demon retorted ferociously when he saw Xiaochen looking at him. "Even at death's door, you still dare to spout nonsense. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you now." Xiaochen, who had not spoken since entering the stone room, suddenly spoke. He snorted coldly, and with a thought, the extraordinarily mighty blue dragon battle armor appeared on his body, causing the strength of his physical body to soar wildly. the expressions of the others changed. Xianxia's physical body was already horrifying enough. To think that it could improve further. What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Pu Si. In the space where the five could move, Xianxia shouted and took a step in the air. This step was extremely strenuous. The facial features on Xianxia's face twisted together, and sweat poured down his forehead. Although the mysterious pull from below had weakened significantly, the others still could not move. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not break free. However, Xianxia relied on his strong physical body to force himself to move. Step by step, he walked to a coffin with some difficulty. Didn't you want me to open the coffin? I will give you a big gift now. Xianxia threw a palm strike and opened the coffin. Then, he turned his palm into a fist and used all his vital qi to punch, sending the coffin flying towards the smiling saber demon. The smiling saber demon could no longer laugh or act arrogantly. Horror appeared on his face. The smiling saber demon had not expected Xianxia to still be able to move under such circumstances. The development of the situation did not give the smiling saber demon much time to think. An ugly, blood-sucking monster with a frightening aura charged at the smiling saber demon. Although the blood-sucking monster's legs were too weak to move, with some effort, it could still move its arms. The smiling saber demon took out his 9-ringed saber and did not hesitate to chop down on this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster. A miserable shriek resounded, and the blood-sucking monster opened its scarlet eyes. Then, it glared at the smiling saber demon with the hatred of a wild beast. In this strange environment, although this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster was also restricted by the mysterious pull from below, it was much more nimble than the smiling saber demon, able to move slightly. The two sides quickly started fighting. The smiling saber demon showed a nervous expression. In such an environment, it would already be pretty good if he could bring out his full strength. When the smiling saber demon thought about being sucked dry by the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster, the smiling saber demon trembled in fear. The smiling saber demon brought out all his potential. He brandished his 9-ringed saber, doing his best to stop the blood-sucking monster from advancing. Chapter 1163. However, this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster was terrifyingly strong. Its recovery ability was also horrifying. It was only a matter of time before the smiling saber demon died. Earlier, this smiling saber demon had thought that he could defeat Xianxia, being boundlessly arrogant. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia used some tricks to push the smiling saber demon to the brink of death. When the other old men who had cursed at Xianxia earlier saw Xianxia look over, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother White Robes, we can talk things out. Don't be rash," someone begged for mercy, feeling guilty. At this moment, no one dared to meet Xianxia's gaze. That's right. Don't be rash. The smiling saber demon was reckless. He deserves it. We do not have any deep grudges with you. When the smiling saber demon, who had been cornered by the blood-sucking monster, heard this, he immediately felt an urge to vomit blood. Xianxia ignored these people. His gaze remained fixed on Bing Xuejian's cold face, not wavering. This allowed the others to release their bated breath. Now that the smiling saber demon had offended Xianxia, the smiling saber demon, who was about to die, was the best example. I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. Xianxia smiled coldly and said, "If I don't do this, you won't kill me? Don't think that you can control everything just because you are a half-step Emperor Wu. Let me give you one of these gifts as well." Like before, Xianxia took 3 steps forward and threw a punch and a palm strike, sending a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster to Bing Xuejian's side. Compared to the flustered smiling saber demon, Bing Xuejian appeared extremely calm. He did his best to brandish his sword, using all sorts of ingenious trajectories to prevent this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster from getting close. Xianxia was not surprised by this. With this move, dealing with the smiling saber demon would not be difficult. However, dealing with the half-step Emperor Wu-level Bing Xuejian was still not possible. All he could do was delay him slightly. However, this was also the effect that Xianxia wanted, so he did not beg for much. Xiaochen continued to use the same method on Fei Ling. Naturally, he could not let such a person, who posed a great threat to Xiaochen, off. A miserable shriek rang out. The smiling saber demon could no longer hold on, and the blood-sucking monster bit his neck. His life force slowly drained away, and he suffered immense pain. Xiaochen's methods could not be blamed for being cruel. For the sake of this life and death art, he had already reached the final step. It was either you die or I die. There was no room for mercy. Killing had to be decisive. He felt that the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster had become stronger after sucking the smiling saber demon dry. He turned his head and immediately walked towards Xianxia, who was closest to him. His footsteps were extremely slow in the air. Compared to Xiaochen, he was much slower. However, he was still moving while Xianxia and the others were unable to move at all. Xiaochen stopped observing and turned around. Then, he headed for the prayer mat about 700 or 800 meters away in the air. Normally, Xiaochen could cross this distance with just a thought. However, he was now descending very quickly. Furthermore, his feet were restricted by the suction force. This made it very difficult for Xiaochen to walk. Vital qi surged, and the blue dragon patterns on the blue dragon battle armor flickered. For the sake of this life and death art, Xiaochen put in all his effort. Damn it! This life and death art is going to fall into this brat's hands. Fei Ling and Bing Xuejian, who were fighting with the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster, watched as Xiaochen got closer to the prayer mat. Their eyes nearly spewed flames. However, they could not do anything about it. With their physical bodies, they could not break free from that suction force. Furthermore, there was still a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster holding them back. They could not spare any attention to spare. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, Xiaochen approached the prayer mat step by step. As he looked at the life and death art on the prayer mat, he felt like he could grab it with just a stretch of his hand. Xiaochen could not help revealing a smile on his tense face. I got you. Life and death art. Xiaochen shouted. Already near the prayer mat, Xiaochen did not hesitate to stretch out his hand to grab the life and death art that he coveted. However, just as Xiaochen's hand was only half a meter away from the life and death art, something strange happened. The group, who had been falling downward, found their footing firmly. They had touched the bottom. Suddenly, Xiaochen regained his freedom, which stunned him somewhat. He stumbled and his body fell forward due to inertia. Xiaochen reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and turned around. Then, he stretched out his hand again and grabbed the life and death art. However, just at this moment, Bing Xuejian and Fei Ling, the two half-step Emperor Wus, also burst out crazily. They soared into the air, temporarily breaking away from the harassment of the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster. Fei Ling sent out a horrifying sword move, charging at Xiaochen. The two half-step Emperor Wus attacked without holding anything back. It was extremely horrifying. The anxious Fei Ling even used the greatest amount of energy that the Jadeite could draw from the Jadeite into his sword move. This made the Jadeite crisscrossing sword lights appear even more unblockable, even tearing through the air. Without a doubt, Fei Ling had only one goal, not giving Xiaochen any chances. He had to kill Xiaochen in one move. Compared to Fei Ling, the sword move that the cold Bing Xuejian executed was even more horrifying. Before the sword move arrived, that cold qi already permeated Xiaochen's bones and blood, causing his entire body to feel cold and his movements to go numb. Xiaochen, who already grasped the life and death art, could not help feeling horrified. Under these two sword moves, he felt an overwhelming killing qi, an unparalleled sword intent, and the horrifying might contained in the sword moves. Even if one of them executed the sword moves, Xiaochen would not be able to block them. At this moment, the two half-step Emperor Wus worked together to execute their killing moves. Xiaochen could not help feeling disheartened. With his blood frozen, he could not even take out the golden plume feather in time. Corpses littered the Emperor's road. Was he, Xiaochen, going to fall on this road as well, becoming a stepping stone for others? At the crucial moment, melodious zither music rang out in the air. It was pleasing to the ears, startling the surroundings. There was only one note in the zither music, but it lingered on endlessly, singing endlessly. There were not many words that could describe how wondrous this zither music was. High mountains and flowing rivers found it hard to find a soulmate, lonely songs no one could understand. Along with the appearance of the zither music, a phoenix shrouded in auspicious chi and radiating multicolored light moved upon hearing the music and flew over. The zither music startled the phoenix, and a melodious divine might spread out from the phoenix. It spread its wings and flew over, shielding Xiaoqin. The sudden change surprised Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The pleasing zither music summoned the phoenix, easily diluting the startling killing moves that the two executed. As for Xiaoqin, he managed to catch his breath. His aura erupted, and he sent out the cold qi in his body. Pala! Pala! When the cold qi that leaked out of Xiaoqin's body met the air, it immediately turned into scarlet ice beads and fell to the ground. Xiaoqin paled slightly. However, his body had already recovered to normal. His limbs and bones could move without any hindrance. In the sky, Yu Bingyun hugged a seven-stringed zither, looking like a fairy as she slowly descended. When Fei Lingyi saw the zither in Yu Bingyun's embrace, his expression changed. He exclaimed in extreme shock, "Transcendent divine weapon, startling wind zither." To think that the Lunar Palace's transcendent divine weapon was in Yu Bingyun's hands. This news was somewhat unacceptable to Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each one of them could shake the world and kick up a bloody storm. Even if Yu Bingyun could not bring out the full might of the startling wind zither, as long as she could play it, it would be easy to block them. Ding! Ding! Don't! Not giving the two much time to think, Yu Bingyun, who was descending, moved her hands and played ancient music. A horrifying aura spread out from the zither. The sound of the zither transformed into numerous sharp blades of sound waves. They were sabers, swords, spears, and axes, and they pierced through the void and attacked the two of them continuously like a storm. Under the concentrated attacks, the two could only defend passively. They each sent out a screen of swords, unable to advance. However, even though the two defended with all their might, the sound waves still inflicted wounds of various sizes on their bodies. They kept retreating in a sorry state, not showing any signs of fighting spirit at all. As Yu Bingyun played the startling wind zither, colorful ribbons fluttered behind her, giving off a bright light. Xiaoqin's momentum was unblockable, forcing the two half-step martial emperors into retreat. His momentum flourished. However, Xiaoqin keenly discovered that with every note, Yu Bingyun's fine black hair dimmed a little. After a while, all her fine black hair turned white. "Let's go!" After forcing the two half-step Emperor Wu to fight the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, Yu Bingyun retreated to Xiaoqin's side and led him into this mysterious space. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could catch up at any moment. Although Xiaoqin had many questions in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to ask. Oh no! Xiaoqin's and Yu Bingyun's steps paused at the same time. There was actually no path in front. A deep abyss blocked their way. If it was an ordinary deep abyss, the two could easily fly over it. However, this deep abyss was extraordinary. The two had felt the mysterious suction from earlier in this deep abyss. Sonic booms rang out endlessly behind them. It was Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian. After forcing back the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, they charged over. The two's wounds from the startling wind zither had not healed yet. They were covered in blood, exuding a horrifying aura. Since becoming half-step Emperor Wu, when had the two ever suffered at the hands of the blue-robed emperor? They probably felt frustrated. If Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun got caught, they would definitely die a miserable death. Jump. The deep abyss was horrifying, but there was still a chance of survival. If the two behind caught up, there would be no chance at all. The two were decisive people, not wishy-washy at all. They seemed to understand each other and jumped down at the same time. In this deep abyss, the suction was even more horrifying. The two could not help crying out. They shot forward like arrows, unable to control themselves at all. In a few breaths, they crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Bingyun and Xiaoqin, who were stuck to the ground, were somewhat shocked to discover that even raising their arms was extremely difficult. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who were charging over, felt the edge of the deep abyss and quickly stopped. Chapter 1164. When facing the strange deep abyss, the two cautiously chose to stop. They did not want to experience that strange state of being unable to move again. What should we do? Fei Lingyi looked at Bing Xuejian. Bing Xuejian said indifferently, "You have the jade. Go down and check it out. If we let these two escape, we will suffer a great loss and lose all our face. Scram. Your sword soul is already 70% comprehended. Together with the will of ice, it is undefeatable. Why don't you go down first?" Fei Lingyi scolded. The two clashed with each other, neither willing to go down first. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, who had reached the bottom of the deep abyss, did not feel good at all. Their bodies stuck to the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move at all. What was even worse was that his internal organs, flesh and bones were being pulled and squeezed by the strange ground. If they could not think of a solution in a while, their internal organs would be torn apart. At that time, his death would be as miserable as it could be. Don't panic. This is the true cultivation place of the Blood Sword Sovereign. The gravity here is 100 times stronger than elsewhere. After you get used to it, it will not be difficult for you to slowly stand up. Don't scare yourself to death. At the critical moment, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring. However, she continued, your physical body is strong, so there should not be any problems. However, that woman will be somewhat problematic. It is hard to say whether she can last until her physical body gets used to the environment here. Xiao Chen, who had just released his bated breath, could not help feeling anxious when he heard that. He turned his head with much difficulty to look at Yu Bingyun. Indeed, the white-haired Yu Bingyun showed an expression of pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips, and she looked incredibly pale. The originally aloof Lunar Palace holy daughter no longer had any of her elegant and otherworldly air. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. He did not like owing favors. If Yu Bingyun died here, he would feel guilty for life, forming an indelible shadow in his heart. What should I do? I have to stand up first. Otherwise, I cannot circulate my energy to treat my injuries and recover to my peak state. If Xiao Chen was at his peak, he should be able to walk to the other party's side if he used his blue dragon war body again. However, the prerequisite was that he could stand up. Yu Bingyun was muddle-headed and in unbearable pain. She was in a daze, feeling like she was really going to die this time. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been torn apart by the gravitational pull, and blood was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before she died from her shattered internal organs. She was completely powerless, and in this dizzy state, she was already prepared to die. Yu Bingyun, hold on. Don't die here. Give me 1 hour. 1 hour. You have to hold on for 1 hour. Right at that moment, a loud roar entered her ears. His voice was filled with anxiety, urgency, and unquestionable confidence. Hold on. Wait for me for an hour. After an hour, I'll come and save you. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes with some difficulty and saw Xiao Chen, who was not far away. He was currently doing his best to stand up, staring at her. The two's gazes met, and Xiao Chen revealed a smile with some difficulty. Don't be so useless. Don't forget your status. You are the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, after all, someone with a venerated status. I, Xiao Chen, have always been cursed by others to the point that I cannot die. You will not die either. Just wait for me for 1 hour. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat speechless. She wanted to say something but found that she could not. Her vocal cords moved slightly, and it affected her wounds. Don't say anything. Just listen to me. Xiao Chen knew that it was not convenient for the other party to speak at this moment. However, she needed someone to talk to her. Otherwise, if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. Xiao Chen quickly stopped Yu Bingyun, who wanted to speak. After saying that, Xiao Chen, who had been preparing for a long time, clenched his fists and hammered the ground ferociously. Xiao Chen's entire upper body left the ground, and he nearly got up. However, he did not have enough momentum. The gravity pulled him down, and after Xiao Chen got up, he fell back down heavily. This strike was not light. When Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he mocked Yu Bingyun somewhat self-deprecatingly. Before he could even wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiaochen continued storing up power, preparing for the next attempt. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded endlessly in the deep abyss. Every time they rang out, it meant that Xiaochen failed once. Xiaochen did not know how many times he failed, but he did not intend to give up. Every time he failed, he would look at Yu Bingyun and chat with her. After Xiaochen verified that she had not fallen asleep, he prepared for the next attempt. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, could no longer bear to watch. She said, "You idiot, stop trying. Be careful that you will not be able to save the other party and end up killing yourself." Little Ao Jiao, stop saying that. She ended up in such a state because she tried to save me. If I ignore her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I will be a man in vain. Xiaochen replied to Ao Jiao in his heart. Then he continued to try. He felt like he had broken several bones in his back. However, the repeated failures gave him a lot of experience, allowing him to grasp some techniques for circulating his energy in this gravity. As he familiarized himself with these techniques, Xiaochen believed that he could adapt to the environment here and stand up earlier. In the end, he could not wipe away the blood leaking out of the corner of Xiaochen's lips. This made his delicate face look somewhat ugly and horrifying. Compared to the unrivaled elegance that Xiaochen had shown at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the current Xiaochen did not have any of his past aura. However, every time this bloody face looked at her, Yu Bingyun did not feel any repulsion. Instead, she felt especially at ease and an indescribable pain. If she could speak, she would definitely shout to stop Xiaochen. The intense pain after every failure was simply unbearable. At some point in time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Xiaochen landed heavily. However, this time, he did not immediately speak to Yu Bingyun. He just lay there motionlessly. Yu Bingyun's heart sank. Xiaochen was definitely too severely injured and could not hold on. The two of them were going to die here. Just as Yu Bingyun felt very nervous and worried, Xiaochen, who had been silent for a while, roared ferociously. Then, Xiaochen clenched his fists and punched the ground heavily again. His upper body soared up again. When the gravity pressed down, Xiaochen's vital qi surged like a gushing river, gushing endlessly. After using up all of his strength, his body had finally adapted to the gravitational environment here after thousands of failures. His qi could circulate in a circular manner. Then, Xiaochen flipped over and knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After a while, he looked up at Yu Bingyun. When he discovered that she had not closed her eyes yet, he revealed a smile. 1 hour is just right. Don't give up. I'm coming over immediately. The kneeling Xiaochen slowly got up. Then he walked over to Yu Bingyun with much difficulty. When Xiaochen reached her side, he quickly took out some medicinal pills for treating injuries, which he bought at the blue-robed emperor auction, and fed them to her. After that, Xiaochen slowly helped Yu Bingyun up. After being here for so long, she had already gotten used to it. He had gotten used to it, and the process of helping the other party up wasn't too difficult. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen threw a palm strike on Yu Bingyun's back. Then he infused his law energy into her body, speeding up the recovery of the medicinal energy. At the same time, it helped Yu Bingyun recover from the injuries to her internal organs. As the king-grade medicinal pills slowly permeated her body, Yu Bingyun's body started to recover quickly. To Xiaochen's surprise, Yu Bingyun had law energy circulating in a special meridian. However, a blood clot blocked a certain meridian, preventing it from circulating smoothly. Instead, it aggravated Yu Bingyun's injuries. This should be the Lunar Palace's profound cultivation technique, the longevity art. Xiaochen immediately circulated his energy and melted the blood clot, opening up that meridian. The longevity art immediately circulated quickly. After it automatically circulated once, Yu Bingyun's injuries miraculously healed by half. Such a healing effect was incredible. The longevity art was truly profound. After Yu Bingyun's condition stabilized and the longevity art could continue circulating, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he let Yu Bingyun lie down slowly. After putting a healing pill into his mouth, he began to slowly heal himself. There were not many surprises. Time passed quietly. After one night, the two had more or less recovered. Their bodies had already adapted to this strange gravity. Although it was still difficult for them to move, they no longer had much of a problem standing up. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes, and her complexion recovered its rosy color. She looked radiant, regaining the air of a holy daughter. She carefully sat up and immediately looked to the side. However, she did not see the figure she wanted to see. Yu Bingyun immediately looked around in a fluster. Only then did she discover that Xiaochen was standing in front of a wall, paying close attention to it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiaochen quickly turned his head back and discovered that Yu Bingyun's white hair had already turned back into elegant black hair. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. "You're awake." Yu Bingyun nodded and shifted her gaze away from Xiaochen's back. Then, she asked carefully, "How are the injuries on your back?" Xiaochen replied calmly, "They're already healed. I have a peak sage body and the blue dragon war body. This level of injury is nothing to me." "How did you endure that kind of pain yesterday?" Yu Bingyun asked after thinking for a long time. When she thought of Xiaochen's actions yesterday, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. Even now, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. She simply did not know how Xiaochen managed to persevere. Was it for her? Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "In the past, when I was cultivating my physical body, I experienced even more pain than this. There was also the lightning tribulation, which was even more unbearable. Now that I think about it, compared to the pain I experienced in the past, yesterday's pain is not even worth mentioning." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was stunned. Xiaochen was famous and had a bright appearance. Among the same generation, he was a king. What exactly did he experience? Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday, in his mouth, was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiaochen paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength, you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yen had sacrificed 8 great perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiaochen did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier, I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiaochen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years." Xiaochen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. "Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyun could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiaochen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent divine weapon show? "Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it." Xiaochen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. This scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyun felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyun finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial-grade profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound." Xianxia nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the Blood Sword Sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen, it's such a pity. Yu Bingyun shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial-grade profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different, it was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial-grade profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Xiaochen smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection. What's going on? This is too wondrous." Xiaochen glanced at the wall and said, "I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger. Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness? If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Xiaochen felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the Blood Sword Sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Xiaochen's saber soul. Xiaochen's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Xiaochen handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyun received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you? After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while. With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Xiaochen started cultivating bitterly. Xiaochen arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning, he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon, he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon, he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Xuejian, Fei Lingyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi very apprehensive. This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here, Fei Lingyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejian retorted coldly, I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite so you can retreat safely. Xianxia and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lingyi retorted angrily, don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen. Bing Xuejian smiled coldly and said, I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything. Fei Lingyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiaochen released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released 2, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiaochen. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiaochen from obtaining it. Bing Xuejian swept his gaze over Xianxia and the others indifferently. He said, the few of you, go and bring those 2 coffins over. Although Xianxia and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejian to deal with Fei Lingyi. Soon, the 2 coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejian glanced at the deep abyss and said, Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now, I will give you a big gift as well. Bing Xuejian opened the 2 coffins. Then, he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang, bang, bang. 2 loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiaochen, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps. Now that Xiaochen executed the Thunder Dragon steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. Be careful! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiaochen arrived beside Yu Bingyun. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiaochen's explosive power to increase further. Then, he quickly carried Yu Bingyun away. Put, put, put. Amid loud sounds, the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyun had been. Unexpectedly, these 2 blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiaochen first fell into this place. However, when Xiaochen saw these 3 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone. A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiaochen's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyun not to make a move, letting him do it alone. Can you do it? Yu Bingyun found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiaochen stepped forward and said calmly, If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here, I am 99% confident. Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiaochen flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiao Chen's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the hundredfold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiao Chen's attacks. In close combat, Xiao Chen's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment he executed the thousand-year flame, which he comprehended himself. In the next moment he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as the attacks of the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiao Chen's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiao Chen sent out the thousand-year flame with one palm strike and thousand-year death with the other. The two completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiao Chen's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monster's strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chen and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chen. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyun, just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xiao Chen slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh, whoosh. The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xiao Chen's strongest profound martial technique, Instant of Glory, a profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike, Eternal Glory. Before the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with the lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The death saber soul worked together with the four-season saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xiao Chen minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Kasu. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xiaoqin used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xiaoqin, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyun asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin touched upon its borders. Xiaoqin answered honestly, instant of glory. What about it? Nothing. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xiaoqin's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyun continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence, she quickly stopped asking. However, she could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xiaoqin looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I am still very far from it. Yu Bingyun showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xiaoqin to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyun quickly changed the topic. What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them. Xiaoqin smiled casually. There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive. At the end of Xiaoqin's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xiaoqin's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise, they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior, Xiaoqin. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left: leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Jin Liangqi and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Jin Liangqi said, let's wait a while more. They are half-step Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem. But we'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens. What could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors will be easy. In that case, it's settled. The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now, only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiaoqin to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiaoqin truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Bush. At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiaoqin took 7 steps in the air. With each step, he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyun put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xianxia estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xianxia used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xianxia asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xianxia had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. "I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance," Yu Bingyun answered honestly. Given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience, since she said that, it really could not be wrong. Xianxia could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xianxia estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the great perfection blue-robed emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically zero. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then, he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xianxia's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step Emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lingyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xianxia was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xianxia had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xianxia's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xianxia's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xianxia. Xianxia's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath, he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xianxia's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xianxia's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xianxia's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Xianxia, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyun finally finished reading the life and death art. After reading it, she dealt Xiaochen a heavy blow. By cultivating the life and death art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyun could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiaochen needed 2 things to assist him: the flower of life and the death fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the flower of life and the death fruit, one could not cultivate the life and death art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyun closed the life and death art and said, "I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the flower of life and the death fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the human demon sea, which is the blood sword sovereign's hometown. However, the death fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a death fruit has appeared. Many ghost race great emperors have been searching for a death fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago. What kind of place was the human demon sea?" After Yu Bingyun explained, Xiaochen learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed bloods like the blood sword sovereign or fiendish demon mixed bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the life and death art from Yu Bingyun, Xiaochen started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. "Xiaochen, I can help you find the death fruit." Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, seemed to have made up her mind. "You have the death fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then, the Thunder King killed a ghost race great emperor. There was a death fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is." Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He had found the death fruit that Yu Bingyun said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the human demon sea and obtain the flower of life. Then he could still cultivate the life and death art. There was still hope. Don't be too happy yet. The human demon sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the flower of life or not, Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. "What's wrong? You've been to the human demon sea before?" "What nonsense! The Thunder King's inheritance is in the human demon sea. How could I not have been there before?" Xiaochen's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the human demon sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiaochen did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiaochen studied the life and death art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyun away. "Let's go." Xiaochen woke up Yu Bingyun, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time, she said apologetically, "It seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly." Before Yu Bingyun understood what Xiaochen meant, Xiaochen hugged her tightly. Then, they broke through the restrictions of the 100-fold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly, Yu Bingyun cried out softly in Xiaochen's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiaochen had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, he finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyun to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly, this was unacceptable to Xiaochen. "Don't move. We're going up soon." After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyun blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. "Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time." This was a mockery of how Xiaochen carried Yu Bingyun away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiaochen smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyun was not the aloof holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiaochen a favorable impression of her. Jin Liangqi's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up. Prepare to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing chi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiaochen came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Jin Liangqi stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, "After waiting for 1.5 months, you are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. One consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. For consummation blue-robed emperors working together. If they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled, and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. As the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Jin Liangqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Jin Liangqi's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiaochen, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiaochen clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. The moment Xiaochen came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiaochen's sharpness. Then, they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiaochen. However, right now, the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiaochen, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case, there was only one possibility: the white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These 4 were all consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat. The 4's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. "You think you can retreat?" A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder dragon steps, electric light shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiaochen's 60% comprehended saber's soul burst out ferociously. Xiaochen carried Yu Bingyun with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiaochen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps, he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with the 60% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection thunder dragon steps, Xianxia was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xianxia's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The 4 looked severely injured, but in reality, they were not fatally injured. Xianxia's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xianxia did not want to kill these 4 in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Jin Liangqi and the other 3 landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xianxia did not give these 4 a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted. Chapter 1168. One saber of only me, instant eternal. 1,000 mysterious phenomena, 10,000 lights, this moment of glory, the mountains and rivers like a painting. In the next breath, Xianxia executed his strongest profound martial technique, instant of glory. Immediately, the mysterious phenomena of all sorts of martial techniques burst out with this saber strike. Peach blossoms drifted for 50 kilometers around, flowers hung high in the sky on a summer day, leaves fell in the autumn wind, a fiery bright moon soared into the sky, and many blue dragons flew everywhere, wagging their tails. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in an instant, forming a glorious painting that froze the space. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 in the painting seemed to be locked in place, unable to move or even blink. Xianxia. Xianxia sheathed his saber, and the glorious painting immediately shattered like glass. Xianxia. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Horror filled their eyes. In that instant they suffered 3 heavy blows. The painting froze, and the various mysterious phenomena baptized them. This was not the most fatal blow. Given their cultivation as consummation blue-robed emperors, this kind of damage was not enough to deal any serious damage. The most horrifying thing was the second blow. When the painting shattered, it felt like space had shattered. Although this was far from true space shattering, the principle was roughly the same. The moment the painting shattered, they felt like their bodies were about to be torn into all sorts of shreds. Although his tough physical body was still intact, his internal organs had been torn apart, leaving horrifying cracks. The third layer was the damage caused by the backlash of their own martial skills being interrupted. With these 3 severe injuries, they had completely lost their combat prowess. Even if a martial monarch came, they would just be meat on the chopping block. "You're on your own," Xianxia said indifferently as he looked coldly at the 4 on the ground like stray dogs. Then he let go of Yu Bingyun. Then he soared into the air, preparing to leave this place. Soon, Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi would receive the news. He needed to leave Blackwater Island quickly. Yu Bingyun, who followed closely behind, felt dazed, like she was in a dream. There had never been a bladesman that Xianxia admired from the bottom of her heart. His tyrannical and magnificent saber techniques, his straightforward style, his cold as ice, but he did not become addicted to killing. His heart had never changed. Jin Liangqi and the others remained silent for a long time. As they watched Xianxia and Yu Bingyun leave, their emotions became extremely complicated. This youth will definitely leave his name in history, becoming a giant bladesman of his generation. How terrifying. He actually didn't kill us. He probably didn't even look at us and didn't see us old fellows as a threat. Jin Liangqi laughed self-mockingly. He also felt that the experience just now was like a dream. However, it was a nightmare. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The Blood Sword Sovereign's residence was already a complete mess. It had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the various restrictions were no longer there. Xianxia used brute force to open up a hole and break out of the ground. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time, Xiaochen waved his hand and summoned out his Flood Dragon War Chariot. Yu Bingyun exclaimed in shock, "Flood Dragon War Chariot? Isn't this the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Lung Xiaofan?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "Get on then. It is surnamed Xiao now." Yu Bingyun smiled. Clearly, she had asked a pointless question. For some reason, this Flood Dragon War Chariot ended up in Xiaochen's hands. The 4 flood dragons did their best to pull the war chariot. Soon, they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, heading forward quickly. Everything was dark under the dark clouds, not seeing sunlight all year round. However, the dark clouds shone with golden light. The sea of clouds glowed like an immortal realm. "Where are you going?" "I'll make a trip to Dark City first before heading to the Human Demon Sea," Xiaochen said. Xiaochen wanted to meet Ba Tu in Dark City, to see if he could find that corpse and perfect his dragon-seeking art further. After that, he wanted to rush to the Human Demon Sea, to the place that Ao Jiao said hid the Thunder King's treasures. Then, he would take the opportunity to find the Flower of Life. When Yu Bingyun heard about Xiaochen's itinerary, she started laughing softly. This baffled Xiaochen, so he asked, "What are you laughing at?" "It looks like we will have to travel together for a while. Your itinerary is the same as mine. My final stop on this trip is also the Human Demon Sea." Yu Bingyun's expression made it impossible to tell if she was lying or if she said this on purpose to travel together with Xiaochen. "Don't find it strange. My main purpose on this trip is experiential training. I told you at the start and did not lie to you. The matter of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was just something I did in passing. Even if I did not make a move, I would have dealt with that matter perfectly." Feeling suspicious, Xiaochen asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that there is more to Fei Lingyi's attempt to advance the Heavenly Cloud Sword into a transcendent divine weapon?" "I will not tell you more about the inside story. It is not something important. Right now, I just want to sleep comfortably. You don't mind driving the carriage alone, right?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Without giving Xiaochen a chance to reply, she entered the war chariot and pulled the curtains up. Then, she headed for the comfortable bed and lay down alone. Xiaochen smiled bitterly, unable to say anything. He could not possibly go in and disturb her when she was sleeping. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the Flood Dragon War Chariot sped through the cloud sea at lightning speed. At this moment, on Blackwater Island, Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin, who had received the news, rushed over. However, they only saw Jin Liangqi and the other 3 recovering from their injuries. They immediately trembled in anger. They wished that they could rush over to Xiaochen and tear him to shreds. The storm of the life and death art came to an end. However, the story of the white-robed bladesman on Blackwater Island spread for a long time. He snatched the life and death art from the jaws of 2 half-step Emperor Wu, snatching the life and death art. However, the one who did all this was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Later, when Xiaochen's identity spread, everyone was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, such a bladesman was actually a descendant of the famous Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushin Palace. After leaving Blackwater Island, Xiaochen put away the Flood Dragon War Chariot and walked on the vast sea. He started to use the dragon-seeking art to search for Holy Spirit veins in the Black Sea, which was the most resource-rich. Xiaochen's luck was pretty good, or rather, the Black Sea was rather rich in resources. In the process of rushing to the Black Sea, Xiaochen discovered several hidden Holy Spirit veins. However, Jiang Tian's words rang in his ears. Xiaochen could not casually touch the things underground. If he did not do it well, he might attract a ferocious evil dragon and bury himself at the bottom of the sea. Hence, Xiaochen was extremely careful when he made his move. He only made his move after he was 100% sure that it was an auspicious land. He gave up on most of the discoveries and only took 4 Holy Spirit veins. Even so, Xiaochen's actions flabbergasted Yu Bingyun, who was traveling with him. The Lunar Palace had also hired extremely skilled geomasters, so Yu Bingyun had some understanding of this trade. Xiaochen's dragon-seeking art surpassed that of the geomasters hired by the Lunar Palace. In fact, some of his methods for subduing dragons were even more profound. The dragon-fixing needle and the dragon-revealing mirror allowed him to subdue Holy Spirit veins alone. Just this point alone surpassed those geomasters. In the future, when I manage the Lunar Palace, I will definitely get you to help me search for spirit veins, Yu Bingyun said seriously. Yu Bingyun asked seriously after Xiaochen stepped into the Black Sea and stopped searching for spirit veins. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Sure. However, the prerequisite is that I can live to that day. Of course, the price for me to make a move will be expensive." Yu Bingyun joked, "The bona fide holy daughter is asking you to search for dragons and fix veins, yet she is putting on such airs. You should be saying that I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Right? I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Parrot words, there is no sincerity at all. However, I will remember what you said. I will definitely look for you in the future." During this period of interaction, the two had gotten much closer. Yu Bingyun had helped Xiaochen a lot in subduing dragons. There was also the comprehension of the life and death art. Yu Bingyun was not stingy in sharing her understanding with Xiaochen, helping him quickly understand this profound secret manual. As the two chatted and laughed, they did not slow down at all, rushing towards Black City. As the two went deeper into the Black Sea, they could clearly feel how extraordinary this place was. Consummation, blue-robed Emperor Xiaochen saw 1 or 2 half-step Emperor Wu Xiaochen. Even strong existences on the level of Emperor Wu Xiaochen occasionally flashed by, coming and going in a hurry. As the core of the entire Black Sea, the Black Sea's atmosphere of experts was clearly much stronger than Blackwater cities. The two's destination, Dark City, was the core of the core. Many strong blue-robed emperors gathered there. Most of the outstanding youths of the Black Sea were in this city. Half a day later, the two arrived at Dark Island, which was several times vaster than Dark City. As they stood at the edge of the island, they could see the majestic and tyrannical silhouette of Dark City. According to Yu Bingyun, this was an ancient holy city that could rival Bright Moon City. Xiaochen was filled with anticipation, hoping that it would bring him some unexpected surprises. Quickening their pace, Xiaochen and Yu Bingyun rushed towards the city. The city walls were like a black dragon coiled on the ground. The black bricks looked like dragon scales, giving off a metallic feel and a strong might. When the two arrived at the city gates, they lined up obediently, waiting to enter the city. Among the cultivators in line, Xiaochen discovered several consummation blue-robed emperors. There was even a half-step Emperor Wu Xiaochen. This was somewhat flabbergasting. Before the might of Dark City, even a half-step Emperor Wu did not dare to fly in. However, just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there were 2 strong figures flying fearlessly into the city, attracting the attention of the crowd. Where did these youths come from? How come they even dare to barge into Dark City? Someone exclaimed in shock when he discovered that the city guards did not make a move on these people, tacitly acknowledging their actions. This must be your first time coming to Dark City, right? These are the famous outstanding talents of Dark City. They are either the descendants of great bandits or absolute outstanding talents, incredibly strong. They have the outstanding talent token issued by the city lord's residence, allowing them to enter and leave the city at will. Chapter 1169. However, Xiaochen, who was in the queue, appeared somewhat distracted. It was like he could not hear anything. The instant the figure in front flashed by, Xiaochen had clearly seen the appearance of that person. This brought back a distant memory. After so many years, he had not expected to see this old friend in Dark City. What's wrong? Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, could not help asking when she saw Xiaochen in a rare daze. She looked at the 2 figures in the sky, who had already left, not understanding what was going on. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just saw an old friend from the Sky Dome realm." Those 2 earlier were Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Zhao Feng's grandfather, Zhao Linglong, was a veteran sovereign martial emperor, ranked 2nd among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Sima Lingxian has a significant background as well. His adoptive father, Zhong Buxiong, became a sovereign martial emperor after coming out of the road that buried emperors and successfully killed his way into the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Yu Bingyun knew more about the Black Sea than Xiaochen did. She recognized the two people who just passed by. When Xiaochen heard Zhong Buxiong's name, he felt excited. Wasn't this Zhong Buxiong the middle-aged greater heavenly martial emperor who gave him a message in Despair City? Back then, Xiaochen had found it strange that Zhong Buxiong would send him a voice projection for no reason at all. Now that Yu Bingyun said that Zhong Buxiong's adoptive son was Sima Lingxian, Xiaochen somewhat understood what was going on. If Xiaochen guessed right, this Zhong Buxiong should know about the grudge between Xiaochen and Sima Lingxian. Zhong Buxiong probably sent Xiaochen a voice projection because he did not want Xiaochen to die at the hands of others, giving his adoptive son a chance to take revenge personally. The past truly made one sigh with emotion. Every time one thought of the passionate era of the Sky Dome realm, one's blood would race. Xiaochen still remembered how many outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm fought in Dragon Sealing City, fighting for the right to enter the Kunlun realm. However, most of the outstanding talents that truly entered the Kunlun realm were buried in this great realm filled with geniuses. Their names were unknown, and they were nowhere to be seen. However, seeing Sima Lingxian this time far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. In that instant, Xiaochen sensed that Sima Lingxian's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Xiaochen had taken a sovereign martial emperor as his adoptive father. Everything was like a new game of Go. There were always some unexpected things. Fortunately, as long as the blue-robed emperor had sufficient resources and great talent, he would be able to reach the peak of mastery within a short period of time. If he had become a great perfection blue-robed emperor, only then would Xiaochen be truly vigilant. Now, he only needed to pay a little more attention. Among the younger generation of the Black Sea, where can this Sima Lingxian rank? Xiaochen asked curiously. This name, which he had long forgotten, once again attracted his attention. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, "How should I put it?" He rose up very quickly. In just 5 or 6 years, with Zhong Buxiong's full support, he defeated many outstanding talents of the Black Sea. Now, he is in the limelight and is known as the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. However, this first rank is a little vague. This is because the strongest of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, has not appeared in the past few years. Furthermore, Huang Yun was already publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10 years ago. Without defeating Huang Yun, Sima Lingxian would not be able to truly become the strongest. There is also Zhao Feng. 2 years ago, Sima Lingxian only lost to Zhao Feng by half a move. In a true life-and-death battle, Zhao Feng only had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, no matter what, there is no exaggeration in calling Sima Lingxian one of the strongest outstanding talents of the Black Sea's younger generation. After saying that, Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiaochen and said, "Could he be the old friend you mentioned? Is he a friend or foe? If he is an enemy, it is best not to meet him to avoid trouble." Friend or foe? Sima Lingxian's father died at Xiaochen's hands. There was no way to resolve the grudge of killing his father. However, Xiaochen did not regret killing Sima Hong at all. Some people deserve to be killed, to pay the price for what they had done in the past. As for meeting the other party, Xiaochen did not fear it at all. He could defeat the other party in the Sky Dome realm. He could do the same here. Why aren't you saying anything? What exactly is your relationship with this Sima Lingxian? You still have not told me? Yu Bingyun was curious about the relationship between the two, which was rare for Xiaochen to be absent-minded, so she pursued the matter. After Xiaochen entered Dark City, Yu Bingyun continued to press him. Xiaochen smiled helplessly and said, "He has a grudge with me for killing his father. Back then, his father relied on his cultivation to sweep through a small sect of mine in the Sky Dome realm. For the sake of protecting me, many of my sect's disciples and elders died at his father's hands. Later on, after my strength increased, I met his father in the Sky Dome realm and killed him." Xiaochen skipped the details and gave a simple explanation of the grudge between him and Sima Lingxian. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had such a grudge with this Sima Lingxian. No wonder she was distracted when she saw him. Batu's home was very easy to find. Dark City was divided into 13 districts. Each district was governed by a great bandit. In every district, the most iconic building was the place where the bandits lived. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea represented the strongest combat prowess of the entire Black Sea, the greatest authority, and the most majestic might. They were the uncrowned masters of the Black Sea, the true kings of the underworld. It was very simple to become a great bandit of the Black Sea. One just had to come to Dark City and defeat a great bandit of the Black Sea, chasing him out of the iconic building. Then one would be the new great bandit of the Black Sea. It was simple and crude, fully displaying the law of the jungle of the Black Sea. While it sounded simple, every great bandit of the Black Sea was at least as strong as greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Furthermore, without the strength of a sovereign martial emperor, one would not be confident of defeating any great bandit easily. In the past 1,000 years, aside from Zhong Buxiong, no one else had succeeded. Batu's grandfather was known as the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was ranked 5th among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, a veteran sovereign martial emperor. It was because Batu asked the Flame Rock Sovereign to speak up for Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hence, no one dared to offend him in the Black Sea. As long as the banner of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was hung up, no one would pay attention to the merchant ships of the Black Sea, where pirates roamed. After asking around, the two found out where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. A castle made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks was in the south of the city. This was where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. When the two arrived before the fiery red castle and saw that it was made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks, they felt incredibly shocked. Just a small piece of 10,000-year-old flame rock was worth cities. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign used it to build a vast castle. The castle looked like it was eternally engulfed in flames, burning endlessly. When standing in front of the gates, one could feel the Flame Rock Sovereign's unbridled tyranny. The surroundings were heavily guarded. Xianxia stood in front of the gates and reported his identity, asking the guards to help pass a message to Ba Tuesday. Xianxia and Yu Bingyun both looked extraordinary. Their strength was even more startling. The guards did not dare to be slow, quickly reporting the news. Soon, Batu's carefree laughter came from the gates. He walked over with large strides. When he saw Xianxia, he immediately gave Xianxia a bear hug. "Brat, you only came now. I have already waited for you for more than a year. Come in first." "Hey, this is..." Xianxia, who only cared about talking to Xianxia, did not react immediately when he saw Yu Bingyun. After a while, he exclaimed in extreme shock, "Damn! Brother Xianxia, you really managed to get the Lunar Palace's holy daughter." Batu's words in front of so many people immediately froze Yu Bingyun's pretty face. This misunderstanding was too big. The misunderstanding was too big. Xianxia quickly said, "I think Brother Batu is overreacting." Batu smiled abashedly and quickly apologized. Yu Bingyun ignored him. However, her expression slowly turned warmer, showing no intention of settling scores with him. Come. Since Brother Xianxia is here, let's have some fun in Dark City. I'll bring you to the City Lord's residence to apply for an outstanding talent token first. With this outstanding talent token, you can enjoy the privileges that only the older generation Emperor Wu can enjoy. That would be truly satisfying. The City Lord's residence of Dark City was only a faction on the surface. The people there were appointed by the factions represented by the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Given Batu's status, it would be easy for him to apply for an outstanding talent token. When Xianxia was in line outside the city gates, he had heard some things about the outstanding talent token. For example, Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian could fly through the city gates because they had the outstanding talent token. However, Xiaoqian's main reason for coming here was the corpse that Batu's group found on the road that buried emperors. The jade strip on that corpse contained the Paradise secret cannon. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other hidden treasures. Xiaoqian was hoping to get lucky. He wanted to go take a look and see if there were any gains. "Wait for a while. This time, I actually have a request to make of Brother Batu," Xiaochen said seriously, rejecting Ba Tu's words. Ba Tu slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He asked gravely, "What is it? If I can help, I will definitely do so without hesitation." "Is the corpse that you found on the road that buried emperors still there? What did you find on that corpse? Can you tell me a thing or two?" When Ba Tu heard this, he could not help smiling. There was nothing on that corpse except for the spatial ring on its finger. It was also a pile of trash. "We suffered a great loss. Could it be that the jade strip we gave you is extraordinary?" Since Xiaochen had already decided to come here, he did not intend to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Bring me to see that pile of trash first." Ba Tu laughed loudly, and a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "Bring Miss Bingyun around the castle. Remember to treat her well." Ba Tu looked like a boorish fellow. However, he was very meticulous. He knew that it was not convenient for others to hear about this, so he sent Yu Bingyun away without anyone noticing. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. She did not care much about her interactions with Xiaochen over the past few days. Yu Bingyun already knew that Xiaochen had obtained the inheritance of an ancient dragon seeking secret art. However, Xiaochen had also told her the truth. This dragon seeking secret art was very difficult for people with ordinary comprehension ability to learn. Chapter 1170. The threshold for comprehension ability was too high. Even if an ordinary geomaster obtained it, it would not be of much use. At most, it would broaden their horizons. Xiaochen followed Ba Tu to his private treasure pavilion in the castle. In one of the old rooms, he saw the trash that Ba Tu spoke of. There were broken bells, large lumps of metal, rotten knives, and all sorts of metal balls. There were many of them. At first glance, they were indeed trash. However, in Xiaochen's eyes, they were all dusty treasures, making him somewhat happy. How was this trash? This was a complete dragon-subduing platform. However, it had been destroyed and scattered. After repairing and refining some of the parts, he reassembled them. This was a ready-made dragon-subduing platform. The bell was the dragon-summoning bell. With just a gentle shake, it could automatically summon back the spirit vein that escaped. When dealing with some evil dragons, there was no way to get them to obediently go to the dragon-subduing platform. Hence, the dragon-summoning bell became a necessity. The rotten knives were the essence of the dragon-subduing platform, the dragon head guillotine. There was also the lump of metal. This was the ready-made foundation of the dragon-subduing platform. If Xiaochen had to pool his own money to build it, he would need at least 10 years to prepare. However, these things were worthless in the eyes of a cultivator. They were completely useless. Even a regular geomaster would not recognize these things. Even if they recognized them, they would not know how to use them. They had to be used in conjunction with the Paradise Secret Canon. That's all? It is infuriating to talk about it. A group of brothers and I risked our lives to bring back a corpse. Unexpectedly, the ring is filled with a pile of trash. Ba Tu appeared rather depressed when he mentioned this matter. Xiaochen reluctantly put down the dragon-summoning bell. Then he said, "These are not trash. They are all treasures." Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Xiaochen told Ba Tu about the Paradise Secret Canon and the true value of this pile of trash. "I can leave a copy of the Paradise Secret Canon for Brother Ba Tu's day. As for these dragon-subduing platform parts, I hope that Brother Ba Tu will do me a favor. Name a price and I'll buy them." After Ba Tu heard that, his expression changed. He said, "You are looking down on this, brother. Without you making a move, I, Ba Tu, and my friends would have died in the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Furthermore, at that time, Brother Xiaochen could have made a move to silence us and snatch this corpse away. Don't say anything. You can just take these things as trash." Ba Tu's straightforwardness made Xiaochen feel somewhat embarrassed. Not only did Ba Tu not want the Paradise Secret Canon's copy, but he even gave all the parts of the dragon-subduing platform to Xiaochen. After the dragon-subduing platform was completed, Xiaochen would no longer need to be afraid of those evil dragons while seeking the dragon acupoints. This dragon-subduing platform was extremely important to him. In fact, when he reached the level of Emperor Wu and searched for a royal spirit vein, this dragon-subduing platform would be of great help to him. I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future, if the Flame Rock Sovereign or Brother Ba Tu need any help, I will definitely be there at your beck and call, Xianxia said extremely seriously as he accepted the parts of the dragon's subduing platform. Ba Tu laughed loudly and said, well said, well said. However, there is indeed a problem that is troubling this brother. What problem? Xianxia asked, feeling suspicious as he frowned slightly. Speaking of which, what exactly is your relationship with the Holy Daughter? Don't be in a rush to deny it. If it were someone else, they would definitely fall out with her on the spot. Furthermore, Xianxia felt somewhat speechless. He thought that Ba Tu would ask something serious, so he quickly interrupted, don't mention this. Ba Tu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. All right, I won't mention it. I understand. The more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Xianxia smiled helplessly and said, never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Bring me to get the outstanding talent token, then. I plan to stay in Dark City for a while and complete the dragon's subduing platform before leaving. The disassembled dragon's subduing platform had existed for too long. Many things needed to be repaired, which was a rather large project. Furthermore, Xianxia needed to purchase many divine materials. With the outstanding talent token, he would be able to obtain a considerable discount when purchasing in Dark City. Furthermore, some divine materials could not be purchased through ordinary channels. With the outstanding talent token, it would be easier to access those special channels. Ba Tu patted Xianxia's shoulder and smiled. That's easy. Come, I'll bring you to the city lord's residence now. As Xianxia strolled around the castle, he could sense the auras of several experts, both in the open and in the dark. There was even a gaze that seemed to belong to a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Wu, watching him from the dark. However, it seemed like that gaze did not have any malicious intent because of Ba Tu's day. Furthermore, it did not pry too much into Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived at the city lord's residence in the center of Dark City, he relied on Ba Tu's signboard to pass through all sorts of tight security and strong checkpoints. This allowed Xianxia to personally experience the strength of being a great pirate of the Black Sea. Along the way, he saw several half-step Emperor Wu experts at the checkpoints, undergoing strict questioning and inspections. When Ba Tu and Xianxia arrived at the Zong Affairs office, where the outstanding talent token was processed, they were about to enter. Suddenly, a voice called out to Ba Tu from behind. When Ba Tu heard that, he turned his head back, and his expression changed involuntarily. Damn, this fellow actually came to the Zong Affairs office as well. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there would be some problems with the outstanding talent token? Brother Ba Tu, are you bringing someone to get the outstanding talent token? Behind the Zong Affairs office, a white-robed young man with a jade-like complexion and a sinister aura walked over unhurriedly with a person behind him. Xianxia sized up this person. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he was also a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. Boundless sword intent flashed in this person's eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it could tear through the air. Another peak great perfection quasi-emperor outstanding young talent. Xianxia felt shocked in his heart. However, when he thought about it, the Black Sea lacked everything but resources, so he felt somewhat at ease. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea controlled the greatest benefits of the Black Sea. In terms of resources, they were probably even stronger than some of the Holy Lands. After all, their headquarters were in the Black Sea. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor happened to rely on the accumulation of resources. Of course, if one's talent was insufficient, no matter how many resources one had, it would be pointless. Being able to use vast resources to raise one's cultivation to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor within a short time was already an incredible feat. This person is called Lu Yun, a descendant of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, Ku Yejin. Ku Yejin ranks 6th among the great bandits and is a sovereign martial emperor who uses the sword. This person once suffered greatly at my big brother's hands. Xianxia knew that Ba Tu's big brother was the most talented outstanding talent of the Flame Rock Sovereign's bloodline. He was also the Flame Rock Sovereign's legitimate successor, someone who would inherit the title of Flame Rock Sovereign in the future. However, Ba Tu had always been busy with cultivation, rarely appearing when he was in closed-door cultivation. Compared to Ba Tu, he was much more low-profile. That Lu Yun sized up Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Not bad. With the cultivation of a great perfection blue-robed emperor, you meet the threshold. However, it is hard to say whether you can get an outstanding talent token or not. However, based on Brother Ba Tu's appearance, it seems like you want to go through the back door." This person had an arrogant expression. After saying that, he left with his head held high. Remember to tell your big brother to come out of closed-door cultivation early. The next Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is about to begin. At that time, I will personally defeat him. The person beside Lu Yun turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chen. A faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a fierce electric fire burned in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why does this fellow make it seem like he has a grudge against me? If I recall correctly, I have a grudge against him. If I recall correctly, this is the first time Xiao Chen met Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you sissy. Who said that your uncle is going through the back door? It is just an outstanding talent token. My brother can easily obtain it. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Ba Tu's explosive temper could not endure Lu Yun's aloof temper. Once provoked, Ba Tu would immediately erupt. Lu Yun turned around and did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "If you did not go through the back door, you would not have been able to obtain an outstanding talent token. Don't boast and harm your brother. Furthermore, if not for giving face to your big brother, I would have slapped you for what you said earlier." The competition between the descendants of the great bandits was actually so intense. This surprised Xiao Chen, who was at the side, slightly. He felt like he had gotten involved in some grudges. The more Ba Tu spoke, the angrier he became. He cursed, "Damn! Do you dare to bet with me? This brother of mine will definitely obtain an outstanding talent token. Furthermore, his results will be even higher than this person you brought." Lu Yun said coldly, "You are really reckless. Do you know who this person beside me is? He is Xia Yang, the descendant of the legendary Thunderfire Sovereign. He is someone who can make it into the top 5 of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting." So that's the case. When Xiao Chen heard that, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that this fellow was Xia Luo's elder brother. No wonder Xia Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Chen had taught Xia Luo's younger brother and the clan elder, Wang Jin, a lesson at Blackwater Island. Word of that had probably reached this person's ears. Xia Yang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, there is no need to bother with these two clowns. There is no need to lower yourself to their level. Just smile." Lu Yun nodded and said, "That's true. If these words came from your elder brother, Ba Yan, I might be able to take them seriously. However, when they came from you, Ba Tu, I only need to smile." The two echoed each other, causing Ba Tu's complexion to turn red and white. That kind of arrogance and disdain infuriated him. Xiao Chen stepped forward and patted Ba Tu's shoulder. Then he looked straight at the two and said, "It is just an outstanding talent token. There is no need for the two of you to mock and ridicule me like that. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? You will only make others feel ashamed of you." Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. His eyes became like swords as they pierced toward Xiao Chen. A boundless sword intent burst out from his eyes. Unexpectedly, this fellow's sword soul had reached 50% comprehension, far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, Lu Yun's sword intent gained a feeling of spring returning to a withered tree. This made his sword intent even more exuberant, surging boundlessly. If Lu Yun looked at an ordinary person, that person would immediately fall to the ground in fright, trembling and unable to get up. However, Xiao Chen did not fear Lu Yun at all. His saber soul had already reached 60% comprehension, completely suppressing his opponent. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness moved slightly as he looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes. He did not even take half a step back. Chapter 1171. Saber intent spread out from Xiao Chen's body. It was like one could hear sharp clanging sounds in the air, inspiring the urge to cover their ears. Many people came to the City Affairs Hall to handle the Outstanding Talent Token and other matters. When they saw this scene, they could not help but look over. When they saw that someone dared to clash with Lu Yun's aura, they could not help feeling surprised. Lu Yun was very famous in this vast dark city. He was extremely strong, even able to defeat some consummation blue-robed emperors. What a fellow! To think that you really have some skill. Ba Tu, I accept your bet. Lu Yun said indifferently to Ba Tu as he withdrew his gaze. Anticipation lit up in his eyes. Ba Tu sent a voice projection back. Xiaoqin, are you confident? I did not recognize that Xiaoyang at first glance. This fellow is also very famous in Dark City. He is not inferior to the descendants of the great bandits of the Black Sea. His outstanding talent token should have reached its time limit, so he is here to reapply for it. If you are not confident, then I admit defeat. I will ask my uncle to help you apply for an outstanding talent token. Xiaoqin replied calmly. There is no need. Just go ahead and gamble. Bet as much as you want. I will help you win it all in one go. With Xiaoqian's words, Ba Tu immediately calmed down. He smiled and said, Lu Yun, let's make the bet bigger this time. The loser will give the winner 200 essence stones. How about that? 200 essence stones. The moment Ba Tu said that, not only did Lu Yun's expression change slightly, but even the surrounding young cultivators who were watching felt shocked. Essence stones could only be extracted from King Spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's cultivation. Without advancing to Emperor Wu, there was no way to purchase essence stones through normal channels. They could only obtain them at auctions. These outstanding talents had the backing of the great bandits and lived in the resource-rich Black Sea. Hence, they could rely on their clans to obtain some essence stones every month. However, they only obtained about 20 essence stones every month. They still had to rely on Holy Spirit veins to cultivate. Ba Tu wanted to bet 200 essence stones in one go. It looked like he had been holding back his anger and wanted to make a big bet. Xia Yang's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Brother Lu, just agree with him. The guy next to him happens to have some conflicts with me. Let's break his spirit here first. Lu Yun secretly sent a voice transmission to ask if he was really confident. He only had 300 origin essence stones on him, and he had saved them up. Don't worry. My Thunderfire art has already reached the 10th layer. It is more than enough to defeat him in the test of the outstanding talent token, Xia Yang guaranteed confidently. Lu Yun had always looked down on Ba Tu and did not want to lose in front of him. With Xia Yang's guarantee, he immediately agreed to Ba Tu's request and said loudly, I happen to be lacking origin essence stones. If you want to give them to me, I naturally have no objection. Ba Tu and Lu Yun are at loggerheads. This is going to be a good show. What a big bet. 200 origin essence stones. If I had 200 origin essence stones, my cultivation would increase by 20%. Stop speaking nonsense. Your clan does not have a sovereign martial emperor holding down the fort. Where are you going to get 200 origin essence stones? Even if the elders of your clan found them, they would use them for themselves. Ba Tu and Lu Yun's huge bet immediately attracted the attention of the many youths who came to apply for the outstanding talent token. Aside from the descendants of great bandits who could use their connections to apply for the outstanding talent token, the outstanding talent token was also open to the public. As long as one cleared the checkpoints set by the City Lord's Residence's City Affairs Hall, they would obtain the outstanding talent token as well, allowing one to enjoy many benefits in Black Sea City and a death exemption medallion. With the outstanding talent token, no expert would dare to kill you. At the very least, this was a guarantee in the Black Sea. Aside from this, one could enter many of the peak places in the city unobstructed with the outstanding talent token and enjoy the most expensive treatment. Not just the local outstanding talents of the Black Sea, but several outstanding talents from other sea regions also came to Dark City to apply for the outstanding talent token. Furthermore, in the Kunlun realm, as long as one was not over 50 years old, one could be considered a youth. Hence, the City Affairs Hall was always filled with people. There were many people who came, but only a few were able to successfully apply for an outstanding talent token. The reason was simple. The checkpoints set by the City Affairs Hall were too difficult. Lu Yun and Xia Yang took the lead and entered the City Affairs Hall. Xiao Chen and Ba Tu followed closely behind. After registering according to the City Affairs Hall's rules, they were led into the testing hall. The vast and majestic testing hall was bustling with people. When Xiao Chen saw this, he found it somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were so many people here to apply for the Outstanding Talent token. A quick count gave at least 100 people, ranging in age from 20 to 50. Some were strong, some were weak, some were strong, and some were of different races. There were humans, fiend race, ghost race, and even some demon mixed-blood cultivators. This was a great eye-opener. Dark City truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering city. Just the test for the Outstanding Talent token could attract so many outstanding talents. These people were all different. However, the pride they exuded was not as wild and unruly as they usually were. They were all very similar. After being immersed in the Black Sea for a long time, one would develop a baleful aura that was very hard to get rid of. However, this baleful aura would not affect the minds of outstanding talents. Instead, it would be used by them to strengthen their auras. Lu Yun's appearance attracted everyone's attention. This descendant of a great bandit was very famous and in the limelight. In comparison, the descendant of a great bandit like Ba Tu attracted much less attention. After all, this dark city was a place where strength reigned supreme, a place where the strong were worshipped. If Ba Tu's eldest brother were here, the situation would be different. Dong, dong, dong. Dense footsteps resounded. Countless people rushed in from outside the City Affairs Hall to watch the excitement. This made the young outstanding talents participating in the Outstanding Talent token feel strange. Although the Outstanding Talent token's test did not prohibit spectators, it was rare for such a bustling scene to appear under normal circumstances. There had to be something strange about this. Indeed, after asking around, the crowd learned about the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. They all showed strange expressions. Who is that white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to compete with the Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He looks like he is only a middle-stage great perfection blue-robed emperor. His cultivation is weaker than Xia Yang's. This white-robed bladesman must have a great background. Otherwise, Ba Tu would not be so bold. That might not be the case. I feel that he is just bluffing. He is just a nameless person. It is hard to say whether he can obtain the Outstanding Talent token or not. How can he compete with Xia Yang? That's right. He will definitely lose. The crowd discussed the matter. Some of the young outstanding talents participating in the test purposely stopped, wanting to let the two fight one-on-one. The two took up the responsibility and went to the first stage of the City Affairs Hall's test. The test of strength. Xiao Chen was no stranger to this test method. It was the same as the one he used in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The 100-meter-tall stone tablet was connected to an iron man through an exquisite formation on the ground. The difference was that this time, the metal man's chest, throat, forehead, and other areas were marked in red. After the old man beside the stone steel explained it to Xiao Chen, he knew that the testing stone steel here was closer to actual combat. The vital parts of the stone steel were reinforced, making it harder for one's strength to penetrate. Just like martial artists, they would definitely put up extra defenses at their vitals. If one was confident, one could attack the vital parts of the metal man. If one's strength could penetrate it, one could light up more gems on the stone steel. If one's strength was insufficient, then one's result would be extremely low. One would be eliminated in the first stage. Most people would not choose to attack the vital parts. They would just use the normal method to test their strength. The City Affairs Hall elder guarding the first stage said expressionlessly, "The first stage is to test your strength. If you want to obtain the Outstanding Talent token, you have to light up the 6th row of gems at the very least. Lighting up one gem is 1 point. The highest score for this stage is 10 points. Xiao Chen's expression changed involuntarily. In the previous test at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, the ones who could light up the 6th row of gems were almost all consummation blue-robed emperors. In this place, the minimum requirement to obtain the Outstanding Talent token was to light up the 6th row of gems. The threshold was extraordinarily high. No wonder Lu Yun said that even a great perfection blue-robed emperor might not be able to obtain the outstanding talent token. As for the subsequent scores, Xiaoqun knew that this test had a total of 3 stages. In the end, the scores would be added up to determine one's ranking among all the outstanding talents taking the test. In this first stage, I will make you fall into despair. Xia Yang was very confident in the test of strength. After the old man finished speaking, he walked over step by step. With every step Xia Yang took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire burned on his body. His aura was startling. Sparks even appeared high in the sky in the vast hall. If not for the restrictions in the hall, the lightning would have burst out. Thunder Fire Art. This is a profound cultivation technique created by the legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign. Its explosive power is extremely ferocious. I wonder which layer Xia Yang has cultivated it to? As long as he reaches the 7th layer, he will be able to defeat that white-robed bladesman for sure. The legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign, was very famous. Although the Xia clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, no one dared to underestimate the might of this Thunder Fire art. Xia Yang took 10 steps. With every step he took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire appeared on his body. When he finished taking 10 steps, the crowd exclaimed. Amid the layers of lightning-attributed fire, Xia Yang's aura was extremely strong. He was no weaker than a regular consummation blue-robed emperor's. He might even be stronger. Unexpectedly, he cultivated the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer. This Xia Yang really hid himself deeply. He will probably shock everyone in this outstanding talent summit meeting. There is no hope. Batu's 200 essence stones are probably gone. After charging up his strength, Xia Yang roared and punched the metal humanoid. The light on the testing steel flickered, and rows of gems lit up rapidly. Soon, all the gems on the 5th row lit up. The first purple gem on the 6th row lit up, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gems. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th. This caused an uproar. Xia Yang's punch lit up a total of 9 gems on the 6th row. This was a startling result, surpassing most consummation blue-robed emperors. Chapter 1172. Although Xia Yang had used the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art and stored up energy for a while, no one could deny his results. However, no one could erase his results. All of this was within the rules. The first stage was a test of strength. Lighting up 9 gems and obtaining 9 points was basically the highest score of the first stage. Xia Yang scattered the 10th layer of Thunder Fire on his body. His complexion turned slightly red, and he looked somewhat weak. Clearly, his cultivation of the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art was not very stable. However, the joy and pride on his face did not diminish at all. He looked at Xiaoqun arrogantly and laughed loudly. In this stage, I lit up 9 gems on the 6th row. How can you compare to me? To most people, to surpass the 9th gem, one would have to erupt with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu and light up 10 gems. However, this was clearly impossible. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. There was no way Xiaoqun could compete with him. Xia Yang would definitely win the first stage. White-robed bladesmen, what do you have to defeat me? Xia Yang lit up 9 purple gems in one go, appearing very spirited. After cultivating the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer, Xia Yang's goal was not Xiaoqun but the outstanding talent summit meeting that would take place in a month. At that time, he would shine brightly. Xia Yang treated Xiaoqun before him as an appetizer. At the same time, he would kick his younger brother and vent his anger. At the same time, he would slowly spread his fame. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this scene. He said to Ba Tu in an indifferent manner, "Prepare 200 origin essence stones later." Haha, if you can't take it out, don't blame me for making a fool of you in front of everyone and doing some embarrassing things. Ba Tu's face sank slightly, rage building in his heart. However, when he saw Xia Yang obtain 9 points, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. In reality, Ba Tu did not have 200 essence stones. It was only because he trusted Xiaoqun unconditionally that he demanded an exorbitant price. Xia Yang wanted to take revenge on Lu Yun for all the time. He didn't expect that Xianxia would score 9 points in the first round. If Xianxia continued to perform well, his total score would probably be able to rank in the top 20 of the overall ranking. Don't be too happy so soon. This is just the first stage. There are still 3 more stages, testing movement techniques, eyesight, and actual combat. There will be plenty of opportunities to overtake them. Ba-Tu argued back, but his words seemed to lack confidence. When Lu Yun heard this, he smiled in disdain and said, "Stubborn duck. Continue holding on. Let's see what else you have to say when we reach the final stage." Everyone's gazes focused on Xiaoqin. They all wanted to see what expression this white-robed bladesman would have when he saw Xia Yang's despairing 90 points. But they were disappointed. The expected dismay and surprise did not appear on Xiaoqin's face. His delicate face was still calm. Taking a step forward, Xiaoqin used his hand to touch the Iron Man. The places he touched were all the vital parts of the Iron Man, such as its chest, throat, and the space between its eyebrows. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he overestimated himself and wanted to challenge the Iron Man's vital parts? If one could penetrate the reinforced defenses of the Iron Man's vital parts, one would be able to obtain a very high score. However, if one was not strong enough, one would obtain a score far lower than one's own strength. The risk was very high. Practically no one could obtain a high score by challenging the Iron Man's vital parts. Most of them could not even light up the purple gems. Lu Yun smiled coldly and said, "This fellow really wants to win so much that he has gone crazy." Glancing at the stunned Ba-Tu, Lu Yun added, "Indeed, he is someone you brought up. His way of thinking is different. However, he does not know that he is a big joke." Ba-Tu could not help retorting, "If you can obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts, my brother will definitely be able to do it." Lu Yun smiled conceitedly and said, "Do you think that everyone is a descendant of Ku Yejin? Even if you called your big brother over, he would not be able to obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts. This is something only a peak swordsman can do. You idiot, you don't know anything." Most of the people present agreed with Lu Yun's words. Unless one was a peak swordsman who could focus their attacks on one point, it would be very difficult to break through the reinforced defenses. Although the attacks of a bladesman were tyrannical, they excelled in chopping and chopping. They could not focus their attacks on one point. In history, there had never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts. When everyone saw that Xiaoqin wanted to obtain victory by relying on the vital parts, they all shook their heads slightly. Their eyes filled with disdain. This white-robed bladesman overestimated himself. "Can I use a saber?" Xiaoqin stepped back. Now that he was confident, he asked the administrator of the sect affairs hall. That old administrator smiled and said, "Naturally. If a bladesman does not use a saber, how can he bring out his greatest strength? However, let me give you a piece of advice. In the history of Dark City, there has never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "There will be one soon." When the old administrator heard that, he could not help but smile faintly. His expression did not change. The arrogance of youth was understandable. The old administrator had seen too much in his life and would no longer make a fuss about nothing. How arrogant! Let's see what kind of joke you will make. Xia Yang could not stand Xiaoqin's indifferent attitude, so he mocked him. Whoosh! Right after Xia Yang spoke, everyone in the hall saw an extremely dazzling saber light flash by. The saber light was too bright, forcing everyone to blink involuntarily. As the saber light flashed, there was also a gust of wind. This wind made everyone's long hair flutter gently. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin, who was holding nothing in his hands earlier, had already sheathed his saber. Then he slowly hugged the lunar shadow saber. Did he draw his saber? This saber strike was too fast, so fast that everyone doubted it. It flashed by, they did not see it clearly at all. Naturally, Xiaoqin had drawn his saber. Although not many people saw Xiaoqin draw his saber, there were still some, such as Lu Yun, the old administrator, and Xia Yang, who stood beside Xiaoqin. When Xia Yang saw that the stone steel did not even light up, he could not help laughing loudly. Not bad, your posture is pretty good. Unfortunately, not a single gem lit up. White-robed bladesman, you will probably become the biggest joke of the year in Dark City. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, Xiao Chen's saber strike was incredibly fast, startling them all. When they heard Xia Yang's words, they realized that it was just a joke. Not a single gem lit up. Although this was somewhat surprising, it was rather normal. Many cultivators who wanted to score points by attacking the vital points had encountered such a situation before. However, Xiao Chen made it seem so mysterious, giving off the air of an expert. In the end, he still ended up with such a result. This was truly a joke. Something's not right. Lu Yun, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly frowned. He discovered that something was wrong. The old administrator behind the stone steel also showed a grave expression, appearing extremely flabbergasted. There was a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the metal puppet's neck. A resplendent saber light shot out from that crack, looking as dazzling as the sun. Before everyone's incredulous gaze, the metal puppet's head separated from its neck with a "Kasi." The instant the metal puppet's head flew off, a boundless saber wind surged out from its neck. A strong saber intent hummed along with the wind, reverberating in every corner of the vast hall. The strong and horrifying saber intent made everyone shudder in fear. The wind kept blowing for a long time, causing the noisy hall to slowly quiet down. Only the humming of the wind could be heard. Such a scene attracted several elders and administrators of the sect affairs office to come out from their hiding places. When they saw the headless metal puppet, they were all startled. The metal puppet that had stood in the hall for more than 1,000 years had its head chopped off. The metal puppet's neck was specially reinforced. No cultivator under the age of 50 could chop it off. But now, this unbelievable scene had happened in real life. The old administrator behind the stone steel narrowed his eyes and sighed. He had not expected to make such a mistake. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little friend, let this saber wind stop. There's no need. Let this wind continue blowing. I want someone to remember how I defeated him." Amid the boundless strong wind, Xiao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and glanced indifferently at Xia Yang, whose mouth was agape. "Let the wind continue blowing. I want someone to know how I defeated him." These words sounded very calm and unperturbed. However, they were like a heavy slap to Xia Yang's face, resounding loudly. Xia Yang thought about how Xia Yang had defeated him after he scored 9 points. He had a proud expression on his face and shouted, "How are you going to defeat me?" Now, Xiao Chen used the best action to prove how Xia Yang defeated him. The way Xiao Chen won, the way he won, made Xia Yang's face hurt from the wind. For this stage, our people from the Hall of Sect Affairs had a discussion. Although the gemstone didn't light up, it's still not enough. Although the gems did not light up, the strength that Xiao Chen displayed does not need to be proven. We will give him 10 points for this stage. The wind slowly stopped. As everyone expected, Xiao Chen, who chopped off the metal puppet's head, obtained the rare perfect score. Xiao Chen firmly surpassed Xia Yang, taking first place. After hearing the administrator's conclusion, Ba Tu could not help but laugh. "My apologies, first young Master Lu. My brother made a fool of himself in front of you. Unfortunately, you are not even comparable to a joke. I remember that you only scored 9 points for this stage." Lu Yun was very angry. He had not expected Xiao Chen to use such a decisive method to turn things around. Everyone thought that he would definitely lose in the first round, but he made a huge comeback. Don't get cocky. There are still 3 more stages. The victor is not decided yet. Lu Yun said coldly. Ba Tu rubbed his chin and smiled. These words are really familiar. Oh, that's right. Didn't I say it earlier? How did Brother Lu rebuke me? Every dog had its day. Seeing Lu Yun's deflated appearance, Ba Tu felt very carefree. How many years had it been since Xiao Chen had seen Lu Yun so angry? This gamble was worth it. Don't get cocky. I will not lose to you in the next 3 stages. Chapter 1173. Xia Yang said coldly to Xiao Chen. Then he stepped forward. The next stage tested movement techniques, which were also based on 10 points. Xia Yang's performance in this stage was not very good. The 10th layer Thunderfire art allowed his explosive power to far surpass that of the younger generation. However, his movement technique was much weaker. He only managed to get 7 points in this stage, barely passing the passing line. Seeing his opponent's unsatisfactory performance, Xiaochen was happy and relaxed. He held back some of his strength, using only the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to obtain 8 points. Xiaochen did not have a specific goal. He just needed to obtain 1 point more than his opponent in each stage. He could not do anything about the first stage. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. If Xiaochen did not bring out his full strength, he would not be able to surpass him. In the second stage, Xiaochen could preserve his strength. Naturally, Xiaochen chose to do so. Among the cultivators watching, Xiaochen discovered several strong existences. The auras they gave off were no weaker than Lu Yun's. Xiaochen did not know what these people were here for. If he could preserve some of his strength, he would do so, not letting others see through him. The third stage tested eyesight. There was no need to mention this stage. Xiaochen had already cultivated the Heavenly Eye. If Xiaochen opened the Heavenly Eye, even the half-step Emperor Wu would not be a match for him. He did not need to open the Heavenly Eye to deal with Xia Yang. Xiaochen easily obtained 7 points, defeating his opponent's 6 points. It looked like the two were locked in a stalemate. Every time, it seemed like Xia Yang had a chance to defeat Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen surpassed him by 1 point every time. After 3 stages, the gap between the two reached 3 points. Lu Yun's expression turned increasingly unsightly. At the start, Ba Tu, whom Lu Yun looked down on, smiled more widely. The fourth stage tested practical combat. With Xiaochen's intentional control, Lu Yun finally defeated Xiaochen, defeating Xiaochen's 6 points with 7 points. After the 4 stages, Xiaochen obtained a total of 31 points, and Xia Yang obtained 29 points. The two's total points successfully entered the top 50 of the Outstanding Talent token. Among the Heaven's Pride tokens, Xiaochen had engraved the number 30, while Xia Yang had engraved the number 49. The numbers represented their rankings. It was clear who won and who lost the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. Everyone had already somewhat expected the final outcome from the moment Xiaochen chopped off the Iron Man's head. However, Xiaochen still could not accept it. How could a nameless person turn the tables and defeat the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Yang? Ha! Young man, you are quite ambitious. I wonder how much of your strength you will be able to bring out in the test for the Proud Son of Heaven token. The old deacon who had first tested Xiaochen's strength had keenly noticed that Xiaochen had concealed his true strength in the last few tests, so he had secretly transmitted a message to Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not pay too much attention to it. He hid his strength simply to avoid some trouble. He did not have any other ambitions. He could only say that this old deacon was thinking too much. 200 essence stones. Quickly take them out. The victor had already been decided. Ba Tu immediately led Xiaochen to demand repayment, not giving Lu Yun any face. Lu Yun's face darkened as he tossed out 200 essence stones. He said coldly, "Let me tell you, my essence stones are not that easy to obtain. Don't run into me at the summit meeting." After saying that, Lu Yun felt that he had lost too much face, so he quickly left. Xia Yang, who followed closely behind, glanced at Xiaochen before leaving without saying a word. "Is that so? I think they are easy to obtain. Coincidentally, I lack essence stones. Many thanks, Brother Lu." Ba Tu said loudly to Lu Yun, who had already gone far away, as he accepted the essence stones with a carefree smile on his face. "Come, let's go and have a drink." This was really delightful. Ba Tu directly handed the essence stones to Xiaochen, not showing any intention of putting them in his pocket. Then he led Xiaochen out of the city lord's residence. The commotion slowly died down. However, news of Xiaochen chopping off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike in the city lord's residence's clan affairs hall, which was unprecedented in history, would definitely spread throughout the entire Dark City in a short time. As a bladesman, Xiaochen obtained full marks in the first stage of the Outstanding Talent Tokens test, putting him on par with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen's feat in the clan affairs hall was just the beginning. Over the next few days, people continued to obtain the outstanding talent token, setting new records one after another. Furthermore, most of these people were not the local outstanding talents of Dark City. They were all outsiders, giving off the feeling that a storm was brewing. The cultivators in Dark City only reacted when the news of the start of the new Outstanding Talent Summit meeting spread. These strong outstanding talents that suddenly appeared were people from other sea domains who came to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The originally restless Dark City immediately turned even more chaotic. Every day, there would be fierce battles between outstanding talents, trying to determine who was stronger. Among them, many of the outsiders had made a name for themselves in a series of fierce battles. This allowed people to know the names of these people in advance. Dark City was very chaotic. However, Xiaochen did not care about this chaos. He remained in the Flame Rock Fortress and anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Xiaochen anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Even his cultivation time was squeezed out. With the outstanding talent token, Xiaochen successfully purchased the divine materials he needed to repair the dragon-subduing platform. At the same time, he saved a large sum of black astral coins, allowing him to experience the great benefits of the outstanding talent token. Yu Bingyun did not go anywhere in Dark City. When she learned that Xiaochen wanted to repair the dragon-subduing platform, she took the initiative to offer her help. The repair was a huge project. It would be great if someone was willing to help. Xiaochen did not think too much before agreeing. On this particular day, the repair of the dragon-subduing platform reached its final stage. Ba Tu rushed over to inform Xiaochen of a piece of news. My first brother, Ba Yan, came out of closed-door cultivation and wants to meet you. Xiaochen had heard of Ba Tu's first brother, Ba Yan. This person was very strong and ranked among the top of the many outstanding talents in Dark City. Even that Lu Yun once suffered at Ba Yan's hands. Xiaochen had stayed in this Flame Rock Fortress for a long time. Be it out of courtesy or curiosity, Xiaochen wanted to meet this person. Xiaochen stopped what he was doing and followed Ba Tu together with Yu Bingyun. When they arrived at a drill ground in the fortress, they saw Ba Yan exchanging moves with a senior of his clan on the drill ground. A stout man who looked somewhat similar to Ba Tu stood on the drill ground. His entire body surged with energy. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of rocks crashing and flames surging. Every move of this man was extremely ferocious. He walked the path of opening and closing. However, these simple moves had a certain charm to them. After watching for a long time, Xiaochen discovered the profoundness behind them. Ba Yan cultivated two wills, the will of fire and the will of rock. He cultivated both wills to great perfection. Furthermore, he used an ingenious method to merge them, forming the will of flame rock unique to the flame rock sovereign's bloodline. The will of flame contained a surging, boundless explosive force and the hardness and toughness of rock. Ba Yan's opponent was a consummation blue-robed emperor of the Flame Rock Fortress. Although this was not a battle to the death, the fight was still extremely intense. Although that old man used all his means, he could not make up for it. When Ba Tu saw this, he revealed an expression of worship. This is my first brother. When he came out of closed-door cultivation, he cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer. He is the most talented person in the history of our clan. When my grandfather was this young, he only cultivated the flame rock art to the 9th layer. Yu Bingyun smiled and asked, "What layer are you at now?" Ba Tu smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Can this be a secret? I'm too embarrassed to say." Although Ba Tu did not say it, Xiaochen could tell that Ba Tu's flame rock art had only reached the peak of the 6th layer, not even breaking through to the 7th layer. Compared to his first brother, Ba Tu was far from comparable. However, this was not because Ba Tu was too weak. Ba Tu's talent was not bad either. Rather, it was because his first brother, Ba Yan, was too strong, too dazzling. Bang! Rock and flame merged. When Ba Yan punched with a mighty might, he forced the old man back another 10 steps. The battle in the martial arts arena came to an end here and did not continue. After first young master comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely shine brightly at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The descendants of the other great bandits will never imagine that first young master has cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer, the old man who was sparring with Ba Yan said with a smile. The old man said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Ba Yan looked as carefree as Ba Tuesday. He looked like he was in a good mood, but he appeared more cautious and reserved. Ba Yan's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit, filled with boundless confidence. However, he did not speak confidently. Our clan's flame rock art is a peak inferior grade cultivation technique among profound cultivation techniques. Being able to cultivate it to the 10th layer is indeed a great advantage. However, it is not good to underestimate others because of this. There are no ordinary people among the descendants of great bandits. After saying that, Ba Yan dismissed the old man. Then he walked over to Xiaochen excitedly with a smile on his face. You are the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen that my younger brother mentioned. According to my younger brother, you are very incredible. You even chopped down that Iron Man from the Clan Affairs Hall with one strike. Let's exchange a few moves. Ba Yan's words sounded very provocative. Ba Tu quickly said, Xiaochen, don't mind him. My older brother's temper is like this. When he sees an expert, he can't help itching for a fight. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, he has not improved at all. It's fine. I would like to see Brother Ba Yan's martial techniques as well. Xiaochen did not dislike such people. In fact, he was somewhat similar to them. When he saw an expert that made his eyes light up, he could not help wanting to spar with them. He wanted to see what he could learn from them and improve himself. Or perhaps he just wanted to find an opponent for himself. If a cultivator kept cultivating behind closed doors, without having experienced hundreds of battles, they would definitely regress. Ba Yan smiled and said, It looks like we are on the same path. Let's exchange 3 moves, then. Xiaochen nodded and said, That's what I was thinking. Let's go. Before Ba Tu's and Yu Bingyun's stunned gazes, the 2 people who had just met immediately went to the drill platform, preparing to fight. A strange look flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. She said, Why is your elder brother looking for Xiaochen? Could it be that he wants to spar with him? Chapter 1174. Ba Tu scratched his head and said, I'm not sure either. It seems like Big Brother received an invitation and is preparing to bring Xiaochen along. He should be testing his strength now. As the 2 of them spoke, Xiaochen and Ba Yan started fighting. Compared to the other cultivators, Ba Yan appeared extremely simple and crude. He did not store up any power, simply raising his hand and punching. Blazing fire burning clouds. This move was based on the state of raging fire. The moment Ba Yan moved his feet, a surging sea of fire instantly spread out. What a shocking explosive power! The other party's explosive power slightly surprised Xiaochen. Furthermore, there was no need for him to accumulate power at all. He could control it as he wished. Not daring to be careless, Xiaochen's figure flashed as he executed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps. His body became like a dragon as he took 7 steps forward. With every step he took, 1 or 2 wild lightning dragons would shoot out from beneath Xiaochen's feet, and they would roar towards the sky while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. After he took 7 steps, 12 berserk electric dragons flew out from behind Xiaochen. At this moment, he instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and clashed with his opponent's punch. The auras of the 2 sides clashed, clashing head-on. The saber light and the fist light clashed, giving off a loud sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Xiaochen took 5 steps back, but Ba Yan took 10 steps back. What kind of saber technique is this? It is so fast, yet it can still erupt with such might. Ba Yan appeared somewhat shocked. Xiaochen raised his saber and stood upright. He said, Thunder Dragon Chop. I condensed the lightning tribulation saber technique that I comprehended in the past into a saber technique. I only recently comprehended it as well. It looks like it is pretty strong. Using the Thunder Dragon steps as the foundation and the lightning tribulation saber technique from before, this was a new move that Xiaochen came up with in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Without the advancement of the Thunder Dragon steps, this move would not have appeared. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinarily mighty. Interesting. Take another punch from me, conquering the world fist. This punch also obtained the will of rock, not as ferocious and explosive as the will of fire. However, the aura that Xiao Chen's fist technique revealed was even more domineering. It was as if he wanted to suppress the mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers with one punch. As Ba Yan soared into the air, the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers appeared under his feet. With this punch, all the mountains and rivers submitted. This move was not as ferocious as before, and the aura it exuded was much weaker. However, the tyrannical aura it radiated gave Xiao Chen even greater pressure. Good timing. This move completely aroused Xiao Chen's competitive spirit. With a loud laugh, he stomped on the ground with one foot. Immediately, a cyan dragon shadow flew out from Xiao Chen's body. The 10,000 heavenly laws in his body all turned into illusory dragons. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 dragons soared into the air, roaring in unison. As Xiao Chen slashed down with his saber, he materialized the subduing dragon profound slash, forming a green saber light that reached the sky. Ba Tu gaped and exclaimed, "Damn! He is trying to destroy the stage." Yu Bingyun also felt some shock. However, she was much calmer than Ba Tuesday. She said indifferently, "Don't worry. It is just a simple exchange. The two of them know their limits and will not bring out their full strength." The punch that contained the might of mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers struck the cyan saber light. Kasi. Cracks appeared on the surface of Ba Yan's fist, and countless specks of dust flew out. Xiao Chen's saber strike had broken Ba Yan's protective rock veritable energy. However, the might of this punch was similarly startling. A clear crack appeared in the saber light where Ba Yan's fist struck. "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore." When Ba Yan saw his protective veritable energy break, he was startled and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Chen again, he no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's fist subduing rivers and mountains was extremely powerful. This was the first time Ba Yan met someone in the same generation who could break his defense. Ba Yan already lost in the first move, and his protective rock veritable energy broke in the second move. If they continued fighting, he would have to use his trump card in the third move. However, Ba Yan did not intend to use his trump card so early. The two moves were very efficient, allowing the two to gain a clearer understanding of each other's strength. Although Ba Yan was slightly weaker in this exchange, he still looked as graceful as before. The first move's horrifying eruption could be executed at will. Xiao Chen circulated the Thunder Dragon steps and took 7 steps before he managed to gain a slight advantage with the Thunder Dragon chop. The second move, fist subduing rivers, subduing mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers, was even more tyrannical. This was the first time someone nearly broke Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation for the third move. If he guessed right, the third move should merge the will of fire and the will of rock. Then he would circulate the 10th layer of the flame rock art and execute them together to form a horrifying killing move. Xiao Chen estimated that if he perfectly executed it, it would rival a medial-grade profound martial technique. Unfortunately, Ba Yan suddenly withdrew at the crucial moment. "Not bad. It looks like Ba Tu was right. You are even stronger than he described." Ba Yan walked over while laughing loudly. He did not hold any grudges because he was weaker than Xiao Chen. Instead, his eyes filled with joy. It looked like this Ba Yan was truly a battle maniac. He was the kind of cultivator who truly indulged in combat and did not care about victory or defeat. "Big brother, how is it? With Xiao Chen's strength, he can accompany you to that gathering, right?" Ba Tu asked with a smile as he walked over with Yu Bingyun. Ba Yan nodded and said, "Naturally he can. However, Brother Xiao Chen has to be willing first." Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused as he asked, "What gathering?" Ba Yan took out an invitation and smiled. "I don't know who initiated it, but it's a small gathering for the successors of the 13 great bandits. I received it the moment I came out of closed-door cultivation. It should be someone who wants to test the might of my fist. I don't think I'm a descendant of a great bandit," Xiaoqun said with a frown. He felt that this gathering had nothing to do with him. Ba Yan smiled and said, "How can you not figure it out? Even an uncouth person like me knows that this gathering is a test of strength before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Tell me, does it have anything to do with you?" Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It was the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting again. Xiaoqun had already heard these words several times. However, he had been busy repairing and rebuilding the dragon subduing platform, so he did not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was. Could it be that you still do not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is after being in Dark City for so long? Seeing that Xiaoqun still had a somewhat confused expression, Ba Yan and Ba Tu both showed surprised expressions. Xiaoqun smiled embarrassedly and said, "I really do not know about this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I came to Dark City for another matter. I am preparing to leave 3 days later." Ba Tu, tell him about it. I thought that he was here for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Ba Tu thought for a while and organized his words. Then he said, "The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is jointly held by the factions of the 13 Great Bandits. The purpose of this is to promote competition between the various outstanding talents. It is held once every 5 years, and it is like a test. Anyone with an outstanding talent token can register. The competition is intense and cruel. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The top 3 will receive the most valuable rewards. They will all receive varying amounts of essence stones. The first place will receive a medial grade profound martial technique and a chance to enter the dark blood pool to strengthen the physical body. Essence stones? A medial grade profound martial technique." A light flashed in Xiaoqun's eyes. These 2 items held a fatal attraction to any blue-robed emperor. No wonder the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was so attractive. This also explained why he saw so many cultivators from the foreign seas coming to apply for an Outstanding Talent token at the City Administration Hall. What do you think? Do you still think that this small gathering has nothing to do with you? Ba Yan said with a smile, "It is very difficult for those who rely on connections to get in. Even if Ba Tu wanted to go, I would not bring him. The ones going this time will definitely be the strongest of the Great Bandits' descendants. Without sufficient strength, you will only be humiliated." Xiaoqun quickly made his decision. He said seriously, "Many thanks, Brother Ba Yan. When are we leaving?" "Let's go now then. After being in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, my bones have already turned soft. It is time to meet up with those old friends." Ba Yan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he put away the invitation letter and led Xiaoqun away. Before leaving, there were still some finishing touches to the dragon subduing platform's repairs. So, Xiaoqun could only ask Yu Bingyun to help. Fortunately, Yu Bingyun did not reject it, happily accepting it. However, Xiaoqun found it strange. Given Yu Bingyun's strength, she should be able to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. However, she did not seem interested. With Ba Yan leading the way, the 2 flew around the city without any fear. With the Outstanding Talent token in hand, they completely ignored the rules of Dark City that prohibited flying. Along the way, Ba Yan was very talkative. Perhaps it was because of their bloodline, but the descendants of the Flame Rock Sovereign were rather carefree, not holding back when they spoke. "Xiaoqun, what exactly is the relationship between you and the Holy Daughter? Thanks to you, this is the first time the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter has come to our Flame Rock Castle as a guest." Ba Yan was no different from Ba Tu in this aspect. They were both very gossipy. Helpless, Xiaoqun could only give a solemn explanation. However, Ba Yan still did not believe him. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We have arrived." After traveling for a long time, the 2 arrived before a restaurant in the inner city. The restaurant gave off a strange aura. Its frame felt exceptionally sturdy. This is the famous Conflagration restaurant of Dark City. The entire restaurant is made of divine materials. Furthermore, there are restrictions laid on it. Even if a battle breaks out in there, it will not damage the restaurant. It is the favorite place of the Black Sea cultivators. Ba Yan had been to the Conflagration restaurant several times before, so he was familiar with the place. Ba Yan strode in, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nearly everyone's gazes focused on him. Damn, this battle maniac came out of closed-door cultivation. Hurry up and leave. After holding it in for more than half a year, I wonder who he will vent his anger on. A moment of panic appeared in the hall. The messy tables immediately opened up a path for Ba Yan. Xiaochen laughed hoarsely and said, "It looks like you are quite famous in this place." Ba Yan's lips curled up as he said, "How boring. I still miss the first time I came here. Back then, I fought to my heart's content. Now, the Black Sea cultivators are becoming increasingly cowardly." The location of the gathering was on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. Someone had already reserved the entire place. Without an invitation, one could not enter. Chapter 1175. After handing over the invitation, the two of them walked in smoothly. Compared to the bustling hall, the second floor was much quieter. The two did not arrive early. Several young cultivators were already seated in the seats that had been cleared. The instant Xiaochen stepped onto the second floor, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. There were many familiar faces here. Lu Yun and Xia Yang were here. It looked like they had been here for a long time. What surprised Xiaochen was that Jiang Feng, whom he met at Blackwater Island, was here as well. After not seeing Jiang Feng for some time, Jiang Feng's strength had increased very quickly. He now exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly, Zhao Feng noticed Xiaochen as well. He was similarly surprised. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Several people who saw Xiaochen started discussing in whispers. Xiaochen chopped off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike. This news had recently spread like wildfire, inciting a huge debate. A blue-clad bladesman on a seat suddenly smacked the table. A wine cup flew up and spun around quickly. "Hey, white-robed bladesman, you have been in the limelight recently. I'll treat you to a cup of wine." The blue-clad bladesman smiled coldly and gently smacked the wine cup. Immediately, the wine cup flew at Xiaochen at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Indeed, it was as Ba Yan said. The people who came were all unruly. If one was weak, one would only be humiliated. The moment Xiaochen entered the second floor, someone immediately put on a show of strength. The wine cup that flew over from nowhere was very particular. It was not just at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. All the wine in the cup was infused with the blue-clad bladesman's strong saber intent. If Xiaochen was not careful, he would end up making a fool of himself, regardless of whether he could catch it or not. If Xiaochen caught it, the wine filled with saber intent would have long since reached a critical point after spinning thousands of times, exploding upon contact. The explosion would have covered Xiaochen's entire body. Every drop of water was a lethal existence. Xiaochen could not avoid a sorry state. If Xiaochen could not catch it, the other party would say that he was not sincere. This show of strength was very powerful. The descendants of the great bandits were all sneering, waiting to see how Xiaochen would respond. Ba Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and did not make a move. This was a show of strength aimed at Xiaochen. If Xiaochen couldn't even pass this small hurdle, it could only prove that he had misjudged and shouldn't have brought Xiaochen here. Xiaochen smiled gently. It was unknown when the lunar shadow saber had appeared in his left hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the resplendent saber was unsheathed. The instant Xiaochen drew his saber, a strong wind containing Xiaochen's saber intent howled out, lifting everyone's hair. First, Xiaochen used his strong saber intent to suppress the saber intent in the wine, stopping it from spinning. When the saber was completely drawn, the saber and the wine cup happened to be in a straight line. The wine cup stopped firmly on the tip of the saber. Xiaochen used his outstanding eyesight, strong saber soul, and fast speed to catch the other party's wine cup. The two looked like good friends that had not met for many years when the blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup. The blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup, and Xiaochen drew his saber to catch it. Their cooperation was tacit. This tense and exciting scene might sound complicated, but in reality, it happened in just an instant, in the blink of an eye. The wine cup stopped spinning on the tip of the saber, and the wine shot out. Xiaochen raised his head and opened his mouth. The wine flew in a beautiful arc and landed in Xiaochun's mouth. Not bad. This is indeed good wine. I'll return the cup to you. Xiaochun sheathed his saber, and the wine cup stopped hovering in the air. Then he wiped the wine off his mouth. Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, and the 60% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness moved with a thought. Then, it attached itself to the wine cup and flew towards the blue-clad youth. The empty wine cup that flew over was like an unparalleled saber light, boundlessly sharp and containing a boundless saber intent. According to the etiquette of toasts, Xiaochun should have offered a cup of wine in return, not an empty cup. Naturally, Xiaochun knew about etiquette. However, he had another reason for doing so. The blue-clad youth put on a show of strength the first time they met. Honestly speaking, Xiaochun did not feel much resentment. This was how the world of cultivators was in the first place. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Xiaochun had long since calmly accepted this. However, he had his own pride. If the other party could catch this empty cup, he would be qualified to receive a toast from him. If the blue-clad youth could not catch it, then he would be sorry. Xiaochun would not even look at this person in the eye. After Xiaochun perfectly caught his wine cup with the tip of his saber, the blue-clad youth's expression became much more restrained. When the blue-clad youth saw the empty cup return, his expression turned grave. As the saying went, the layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the excitement. The two's exchange looked very flashy. All the outstanding talents present knew what kind of danger was contained within these few simple actions. If it were a small perfection blue-robed emperor without much strength, that cup of wine from the blue-clad bladesman would have been sufficient to severely injure him. However, not only did Xiaochun catch it perfectly, but he even returned an empty cup to the blue-clad youth, testing the blue-clad youth's strength. The situation immediately became interesting. Liu Yang's grandfather is known as the Black Sea Saber Sovereign. He has always been the strongest bladesman of the Black Sea's younger generation. This time, he probably met with an expert. I wonder if he can catch the cup? All the outstanding talents turned their gazes to Liu Yang, wanting to see how he would deal with this. This increased the pressure on him. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Many countermeasures flashed in his mind, but he rejected them all. It was not difficult to catch the empty cup. However, not only did he have to catch it, but he also had to catch it as beautifully as Xiaochun did, casually catching it. Otherwise, if he put in too much effort, he would end up at a disadvantage in this formless competition. In one breath of time, Liu Yang thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped, catching the empty cup flying over perfectly. Hu Qi! The wine cup spun rapidly in Liu Yang's hand. Every time it spun, it scattered a large portion of the saber intent that Xiaochun added to it. The wind howled, buzzing. The saber wind that Liu Yang sent out lingered on the second floor. It was like many treasured sabers humming endlessly. The sharp saber intent made everyone's expression turn serious. This empty cup that Xiaochun returned with was not simple at all. Similarly, Liu Yang's hand that caught the empty cup with one finger was not careless at all. The two of them were evenly matched as they fought back and forth. There is no wine in the cup. It looks like young Master Xiao says that it is good wine, but in reality, you look down on this Liu's wine. You are not even willing to return a cup. Never mind, this Liu will offer you another cup. I will make sure that your words are the same, no longer saying one thing and thinking another. In Liu Yang's mouth, the empty wine cup that Xiaochun used to test the waters became a new excuse, an excuse for him to make another move. Liu Yang spun the wine cup around his finger and smiled faintly. Then he suddenly let go, letting the cup spin in the air. It was like magic. The instant Liu Yang let go, an exquisitely carved white jade wine bottle emanating a cold qi appeared in his right hand. The wine that flowed out was like snow melting on a mountain peak, slowly falling into the wine cup. The temperature of the entire second floor plummeted. As Liu Yang poured the wine, it became increasingly cold. It was so cold that everyone felt their blood freeze. Strands of cold qi rose from the wine cup. An alluring wine fragrance spread out, shattering one's heart and causing them to reveal an intoxicated expression. What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It must be a peak-quality wine. At the same time, it perfectly matches Lu Yang's will of ice. The wine that he is going to offer is definitely extraordinary. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. The outstanding young talents discussed the unexpected clash between the two bladesmen. Everyone was filled with anticipation. When the wine cup landed on the table, it was filled to the brim. Lu Yang put down the wine bottle and picked up the wine cup, shaking it gently. A clump of snowflakes soared up from the wine. Countless snowflakes bloomed, and an ice phoenix grabbed the wine cup and spread its wings to fly away. This wine is called 1,000-Year Snow. I was fortunate enough to buy 10 bottles in the distant ice sea. I hope that I will not disappoint Brother Xiao this time. Lu Yang's gaze turned cold. The wine cup filled with 1,000-Year Snow emanated Lu Yang's cold and emotionless saber intent. Then he charged forward together with the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix, which was originally just an image, seemed to come to life with the support of Lu Yang's saber intent. The ice phoenix held the wine cup with its claws. Its eyes were cold and piercing, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. Just this cold gaze alone allowed others to catch a glimpse of Lu Yang's strong saber intent. The sudden appearance of the ice phoenix caused the wine cup to fly over much faster than before. As it spread its wings, it carried a sharp saber intent and a strong pressure. Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate it. He dodged and pushed off the ground. Then he spread his arms and slowly flew backward. He retreated. Lu Yang's lips curled up in a cocky smile. In the end, he still retreated. However, Lu Yang's smile slowly froze. As Xiaochen retreated, his white robes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair and every strand of his fluttering robes gave off a strong saber intent. Ding, 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 ding. As Xiaochen's hair fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like zither music. As Xiaochen's robes fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like a heroic war drum. As the zither and drum sounded, Xiaochen advanced by retreating. He used his strong saber intent to resolve Lu Yang's sharp and unparalleled saber intent on the ice phoenix step by step. Xiaochen spun around and smiled faintly. Then, he sat behind a table and casually put down the lunar shadow saber. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the wine cup. Xiaochen easily caught the wine cup of the ice phoenix, which had already exhausted its saber intent. The ice phoenix circled around Xiaochen's head before turning into snowflakes and drifting down. Looking at the wine cup in the wine cup, Xiaochen picked it up and drained it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt incredibly spicy and had a strong aftertaste. It made him feel very carefree and delighted. It is indeed a good wine. Young Master Lu, you lived up to your words. Xiaochen praised Lu Yang as he put down the wine cup with a slightly flushed face, appearing somewhat tipsy. Lu Yang's heart sank, but his hands did not stop moving. He said coldly, as the saying goes, drink 3 cups when you meet. Since it is good wine, then drink 3 cups in a row. Lu Yang, who was not convinced, filled 3 cups of 1,000-Year Snow with dazzling movements. Then he sent them to Xiaochen again. Good timing. Xiaochen was a wine lover in the first place. This 1,000-Year Snow suited his taste. He laughed loudly and picked up the empty wine cup. Then he infused his saber soul into it and knocked it against the table. Bang! Chapter 1176. The 3 incoming ice phoenixes shattered under Xiaochen's full-force attack. As the snowflakes swirled in the air, Xiaochen downed 3 cups in a row. Not satisfying enough. Xiaochen put down the wine cup heavily. He felt his entire body relax, like he was drunk but not drunk. The more he drank, the stronger he became. As you wish. Lu Yang's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up, and his aura erupted. Lu Yang's hands moved so fast that no one could see them clearly. Cup after cup of 1,000-Year Snow flew out together with the ice phoenixes and snowbirds. In the main hall, all the geniuses were a little stunned. They did not expect a simple toast to be so majestic. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiaochen looked at the dazzling ice phoenixes. His hands moved much faster than Lu Yang's. Cup after cup, Xiaochen seemed to be truly drunk. He could not help but laugh loudly in the wind and snow. A strong saber intent spread out from his body. As he laughed, his usual calm was gone, replaced by arrogance and indulgence. Pooh! Lu Yang's movement stopped. He discovered that his wine cup was empty. The 1,000-year snow he brought had already been used up. As for Xiaoqin, he had already drunk more than 100 cups. No more wine? It's fine. I have some. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Although young Master Lu and I are not bosom friends, we are both wine lovers. Since you have toasted me 100 cups, I will return 1,000 cups. Xiaoqin put down his wine cup and stood up. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The empty cups on every table on the second floor started to tremble under the influence of Xiaoqian's 60% comprehended saber soul. However, these cups were not enough. The saber intent spread out, and all the empty wine cups in the hall started to tremble violently. What's going on? The many cultivators in the Conflagration restaurant all had horrified expressions. They did not know what was happening. Whoosh! With a thought from Xiaoqin, all the wine cups gathered on the second floor. There were exactly 1,000 cups, no more, no less. All the 1,000-year flame that Xiaoqin collected flew out of the universe ring. He casually waved his hand, and the wine bottle shattered. Golden wine flickered with a golden light as it sprayed out. Not a single drop was spilled, and all of it fell into the wine cup hovering in the air. Buzz! The wine cup shook slightly, and clumps of flame soared up. With the support of Xiaoqian's saber soul, they formed a huge golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings, and a horrifying saber intent pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. A startled cry rang out as the golden crow slowly flew towards Lu Yang, carrying 1,000 cups of 1,000-year flame. When Xiaoqin looked at Lu Yang, this descendant of the Black Sea Saber Sovereign was already scared silly, his legs trembling slightly. Who among the heroes of the world dared to say that they would not be drunk after 1,000 cups of wine? Since you've toasted me 100 cups, I'll return 1,000. Do you dare to drink? The huge golden crow gave off a dazzling, golden light. Xiaoqian's strong 60% comprehended saber soul made the golden crow's aura extremely sharp. Together with the 1,000 cups of 1,000-year flame, the golden crow not only suppressed Lu Yang, the descendant of the Saber Sovereign, but also caused his legs to go soft. Even the descendants of the other great bandits showed stunned expressions. They felt immense pressure, and their hearts pounded heavily. At the same time, they felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, the one who mocked Xiaoqin was not them. Just thinking about the 1,000 cups of wine pressing down on them made them tremble in fear. After 100 cups of 1,000-year snow entered his stomach, Xiaoqin felt slightly dizzy. He had not drunk so much in a long time. Xiaoqin had not gotten drunk in a long time. He could no longer remember the last time he got drunk. Who cares about his identity as the Blue Dragon King? Who cares about being the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Who cares about being a meteor if he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? This time I'll just get drunk. I don't care about anything else. I'll be arrogant and unrestrained. Xiaoqian's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. His strong saber intent worked together with Xiaoqian's. The tyrannical aura that he had kept hidden in his heart for a long time was unleashed without any reservations. Haha! In the vast Black Sea where outstanding talents gather, there is not a single person who dares to drink with me. As Xiaoqin held the wine cup, he blushed slightly. When he saw the frightened Lu Yang, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was unrestrained, coupled with his drunkenness, making him feel very happy. The strange movements of the wine cups earlier startled the hundreds of cultivators in the hall of the Conflagration restaurant. This was the place where the fiercest cultivators of the Black Sea gathered. However, when they arrived at the top of the restaurant and peeked at the situation on the second floor, they could not help being startled. Damn it! Who's this? How arrogant! How arrogant! Boundlessly arrogant. This is the first time I feel that this Lu Yang is so pitiful. Who would dare to accept these 1,000 cups of wine? This white-robed bladesman seems to be the person who caused a huge commotion recently. He is the one who chopped off the head of the City Affairs Hall's metal puppet. So it is him. I've heard of him before. I heard that Xianxia, the descendant of the Thunderfire Sovereign, won in a domineering manner. At that time he really shocked a lot of people. Seeing Xiao Chen's unrestrained manner, the cultivators who were peeking disgust in low voices. Their eyes filled with worship. The strong reigned supreme, no matter where it was. On the second floor, Ba Yan blushed with shame. This Xiao Chen brother was probably really drunk, daring to say anything. With one sentence, he offended all the outstanding talents present. However, he is arrogant enough. I like it, Ba Yan said with a grin. When Lu Yang heard Xiao Chen's words, his complexion alternated between red and white. He felt very ashamed. Earlier, he had mocked Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen did not return the toast. Now that he had 1,000 cups, Lu Yang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Lu Yang had to face such a vast saber intent alone, he would not be able to match it. Don't laugh at my Black Sea for having no one. I want Xiao Feng to drink with you. Unexpectedly, the first outstanding talent to step forward was actually Jiang Feng, who had suffered at Xiao Chen's hands once. Xiao Chen's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. When he saw Jiang Feng step forward, he laughed loudly and said, I'll toast you 100 cups. As Xiao Chen laughed, he waved his hand, and 100 cups of thousand-year flame immediately flew towards Jiang Feng. Every cup of golden wine contained Xiao Chen's strong saber intent. As the 100 cups flew out, they were like hundreds of strands of sharp saber qi. Jiang Feng's face sank. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and his hands moved rapidly. He received cup after cup and placed them in his mouth, directly drinking them. However, after drinking 30 cups, he stumbled and felt dizzy. The strong aftereffects of the thousand-year flame made him feel tipsy. Puxi. After drinking another 10-odd cups, Jiang Feng could no longer hold on. The movements of his hands slowed somewhat, and the cups of thousand-year flame struck him. His entire body was covered in wounds as he went flying. Only now did the crowd realize how strong the aftereffects of peak-quality wine was. How strong was Xiao Chen, who could still stand stably after drinking 100 cups? I'll drink with you. I, Lu Yun, will drink with you. However, Xiao Chen stirred up everyone's hot-bloodedness. With Jiang Feng taking the lead, they all stepped forward one after another. All of a sudden, the originally empty second floor was in chaos. All the outstanding talents of the Black Sea got drunk. The thousand-year flame was a peak-quality wine. Normally, drinking one cup would make one dizzy. After drinking dozens of cups, it was impossible not to get drunk. Amid the chaos, some people's eyes turned bloodshot. Feeling angry in their hearts, they drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen. The first to attack was Lu Yang, who was being bullied the most miserably. He drew his saber, and his figure flashed as he executed a killing move. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and gently drifted over. He picked up a cup of thousand-year flame and drained it in one go before dodging. Then, his figure moved swiftly and executed Thunder Dragon steps. He took 7 steps and ferociously chopped down the Thunder Dragon chop together with the Lunar Shadow Saber. Bang! Lu Yang, who blocked with his saber, got knocked back by Xiao Chen, crashing into the wall of the restaurant in a sorry state. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally as he stood on the table. Then he staggered and drank another cup. Smiling in disdain, he said, "You are only SSO, and you still want to sneak attack me? Attack together." When the group of drunk people saw Xiao Chen standing on the table, their blood surged. They could no longer resist charging over. Good timing. Half drunk and half awake, Xiao Chen felt free and unfettered. There was a kind of unbridled feeling that he had never felt before flowing through his veins. After the effects of the alcohol, this unbridled feeling was amplified 100-fold. Xiao Chen laughed loudly 3 times and brandished his lunar shadow saber, charging over. Saber lights and sword images appeared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The intense battle turned chaotic. Xiao Chen weaved his way through the crowd, drifting away. Such a chaotic battle caused the eyes of the cultivators peeking outside the building to widen. A proper gathering actually turned into such a state. No one had expected it. What was even more unexpected was that the drunk Xiaochen let go of all his limbs. Even when fighting against so many outstanding talents alone, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xiaochen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul even gave him the upper hand in the situation. The thousands of cups of thousand-year flame in the air had already scattered. The wine cups contained Xiaochen's saber intent. They did not shatter in this chaotic battle. Instead, they moved about as the battle went on. Xiaochen went completely berserk, releasing all the pressure. Occasionally, he drank a cup of thousand-year flame to fight the outstanding talents. For hours later, aside from the sturdy main body of the restaurant, the tables, shelves, screens, and all sorts of decorations had all shattered. The floor was a mess. The outstanding talents fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was unknown whether they were completely drunk or knocked out by Xiaochen. As he swayed, Xiaochen's white robes were dyed red with blood. Much of it was his blood, but most of it was the blood of the great bandit's descendants. As Xiaochen stood at the table, he drank the last cup of thousand-year flame. Then, he looked around with his drunken eyes and discovered that no one was still standing. So he could not help laughing loudly again. However, this laughter contained some desolation, a loneliness that others would find hard to understand. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the world, time flies. The peak of the Emperor's Road is filled with boundless glory. Xiaochen laughed loudly and fell over. The empty wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. When Ba Yan, who had been hiding at the side when the chaotic battle started, saw this scene, he quickly rushed over. When he saw the mess, he smiled bitterly and said, "I really should not have brought him here. The host of this gathering should be crying now." Even now, Ba Yan had not seen the host of the gathering. This was to his liking. It was best if he did not see him. Ba Yan carried Xiaochen on his back and prepared to leave this troublesome place. He accidentally chopped down all the outstanding talents. This matter had blown out of proportion. Chapter 1177. Just as Ba Yan carried Xiaochen on his back and prepared to leave, two figures flashed out of the messy second floor. If Xiaochen were still here, he would definitely recognize these two people. They were the two figures he saw at the city gates that day. One of them was Zhao Feng, the descendant of the Divine Eye Sovereign, who was ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The other person was Sima Lingxian, the most famous and dazzling outstanding young talent in the Black Sea. This was especially so after Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father, Zhong Buxiong, advanced to sovereign martial emperor. Sima Lingxuan's status soared, no one able to compete with him. These two were the organizers of this gathering. They had arrived long ago for the sake of waiting for a certain person. However, they did not show themselves. Who would have thought that the gathering would turn out like this? It was truly unexpected. The person they were waiting for did not show up. Instead, such a person showed up, brandishing a saber and beating up the crowd. "Indeed, it is you," Sima Lingxian said through clenched teeth as he looked in the direction Xiaochen and Ba Yan had left in. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Sima Lingxian heard the name of the white-robed bladesman in the city, he had suspected that it was that Xiaochen. Now that he saw it for himself, he confirmed his guess. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 10 years, Xiaochen was still so strong. Compared to the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, he was still as elegant as before, inspiring an unparalleled feeling. If news of this scene spread, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiaochen would resound throughout the entire Dark City, surpassing Sima Lingxian once again. It would be just like the 5-nation youth competition back then, when Xiaochen suddenly rose up and completely overshadowed Sima Lingxuan's glory. "You are coming to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting as well? Very good. I have waited for this day for a long time." A resolute expression flashed in Sima Lingxuan's eyes as he thought to himself. Only then did he slowly calm down. Zhao Feng, who was at the side, did not notice Sima Lingxuan's strange expression. He looked at the many great bandits lying on the ground, snoring loudly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those present were all famous geniuses of the Dark City. To think that an outsider would cause them to be in such a sorry state. Of course, part of the reason was that the strength of these geniuses had greatly decreased after drinking the wine. However, Xiao Chen's strength was undeniable. It could only be described with one word: powerful. At least, Zhao Feng thought that if he met Xiao Chen, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. However, he was still confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen at the Geniuses Summit, he would still be the one to emerge victorious. It's a pity that Huang Yun still hasn't shown up. That guy has been gone for 3 years. I bet he's already forgotten about the Geniuses Summit meeting. Zhao Feng quietly said, "That's right, the purpose of this summit was to force Huang Yun out." Even though the descendant of the top pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, had been gone for 3 years, he still remained a burden in Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxuan's hearts. Sima Lingxian said calmly, "It is indeed unfortunate. However, the unfortunate person is you, Zhao Feng." "What do you mean?" Sima Lingxian revealed a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "Ha! Unfortunately, your strength has not improved at all. You will still lose to me this time. Did you not notice that that person is already here?" Zhao Feng's expression changed, and the light in his eyes began to rapidly change. An azure whirlpool of light began to spin in the depths of his eyes. A blurry scarlet figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. The scarlet figure flickered and quickly vanished from his vision, quickly changing directions. A figure appeared on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. This figure wore yellow robes and carried a scarlet saber on his back. His eyes were slightly red. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. "He's back." Some of the martial practitioners who were watching from a high vantage point revealed horrified expressions when they saw the yellow figure, appearing to be extremely panic-stricken. The Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. 3 years ago, Huang Yun was the absolute overlord of the younger generation of Dark City. After he left, Sima Lingxian and Zhao Feng slowly rose to fame. This was especially so for Sima Lingxian. He rose very quickly, already showing signs of surpassing Huang Yun. Now that Huang Yun returning before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, there would definitely be a fierce battle at this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. First, there was the strong appearance of the white-robed bladesman, beating up the outstanding talents in a drunken state. Then, there were the cultivators from the outer sea, stirring up trouble and eyeing covetously. Then, there were the veteran overlords returning to Dark City. It would be difficult not to look forward to this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. After not coming for 3 years, the great bandits of Dark City seemed to have weakened again. Huang Yun glanced at the drunk outstanding talent lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not hide his disdain at all. Huang Yun raised his head and looked between Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Sima Lingxuan's face. "The two of you are pretty good. 3 years ago, I predicted that you would rise up. However, I did not expect you to rise up so quickly. However, you have a demon in your heart. If you do not get rid of it, you will find it hard to advance. You are not worthy of being my opponent." Sima Lingxuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, but this Huang Yun was still as strong as before. He could see through Sima Lingxuan's weakness with one glance. Sima Lingxuan's demon was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had killed Sima Lingxuan's father and once trampled on him. If Sima Lingxian did not defeat Xiao Chen, he would find it hard to undergo a true transformation. However, a demon can be a shackle or a motivation. If you really think that, you will suffer a miserable defeat at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Sima Lingxuan's eyes. He did not fear this returning overlord. Huang Yun smiled faintly, still feeling confident. "You are not a match for me. In that case, how about I be your opponent?" Just as Sima Lingxian was about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out on the second floor. A figure with a strong aura charged over, knocking away many cultivators peeking around before landing heavily on the ground. This person's eyes appeared somewhat chaotic, and his skin seemed like metal, flickering with a faint luster. Clearly, he was not of the human race or the fiend race bloodline, looking extremely strange. This was a mixed blood of humans and demons, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and high-ranked iron demons. It's him, Moran. He is one of the cultivators from the Outer Sea who caused the most trouble in Dark City recently. Since he is here, then the Ice Sea's Ling Xan and the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng will definitely be here as well. This is the true gathering. This is just the beginning. The moment this person appeared, many cultivators immediately recognized him. He was the Human Demon Sea's young expert, Mo Ran. A strong wind blew, and two men appeared on the second floor one after another. One of them was tall and exuded a strong aura. This was the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng. The other had a frosty expression, looking cold and emotionless. This was the Ice Sea's Ling Xan. The true gathering of outstanding talents had just begun. These words were not wrong at all. The 5 people here represented the strongest outstanding talents in Dark City. Including Xiao Chen and Ba Yan, who left, the strongest outstanding talents were all here. Huang Yun revealed a cruel smile and said, Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting has never benefited outsiders before. With me, Huang Yun, around, you will not be able to break this record. Is that so? Let's see how capable you are. The Human Demon Sea's Mo Ran smiled coldly as he charged over. Mo Ran's body flickered with light, looking like he had a body of steel. He was heavy and sturdy, and every step he took produced loud bangs. Mo Ran was like a running mountain. His aura was startling and unparalleled berserk as he punched. Huang Yun narrowed his eyes, and his slightly red eyes turned completely scarlet. He did not draw his saber but also sent a punch. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, producing a loud, ear-splitting sound. The 2 each took 10 steps back, and the entire conflagration restaurant shook continuously. Huang Yun, who carried the scarlet saber on his back, said coldly, You are merely With just this bit of ability, you cannot force me to draw my saber. The expressions of the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Ling Xan changed slightly. Huang Yun was indeed somewhat scarily strong. As a bladesman, Huang Yun actually used his fist to receive Mo Ran's move. If Huang Yun had used his saber, the result would have been different. You had best not come to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting half a month from now. Otherwise, if you lose too miserably, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The boundlessly tyrannical Huang Yun left behind these words. Then, a scarlet light flashed as he left the conflagration restaurant. How arrogant! Do you think that this is all my trump card? Mo Ran was not convinced at all. He pushed off the ground and charged forward fearlessly again. Now, only 4 people remained. Sima Lingxian glanced at the other 2 foreign cultivators. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he said, Since you are already here, it would be a pity if you only exchange 1 or 2 moves. That is precisely the case, the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Ling Xan said at the same time. A series of probing exchanges quickly took place in the restaurant. Everyone wanted to test each other out. However, no one would expose their trump cards. Everything would only erupt at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. At this moment, Xiao Chen was completely drunk and unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened after that. He did not know that a few strong people had arrived after him. This time, he was completely drunk. In the rock castle, Ba Yin carried Xiao Chen all the way to his courtyard. The sound startled Yu Bingyun, who was busy repairing the dragon-subduing platform. When Yu Bingyun saw the unconscious, blood-soaked Xiao Chen covered in wounds, her expression changed visibly. Her face turned cold, and a dense murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The appearance of that murderous intent startled Ba Yan. He found it hard to imagine that the pure and holy Yu Bingyun would have such a horrifying side. What's wrong with him? Who injured him? Ba Yan quickly explained what happened in the conflagration restaurant in detail, dispelling Yu Bingyun's doubts. He drank 100 cups of peak-grade wine in a row. Yu Bingyun's murderous intent vanished, and she showed some shock on her face. For a wine to be called peak-grade wine, it would have a strong aftereffect. Even the blue-robed emperor could not drink too much. Drinking 100 cups like Xiao Chen was simply unheard of. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to do so. After that, Xiao Chen's actions were even crazier. He beat up the outstanding talents while drunk, fighting alone against so many outstanding talents. He was truly drunk. If it were the rational Xiaochen, he would not have done such a crazy thing. That is what happened. Don't blame me for not helping out at that time. It was so chaotic. I was afraid that it would become even more chaotic after I went in. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1178. After Ba Yan tossed Xiaochen onto Yu Bingyun, he finally felt some relief. This Xiaochen brother looked refined and refined. Unexpectedly, he went crazy. Even a battle maniac like him, who everyone feared, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Yu Bingyun felt slightly stunned. She wanted to call out to Ba Yan, but he had already gone far away. Then she saw Xiaochen stumbling, looking like he would fall over. She panicked and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Yu Bingyun looked at the sleeping Xiaochen on her shoulder for a long time. Then she smiled bitterly. That's good. This fellow probably has not had a good sleep for a long time already. Since you carried me once, I'll carry you once as well. This place was still a long distance from Xiaochen's bedroom. Yu Bingyun would not be able to bring herself to carry Xiaochen over. Yu Bingyun said somewhat mischievously. Then, she copied Ba Yan and carried Xiaochen to the bedroom. He is really heavy. After placing Xiaochen on the bed, Yu Bingyun gently breathed out. Then, she looked at the bloodstains on Xiaochen's face that had not been cleaned off. For some reason, Yu Bingyun recalled the time in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Every time the Blood Sword Sovereign tried to stand up, he would vomit blood all over his face. Unknowingly, Yu Bingyun's hand moved down and touched Xiaochen's face. However, she withdrew her hand immediately, like she recalled something. Then she shook her head and brought over a basin of water to wipe Xiaochen's face clean. Then, she called a maidservant over to help Xiaochen change his clothes and clean his wounds. After everything was done, Yu Bingyun returned to the bedroom. She saw that Xiaochen's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. Xiaochen had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would startle Xiaochen awake. However, this time, due to the aftereffects of drinking 100 cups of peak-quality wine, even after someone changed Xiaochen's clothes, he still did not react. Xiaochen could only be said to be drunk. After sighing, Yu Bingyun picked up Xiaochen's blood-stained white robes. Then, she quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Xiaochen had a dream. The dream was hazy but real. He dreamed of Seven-Horn Mountain, of his father who chased him out of the clan, of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, of Lu Ryue, of Bai, of Feng Feishue. He dreamed of many people. He happily chatted with these people and felt extremely relaxed. But in the end he saw that those people were running as fast as they could behind him, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to him. He wanted to turn around, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so. The road ahead was a bridge, and on the opposite side of the bridge stood a door. On the door stood a blurry figure. However, Xiaochen knew who that was. That was the Qing Emperor of the Dragon's Gate. He was an unparalleled and tyrannical existence who swept through the world, an invincible existence. Even though Xiaochen had been dead for 10,000 years, he could still hear his name no matter where he went. Only he could trample on that Emperor's gate. Xiaochen had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask Xiaochen why he came to this world. Why did Xiaochen become enemies with the world, causing the Xiao clan's descendants to fall into such dire straits? Why did he leave such a huge mess for Xiaochen? Suddenly, the bridge broke. As Xiaochen ran over, filled with anticipation, it suddenly broke, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. The rapid fall, the suffocating fear, and the indescribable loneliness made him cry out loudly. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He looked around before reacting somewhat slowly. So, it was just a dream. My head hurts. After a while, Xiaochen's head ached. His tongue tasted bitter, dry, and tasteless. He felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. The side effects of drinking too much and sleeping too much forced Xiaochen to lean back on the bed. Xiaochen rubbed his temples with both hands as he circulated his energy to eliminate his fatigue. Soon, all sorts of discomfort vanished from Xiaochen's body. Replacing it was a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. His body relaxed, but his heart felt strangely empty. Xianxia tossed aside the blanket and got off the bed. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground. How long have I been asleep? My body is not listening to me at all. Xianxia was somewhat at a loss. Then he tried calling out to Ao Jiao. However, he discovered that there was no response. Strangely, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao were not in the immortal spirit ring. However, the connection between the item spirit and its master was still there. He was sure that nothing had happened to Ao Jiao, so Xianxia felt much more at ease. Xianxia got up and paced around the room. Then he stretched his limbs and let his law energy flow through his meridians, activating his qi and blood. As Xiaoqian's qi and blood stirred, his entire mind became empty. He entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. It was incredibly profound. This startled Xiaoqian. He knew that he had entered a state that all cultivators dreamed of, one with heaven. This state of one with heaven would not last for long. Xiaoqian had experienced it once when he broke through in the lower realm. So, he quickly sat down cross-legged. Without any other choice, Xiaoqian used all this precious time on comprehending Instant of Glory. Instant of Glory was currently Xiaoqian's strongest martial technique. It was a martial technique that allowed him to execute everything he learned. It was already comparable to a medial-grade profound martial technique. Furthermore, its might was far from what a regular medial-grade profound martial technique could compare to. Currently, this move only had a rough outline. Xiaoqian had only scratched the surface, not even reaching small perfection. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity to comprehend one with heaven. The blazing sun, snowflakes, blue dragon, broken leaves, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flew out of Xiaoqian's body, forming a profound picture. As Xiaoqian comprehended, more and more mysterious phenomena of martial techniques came out of his body. Four-season saber technique, myriad heaven divine fist, subduing dragon profound slash, thunder dragon chop, thunder dragon steps, flawless bright moon, thousand-year flame, thousand-year death. There were close to 100 martial techniques of various sizes. As time went by, Xiaoqian's understanding of Instant of Glory deepened. The directions this move could extend to were practically boundless. Eventually, it reached two paths, time and space. When the wondrous state vanished, Xiaoqian's comprehension came to a sudden stop. Although he had not managed to make a qualitative leap in Instant of Glory in such a short period of time, Xiaoqian managed to see the future path of this move. The state of time and space are too profound. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew now. However, I have gained a lot from this comprehension. With a thought, the instant Xiaoqian stood up, the many mysterious phenomena in the room stopped. Several mysterious phenomena disappeared, leaving only the bright moon, the night sky, and the winter snow, forming a picture of the cold moon and snow. Although the previous Instant of Glory was very soul-stirring and boundlessly grand, it was too chaotic in the end. There was no way to control it. Every time it was executed, it would exhaust a vast amount of law energy. Actually, there was no need for several mysterious phenomena to appear. It was not that the more mysterious phenomena one had, the more glorious they would be. Sometimes, to show glory, all one needed was a simple patch of yellow sand. Xiaoqian waved his hand, and the cold moon acupoint picture disappeared. Then, he said indifferently, in the past, the Instant of Glory was just wandering outside the door. This time, I have finally entered the room. I will not go astray. With a direction and the right path, there was no need to fear the long road or the rugged roads. One would eventually climb to the peak of Instant of Glory. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes and looked at the neatly folded white robes on the table. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing simple sleeping robes. There was also a letter on the clear wind robes, signed by Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun left a letter. Did she leave already? If not, there would be no need to leave a message like this. How long have I been asleep? Xiaoqian's heart was filled with questions. However, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were not around at this time. Feeling a little empty, Xiaoqian opened the envelope. The elegant handwriting made one feel a sense of lightness. The contents of the letter were not long, only 200 or 300 words. However, the contents of the letter deeply touched Xiaochen. I wonder how much longer you are going to sleep for. It has already been 10 days, and you still have not woken up. I can only leave without saying goodbye. Actually, my destination is not the human demon sea. I want to go to the ice sea and the storm sea. I want to help the lunar palace find 2 things to refine a new transcendent divine weapon. In the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave abode on Blackwater Island, there was a moment when I really thought I was going to die. I even gave up resisting. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but on the verge of death, your voice was like a ray of light that shone into hell. I shed my first tear. You and I are very similar. We both carry a great deal of pressure on our shoulders. Compared to you, what I've endured is really nothing. You're much more tired than me. It's rare to get drunk in life, but you have to wake up after that. Don't give up hope, don't indulge your arrogance. The world is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. Let's not give up. I will wait for you to become a martial emperor. If one day you need to undergo the tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely come and help you. Take care. We will meet again if we are fated. XXX Yu Bingyan, stay. XXX was a blob of smeared handwriting. Xiaochen couldn't see it clearly, but that wasn't the point. The main point was the concern in Yu Bingyun's words. It made one feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl had such a warm side. According to the contents of the letter, Xiaochen had slept for at least 10 days. That was a long nap. Xiaochen put away the letter, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Yu Bingyun's departure and the various scenes in his dream. Now that he thought about it, he could not calm down. He kept feeling somewhat empty, like he had lost or forgotten something. Looking at the clear wind robes on the table, Xiaochen held them in his hands. He could not help but recall the first time Lu Ryu addressed him. After putting on the clear wind robes, Xiaochen pushed open the door and went out. He discovered that the entire rock castle was deserted. Aside from the guards of some important places, most of them had left. Xiaochen strolled around the courtyard, heading for the dragon-subduing platform. Before he went to the conflagration restaurant, the dragon-subduing platform had nearly been repaired. Since Yu Bingyun had already left, she should have already dealt with the final matters. When Xiaochen arrived at the backyard, he was somewhat surprised to discover an old man in sackcloth robes. This old man had an ordinary air and an extremely thick beard, looking around excitedly on the dragon-subduing platform. "Who are you?" Xiaochen asked somewhat warily. This old man's appearance was very strange. Earlier, when Xiaochen sent out his spiritual sense, he did not sense anyone else in the courtyard. The hemp-robed old man turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. Don't be nervous. This is my home. If I wanted to take away your dragon-subduing platform, I would have plenty of opportunities to do so while you were asleep." Chapter 1179. Xiaochen looked carefully. Although he could not make out this person's cultivation, he could still sense the aura of rock and flame. This person should be an older generation Emperor Wu with a high cultivation in the Rock Castle. He was more knowledgeable and recognized the complete dragon-subduing platform. Since that was the case, Xiaochen stopped thinking about it. When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiaochen, he looked like he had lost something, so he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? You seem to be out of it after sobering up." Xiaochen was not willing to elaborate. He asked, "Does Senior know how long I slept for?" "Not that long, just about half a month. Unfortunately, I missed the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It started today." Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? No wonder the people in the castle were not around. They must have gone to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting to support the Flame Rock Castle's Ba Yen. Strange, why are you not reacting at all? Isn't it a pity to miss the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? The hemp-robed old man asked. As Xiaochen walked around the dragon-subduing platform, he discovered that Yu Bingyun had indeed finished repairing it. All he needed to do was leave a spiritual mark, and he would be able to use it. After hearing the old man's words, Xiaochen answered, "Naturally, it is a pity. However, it is already too late. Even if it is a pity, it is useless. I will take this dragon-subduing platform and leave." You are rather indifferent. I heard that you can drink a lot. Are you interested in having a drink or two with me? The hemp-robed old man took out a bottle of wine. He did not put on any airs as he invited Xiaochen with a smile. Xiaochen did not know what Ao Jiao was doing. She had not returned yet, so he could not leave for now. There was no harm in drinking a few cups. After receiving the wine cups, the two, one old and one young, casually sat on the steps and clinked their cups. After a few cups, Xiaochen's mood slowly improved, and he spoke more with the old man. Their topics ranged from martial techniques to wine tasting, to geomancy, to ancient secrets. They talked about everything. The hemp-robed old man's horizons startled Xiaochen slightly. As the old man spoke, he inadvertently revealed many things that Xiaochen had not heard of. There were also some insights on the martial way that were even more direct, pointing out the flaws in the martial way. Xiaochen did not seem like an ordinary martial emperor at all. Even if he were a martial emperor, his knowledge would not be as broad as Xiaochen's. If he had not been there personally, he would not have been able to explain the secrets of several forbidden lands so clearly. He even knew the great forbidden lands like the back of his hand. For example, the hemp-robed old man knew the Mirage Immortal Palace, which Xiaochen was very interested in. The timing of this Mirage Immortal Palace's appearance is uncertain. Its location is also unknown. Even in the Forbidden Lands, it is considered rather mysterious. Unless it appears on its own, there is no way of knowing where it is. The hemp-robed old man took a sip of wine and continued, unlike the heart of the ocean, where one can enter the immortal graveyard and the distant sea dragon grave at any time. There are many good things in there. However, there is danger at every step. If one is not careful, even a sovereign martial emperor might fall in there. Not just anyone dares to enter. Xiaochen felt curious. He asked, "What are the secrets behind the 8 great forbidden lands? After so many years, has no one figured them out?" When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he could not help smiling. It is not that no one has figured them out. It is just that no one dares to be sure. For example, this Mirage Immortal Palace. If I were to guess, it would be the temporary residence of a powerhouse from the ancient era. It is very possible that this powerhouse eventually advanced to martial god and left this abandoned land of ours. Xiaochen's expression changed. Is there really a martial god? Martial god is just a title. I'm not sure if there is one or not. However, there are definitely existences higher than Prime. Every sovereign martial emperor is very clear on this. It is just that we sadly live in this abandoned land. Every powerhouse of the martial way that left erased all traces of their existence. At this point, the hemp-robed old man revealed a clear trace of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. This trace of sadness and sorrow was something Xiaochen had seen in the Haotian martial emperor's eyes before. It was very similar, both expressing a kind of helpless rage. You definitely do not want to reach my level in the future and face the same sadness and helplessness, right? The hemp-robed old man suddenly asked seriously. Xiaochen did not understand. Then, the hemp-robed old man pulled him up and tossed him a medallion. So, muster up your fighting spirit. Don't look so dejected. Don't give up on the path that you have been persevering on. Wine is not used to numb your fighting spirit. It is used to ignite it. You still have to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Pa! The hemp-robed old man smashed the wine cup in his hand. Then, an irresistible tyrannical aura appeared from his body, making breathing difficult. The hemp-robed old man picked up Xiaochen and tossed him into the air. A spatial tear opened. Just as Xiaochen was about to resist, the power of space sucked him in. Then, the spatial tear quickly closed. Flame Rock Sovereign, you old fellow. Where did you toss my Xiaochen to? Ao Jiao, who rushed back from outside, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. When the hemp-robed old man saw Ao Jiao, his insufferably tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Big sister Ao, don't be angry. I just tossed him to where he belongs." "Don't call me big sister, you old man." The sound of a fist rang out. The livid Ao Jiao sent the hemp-robed old man flying with a punch. Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was held once every 5 years. Every time it was held, it would be incredibly grand. This was especially so for this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There was the strong return of the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the rising popularity of the new expert, Sima Lingxian, and the sudden emergence of the 3 great experts of the Outer Star Sea. The intense battles were confusing, with climaxes rising one after another. Until the end, the victor would remain a mystery. This was because the peak experts of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were too close in strength. No one could make a judgment beforehand. Everyone thought that with Huang Yun's strong return, he would continue his dominance from back then, sweeping through everyone and becoming the champion in one go. Who could have imagined that Sima Lingxuan's rise would surpass everyone's expectations? Since the start of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, he had never been defeated. His momentum flourished, and his popularity soared. The Human Demon sees Mo Ran, the Ice sees Ling Xen, and the Storm sees Ouyang Feng also made everyone's eyes light up. They defeated Lu Yun, Zhao Feng, and the other popular outstanding youths of Dark City one after another. The only thing that the crowd found unfortunate was that the famous white-robed bladesman, who had beaten up the crowd in a drunken manner, did not come to participate. According to the rules of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, if a cultivator with the Outstanding Talent token did not participate, it would be equivalent to forfeiting. Given this, everyone was disappointed. This was especially so for the cultivators who had seen Xiaochen compete in drinking with the crowd at the Conflagration restaurant. They all felt very disappointed. These people had rushed over to watch Xiaochen compete, wanting to witness the white-robed bladesman's glory again. Who could have imagined that the white-robed bladesman would actually forfeit? If not for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting being very eye-catching, he would have left long ago. Round after round of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting continued. Soon, the strongest 4 appeared. Huang Yun expended a lot of effort to defeat Ba Yan, obtaining a spot in the top 4. Next was Sima Lingxian. He defeated the popular Lu Yun, who also used the sword. The 3rd spot went to the Human Demon sees Mo Ran. His opponent was Zhao Feng. This was a very dangerous match. After Mo Ran completely demonized, he nearly lost. This was because Zhao Feng had learned a medial-grade profound martial technique. If Mo Ran had not grasped it well, he might have been the one to lose. This was a very dangerous match. The 4th spot went to the 2 young experts of the Storm Sea and the Ice Sea. This internal conflict was probably because the organizers did not want the experts of the Outer Seas to obtain too many spots in the top 4, so they made them fight amongst themselves. Lung Xian's and Ouyang Feng's battle was exceptionally marvelous. It allowed the tens of thousands of spectators to experience the different performances of the Will of Ice and the Will of Storm, broadening their horizons. Ba Yan, who had already lost his right to continue fighting, watched very seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Ba Yan glanced over and saw Huang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Huang Yun seemed to sense Ba Yan's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled in disdain. This immediately enraged Ba Yan. If not for the rules, he would have gone up to fight again. Damn it. If not for the dragon scale armor I obtained outside, this old man would not have lost to you so easily, Ba Yan said, unconvinced. Ba Tu, who was at the side, also said depressedly, Brother Xiaochen did not come. If he had come, he might have been able to help you vent your frustrations. It is really unfortunate that this fellow did not come. With his strength, he would not have any problems getting into the top 3. He would definitely obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, Ba Yan said with a nod. Ba Yan nodded. Even now, he still could not see through Xiaochen's strength. After all, Xiaochen had gotten drunk that day. Many outstanding talents had gotten drunk as well. Under such unusual circumstances, it was very difficult to judge a person's strength. However, Ba Yan was confident that Xiaochen would not have any problems getting into the top 3. It might even be possible for Xiaochen to defeat this insufferably arrogant Huang Yun. The crucial thing was that this fellow had gotten drunk and slept for half a month. No matter how Ba Yan called out to him, he would not wake up. When Ba Lingxian thought about it, he found it both funny and infuriating. Sima Lingxian, who obtained a spot in the top 4, also felt it was unfortunate that Xiaochen did not come. Trampling on Xiaochen in public had always been Sima Lingxuan's dream. How could he be satisfied with missing out on such a great opportunity? Hu Qi! A cold light flashed in the storm. Then, a sword light forced Ouyang Feng out of the arena. Finally, the final top 4 was decided. The Ice Sizzling Xen was more skilled, defeating Ouyang Feng. After the top 4 were determined, they all recovered and drew lots to determine their opponents. Then, they returned to the arenas. The arenas of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would merge with each other after every round. After several rounds of battles, there were only 2 arenas left. When the final battle came, they would merge again, leaving only 1 arena. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting slowly entered its climax. After the top 4, it would start with the most anticipated fight for the championship. Just as Sima Lingxian and the other 3 finished drawing their lots and walked up to the arenas, they bowed and prepared to fight. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the arena. This crack passed through several spatial formations and forced its way in. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their gazes to the crack in the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Just as the experts in charge of the city lord's residence were preparing to make a move, they received a piece of news. Their expressions changed for some reason, finding this inconceivable. Chapter 1180. Ka. The 2 arenas started to merge without any warning. Before everyone's eyes, they formed a vast arena that slowly rose up, looking like a huge dragon rising up, giving off an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Why did the arenas suddenly merge? The semifinals have not started yet. This is strange. The experts of the city lord's residence did not attack the person in the spatial tear. Who exactly is it? Why is his entrance so tyrannical? The sudden change completely disrupted the rhythm. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the Outstanding Talent Summits that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At the same time, everyone started guessing who the person who opened the spatial tear was. Ba Yan frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility but could not be sure. The 4 people in the arena were also at a loss. They did not know what was going on. When the spatial tear completely opened, the figure inside finally appeared. A white figure drifted out of the spatial tear, appearing somewhat suspicious. The white-robed bladesman. The moment Xiaochen appeared, everyone immediately recognized him, causing countless cries of surprise. It really is the white-robed bladesman. Unexpectedly, he appeared in such a manner. However, he has already been deemed to have forfeited. Even if he found an expert and barged in, it would be useless. No matter what, Xiaochen's arrival caused a huge commotion. This was especially so for the cultivators who came specially for him. They were all very excited, exchanging words non-stop. The 4 people in the arenas all showed different expressions. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unperturbed, and some were disdainful. The one who felt shocked was the human demon Mo Ran. Naturally, the one who felt pleasantly surprised was Sima Lingxian. Huang Yun was as arrogant as ever, not caring about Xiaochen at all. Lung Xian's expression was like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. There was no change in his expression at all. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. In the direction of the platform, an old man with blazing eyes shouted at Xiaochen, who was on the platform. Xiaochen, who had been tossed over from the Flame Rock Castle, was still somewhat dizzy and could not react immediately. Hence, the old man had to ask again. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. Hand over your outstanding talent token and verify your identity. Xiaochen had already guessed where he was based on the scene and the 4 people in the arenas. When he heard the question again, he nodded and admitted his identity, then handed over the outstanding talent token. Very good. Your identity is verified. Hand over the forceful kill token that the Flame Rock Sovereign gave you. Forceful kill token? Is it this? Xiaochen took out a medallion that the hemp-robed old man had tossed to him. He had not looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed the word kill written on the front and order carved on the back. When the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene heard the 3 words, "forceful kill order," their expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a deep breath. It really is the forceful kill order. Grandpa actually gave him this chance. Bai Yan's expression turned grave. He said in some disbelief, "If Xiaochen fails, this old man will lose all your face." In the end, the city lord's residence, the organizer of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, was controlled by the 13 Great Bandits. The 13 Great Bandits provided all the prizes. Hence, every Great Bandit had some special privileges. The Forceful Kill token was one of them. As the name suggested, the Forceful Kill token allowed one to forcefully enter the Outstanding Talent Convention. It was given to the outstanding talents who could not make it in time for some reason or missed the deadline. Originally, according to the rules, once one gave up, one would not be able to participate. However, it was different with the Forceful Kill token. One could enter midway. However, there was a price for using the Forceful Kill token. After using the Forceful Kill token, one could only fight for the first rank. If one did not obtain the first rank, it would be considered a failure. Furthermore, one had to take turns challenging others. One had to defeat as many people as there were in the arena. After one defeated everyone, one could turn the tables and snatch the first rank. Not only would one obtain the glory of the first rank, but one would also obtain the rewards for the number of people one defeated. For example, there were currently 4 people in the arena. If Xiaochen defeated all of them, he would obtain all the rewards for the top 4. However, if he lost to any one of them, the rewards for the other 4 would be doubled. The Great Bandit who gave Xiaochen the Forceful Kill token would pay for it. To a Great Bandit, the rewards were not something that would hurt them. However, they would lose all their face. In history, no one had ever used the Forceful Kill token and succeeded in breaking through. Everyone ended up in failure. Even now, no one had seen the Forceful Kill token for several hundred years already. After Xiaochen handed over the Forceful Charge medallion, he learned about its use from the discussions of the spectator stands. There were also some rules. For example, when there were fewer than 4 people, one would have to face the combined attacks of the others after using the Forceful Kill token. If the final champion was already decided, one could not use the Forceful Kill token. Xiaochen appeared at the right time. There were still 4 people in the arena. However, the restrictions still existed. The other side was still taking turns challenging others, so there was no time to rest. Xiaochen looked around at the 4 people in the arena. First, he looked at Huang Yun, the young outstanding talent with a scarlet saber on his back. He radiated pride from his entire body. After sizing up Xiaochen, he no longer paid him any attention. Then he looked at Ling Exin, the cold swordsman of the Ice Sea. From the start to the end, Xiaochen could not make out his true expression. The human demon sees Mo Ran took the initiative. When he saw Xiaochen's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile filled with murderous intent. Finally, Xiaochen's gaze landed on the grave and stern Sima Lingxian. Xiaochen felt very complicated about him. The hatred from back then had already faded away. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Both Xiaochen's breadth of vision and breadth of mind had undergone a great change. Now, all Xiaochen pursued was the Great Tao. When Sima Lingxian looked at Xiaochen, aside from hatred, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. It was like a flame was burning in his eyes. However, when Sima Lingxian saw Xiaochen's indifferent expression, he felt like this fire was burning in a calm lake, unable to truly burn. The Forceful Charge token is correct. Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, are you sure you want to use the Forceful Charge token? The old man in the city lord's residence asked from the platform after he checked the Forceful Charge token. Xiaochen raised his head and looked in the direction of the platform. Without hesitation, he replied calmly, "I'm sure." It was as Yu Bingyun said, it was rare for one to get drunk. However, after getting drunk, one would eventually have to wake up and face the situation. The words, "I'm sure," immediately set the crowd abuzz. Everyone liked the unexpected to happen. It was just like how people hoped for a dark horse to appear in a big competition. Now that Xiaochen appeared with the Forceful Charge token, it was an exciting surprise. Very well, you can choose your opponent freely. Let's begin. Huang Yun and the other three did not shrink back at all. As they looked at Xiaoqin, their fighting spirits surged. They did not fear that he would choose them as his first opponent. The others were also guessing who Xiaoqin would choose as his first opponent. It should be the human demon sees Mo Ran. Of the four, he should be the weakest. It is hard to say. Mo Ran's defense is the strongest. If Xiaoqin chooses him, he will exhaust a large amount of law energy in the first match. It is not worth it. Then, it should be Sima Lingxian or Leng Exin. Coincidentally, these two are swordsmen. A bladesman would have an advantage against a swordsman. Everyone had their own opinions. However, no one thought that Xiaoqin would choose Huang Yun. After all, Huang Yun's strength was clear for all to see. I choose him. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoqin chose Huang Yun, locking his gaze on this person. According to the rules, the other three left the arena. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. Wasn't it a little too risky to choose the strongest Huang Yun for the first battle? Or perhaps this white-robed bladesman was extremely confident in his own strength and did not care who he chose or not. Everyone saw that when it came to choosing carefully, Xiaoqin did not even think before choosing Huang Yun. If that was the case, then Xiaoqin was too arrogant. You are courageous. Soon, you will regret your choice. Huang Yun was clearly enraged that Xiaoqin chose him in the first round. He suppressed his anger and said ruthlessly, "That's right." The white-robed Xiaoqin appeared calm and collected. His expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, "I am Xiaoqin. Please give me some pointers." In that case, please remember my name, Huang Yun. I am the bladesman who will make your reputation fall in Dark City. Fight! Huang Yun shouted ferociously and made the first move. His figure flashed, and he drew the scarlet saber on his back. When the saber light appeared, blood immediately dyed the sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. A berserk-killing chi surged out from Huang Yun's body. Together with the saber light that dyed the sky red, this saber strike was incredibly strong. The first move he used was a profound martial technique. This Huang Yun is trying to end this quickly. Blood dyeing the world. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's trump card before he became a sovereign personage. This Huang Yun already has some of the Blood Shark Sovereign's demeanor. The white-robed bladesman is in trouble. He should not have chosen Huang Yun. He probably will not be able to last even one match. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. Only now did they realize that Huang Yun had been holding back all this time. Even Ba Yan, who lost to Huang Yun in one move earlier, was flabbergasted. He clearly knew that the other party did not rely on the chaotic Ling treasure armor to defeat him. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then he quickly retreated. His body moved like a dragon, flickering with electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Soon Xiaoqin was forced into a corner. The scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to occupy the entire sky above the arena. Huang Yun's horrifying saber light was like a ferocious, man-eating beast. It opened its maw wide, wanting to swallow up Xiaoqin. Retreat again. Xiaoqin, who had already taken 11 steps back, retreated to the edge of the arena. If he took another step back, his body would be in the air. If he fell to the ground, he would be out of the arena, automatically admitting defeat. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart beat faster. No one expected Huang Yun's true strength to be so ferocious. The moment he executed his killing move, he forced the white-robed bladesman to take 12 steps back and fly out of the arena. Ha! You are only a sosa. Scram. Chapter 1181. Huang Yun laughed maniacally and soared into the air. Then, he chopped down with his saber and knocked Xiaoqin to the ground. Sorry, you should be the one rolling down. After taking 12 steps, Xiaoqin had already pushed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. If he wanted to advance another level and take 18 steps, he would have to cultivate the Thunder Dragon steps to consummation. Xiaoqin did not know how powerful the 12 steps would be when he executed the Thunder Dragon chop. This was because he had only taken 7 steps at most before. However, Xiaoqin knew that the Thunder Dragon chop that took 12 steps could definitely defeat this blood dyeing the world. Whoosh! Xiaochen retreated again and again. Just as the yellow cloud was about to soar into the air, he suddenly took a step forward. As Xiaochen took the step, he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and launched the thunder dragon chop, which had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Thunderclouds filled the sky like an ancient thunder dragon waking up. It roared ferociously and sent down lightning, forcing back the unbridled scarlet clouds. A strange expression appeared on Huang Yun's face. However, he did not have time to think. Amid the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, that white figure had already charged over with his saber. Keng Chang! The saber lights clashed, and Huang Yun was knocked back by Xiaochen's saber. When Xiaochen stopped retreating, he knocked Huang Yun back with one step. However, this was not over yet. The place where Xiaochen's feet landed happened to be where he was earlier. The moment his feet touched the ground again, lightning dragons soared out from under Xiaochen's feet. Electric light burst out, and Xiaochen moved like a berserk dragon. Xiaochen walked forward step by step. The speed at which he advanced was 10% faster than the speed at which he retreated. With every step, a lightning dragon soared out from under Xiaochen's feet, roaring ferociously at the sky and causing lightning to fall continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. He took 12 steps in a row. With each step, the number of lightning dragons would double. By the time he finished taking 12 steps, it was unknown how many lightning dragons were dancing around Xiaochen. Lightning descended from the sky, looking even more horrifying. The scarlet clouds that dyed the sky red were torn to shreds, a tragic sight to behold. Xiaochen sheathed his saber, and the dragons fell to the ground, no longer daring to act presumptuously. As for Huang Yun, who had been clamoring for Xiaochen to get out of the arena, he was beaten black and blue. He flopped on the ground a few times before rolling off the arena, his body charred. Looking at the tumbling yellow cloud being defeated by Xiaochen just like that, no one had expected this. The lightning fell, and the dragons fled far away. Xiaochen stood upright while holding his saber. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the human demon Mo Ran. The person in the second match had made his choice. For some reason, when Sima Lingxian, who had been hoping to be the first to be chosen, saw Xiaochen's gaze move away from him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately startled. He immediately extinguished this thought, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Mo Ran, who was chosen, laughed heartily and landed on the arena. Mo Ran's eyes filled with wildness as he looked at Xiaochen. He said, "I thought that you would choose me last. Unexpectedly, I am the second. You probably do not know how horrifying the defense of my physical body is." When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but reveal an interested expression. He said, "How horrifying is it? No matter how strong your defense is, it cannot block endless attacks." "Is that so? In that case, feel free to give it a try." Mo Ran smiled coldly, and his skin, which gave off a metallic glow, started to change rapidly. Soon, he could no longer feel any flesh on his skin. It had all turned into hard metal. His entire body turned into a body of steel, completely separated from his physical body. It looked extremely strange. There would always be something strange about the body of a human demon mixed blood, something very strange. Mo Ran stomped heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The ground shook violently. When he moved, it was like a tall mountain raging, shaking the sky and ground. After Mo Ran stomped, he looked at Xiaochen in a mocking manner, not showing any fear. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. The other party's skin had already turned completely metal. Furthermore, he cultivated a special body tempering cultivation technique, making this body of steel even harder. In terms of physical body, this person's was no weaker than Xiaochen's blue dragon war body. In terms of defense, this person might even be slightly stronger. This was the natural advantage of his bloodline. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, Xiaochen took 7 steps. As a lightning dragon sword, he executed the thunder dragon chop with a vast aura. Mo Ran knew how strong this move was, so he did not intend to clash head-on. He formed hand seals and executed a defensive martial technique, defending with all his might. The Thunder Dragon chop broke through Mo Rant's defensive barrier, but its might weakened significantly. When it struck Mo Rant's body, it gave off metallic sounds. However, Mo Rant's skin did not move at all. The might of 7 steps was not enough. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and took 12 steps. Then he executed the move that chased Huang Yun off the arena. However, Mo Ran had already seen this move before. He knew very well the might it contained. Xiaochen did not think of breaking it or clashing head-on. He brought out his full potential, purely defending. Kasi. The defensive barrier broke again, and the saber light struck Mo Rant's body, knocking him back step by step. Sparks flickered endlessly on his body. However, Xiaochen still did not severely injure his opponent, unable to injure him severely. Mo Ran smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, knocking away Xiaochen's saber. When he tried to grab the saber, Xiaochen quickly pulled it away. Even though Xiaochen did not manage to grab the saber, he was not in a rush. He smiled and said, "It is useless. Unless you can perfectly execute a medial-grade profound martial technique, you will not be able to break my defense." Unexpectedly, he is the one who hid the deepest. To think that his defense is so monstrous. It is indeed monstrous. If Xiaochen had not appeared and continued fighting, he might have been the champion. His defense is simply too strong. Even the martial technique that Xiaochen used to defeat Huang Yun could not injure him at all. I really can't think of how to break his defense. Everyone had already seen Mo Rant's monstrous defense. Earlier, Jiang Feng had already executed a medial-grade profound martial technique, but he had not succeeded in breaking his defense. However, even now, Xiaochen's Thunder Dragon chop could not break the defense of Mo Rant's physical body. This was truly horrifying. This physical body is somewhat problematic. Do I have to use Instant of Glory? Xiaochen's figure floated off the ground. As he looked at Mo Ran, who was covered in sparks, he entered deep thought. Since the other party's physical body is so strong, why is he just standing there and letting me hit him? Xiaochen remained extremely calm. He did not lose his ability to think independently because of the other party's mockery. This was because Xiaochen was very clear that purposely mocking the other party was part of the strategy. Mo Ran mocked Xiaochen from the very start, saying that Xiaochen would not be able to break his defense. Could this be part of the strategy? Mo Ran wanted Xiaochen to attack continuously. Then, when Xiaochen was completely fatigued, he would attack again to end the battle. If that was true, then Mo Rant's physical body should have a weakness. Otherwise, with such a strong physical body, Mo Ran would not fear Xiaochen's martial technique. Then, he could just chase after Xiaochen and attack him. This fellow definitely has a weakness. It looks like the white-robed bladesman does not live up to his reputation. Is that all you are capable of? Mo Rant's lips curled up as he mocked Xiaochen. Then he walked over step by step, closing in. However, Xiaochen was completely immune to Mo Rant's mockery. This made Mo Ran even more certain that Xiaochen's physical body had a weakness. That's it. A thought flashed in Xiaochen's mind as he stared at Mo Rant's footsteps. From the very start, this fellow's feet had never left the ground. Mo Ran always had one foot on the ground. When Xiaochen looked carefully, his feet and the ground seemed to follow some kind of pattern, a cycle of being one with nature. That must be it. Mo Rant's strongest defensive state requires his feet to be on the ground. Otherwise, Mo Ran must have some kind of treasure on him, like Xiaochen's Neptune crown. He can only execute the water domain while standing on water. After Mo Ran left the ground, he would not be able to execute that strongest defensive state. What's wrong? Are you prepared to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let you leave with dignity. Otherwise, I'll make you scram the same way you made Huang Yun scram. Mo Rant's killing chi suddenly gathered and pressed down on Xiaochen. Mo Rant's exposed skin flickered with a dazzling light. The visual impact was very strong. This was the body of steel that made ordinary people despair. You want me to admit defeat? Xiaochen smiled faintly and said calmly, "You are the one who can't continue pretending, right? How did Huang Yun get down? You'll do the same." The lunar shadow saber spun around in Xiao Chen's hand before stabbing into the ground. When Mo Ran saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late. The instant the saber stabbed into the ground, Xiao Chen's law energy poured in frantically. In that instant, the ground cracked, and a force burst out. The cracked ground turned into countless rocks, which were blasted into the air by this force. Mo Ran bore the brunt of the force, flying into the air along with the rocks under his feet. In the 1,000th of a second after Mo Ran flew up, a saber light as bright as the moon flashed. Mo Ran, who was not known for his speed in the first place, could not dodge at all. When this saber light arrived, Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul, which was at its limit. Although this flawless bright moon was fast, with the support of the 60% comprehended saber soul, its might was not weak at all. In terms of sharpness, it was even better than the Thunder Dragon chop. When this saber descended, Mo Ran shrieked miserably. A long, bloody gash appeared, nearly chopping off half his body. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on Mo Ran's chest. As he retreated, he left a bloody path on the ground. Mo Ran stood at the edge of the arena. His body wobbled a few times, but he did not get knocked back by the saber. How did you discover it? Mo Ran covered his wound with one hand, appearing extremely shocked. He had not expected his greatest secret to be exposed in just a few moves. At this point, the victor was already decided. Xiao Chen was not stingy. He answered honestly, "In the next fight, there is no need to speak too much. If you overdo it, you will expose your lack of confidence." Chapter 1182. If not for the other party purposely mocking him, causing Xiao Chen to doubt him, he would not have found the other party's weakness so quickly. Clearly, Mo Ran could not accept such an answer. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "Just you wait. When my Earth-returning origin art reaches the 10th layer, I will no longer have any weaknesses. Then I will come back to take revenge for today." Right after Mo Ran spoke, he quickly left the arena while holding his wound. Then he left the city without looking back. Xiao Chen looked at the other party's departing figure and entered deep thought. He had already found the other party's weakness. In the end, when Xiao Chen chopped down, he did not even manage to break the other party's ribs. This fellow's physical body was indeed ridiculously strong. If Xiao Chen could fix this weakness, he would definitely be a difficult opponent to deal with. Xiao Chen took note of this youth expert from the Human Demon Sea. After winning 2 matches in a row, Xiao Chen remained calm and composed. The spectators found his state incredulous. None of the people who could make it into the top 4 of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were weak. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses. However, Xiao Chen came with the forceful kill token. It looked like he could easily send Huang Yun and Mo Ran away without any mercy. What excellent judgment! Perhaps he can really break the 10,000-year-old record and become the first outstanding talent to succeed in killing someone with the forceful kill token. It is hard to say. The further he goes, the more trump cards he will expose, and the more exhausted he will be. While it looked like he won the earlier 2 matches easily, I am sure that he exhausted a significant amount of his law energy. That's right. Furthermore, Lung Xan and Sima Lingxian are 2 great sword experts. They are not that easy to deal with. They are both aiming for the top rank. I wonder who Xiao Chen will choose for this match. Based on their earlier performances, Lung Xian and Sima Lingxian seem to be about the same. If it were me, I would choose Sima Lingxian. Lung Xian's aura is too scary. I keep feeling that he is unfathomable. After 2 battles, the cultivators who did not have high hopes for Xiao Chen now had a glimmer of hope. They all started guessing the direction of the future battles. After defeating Mo Ran, Xiao Chen's expression still did not change. Xiao Chen looked around at Sima Lingxian and Lung Xan before fixing his gaze on Lung Xan. A cold wind blew, and the temperature in the arena plummeted. Lung Xan said expressionlessly, "I am Lung Xan of the Ice Sea. Please give me some pointers." After greeting Xiao Chen, Lung Xian's aura turned even colder. His gaze roamed around every corner of Xiao Chen's body. The swordsman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Xiaochen showed any weakness, he would discover it in a breath's time and launch an attack at lightning speed. Xiaochen's heart tightened. When he saw the other party's gaze, he knew that he had met a difficult opponent. This opponent was probably more difficult to deal with than the previous two. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew in the arena. The two looked at each other, clashing their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they waited for the moment the other party lost his cool. Then, they would make a move and gain the upper hand in one go. In a battle between a bladesman and a swordsman, the moment one made a move, the one who gained the upper hand would determine the outcome of the match. The one who gained the upper hand would not be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this was under the premise that the two's cultivations were about the same. It was impossible for one to be perfect and flawless. Even if one stood still, one's aura fluctuated, one's state of mind fluctuated, one's thoughts fluctuated, and one's blood flowed at a steady pace. Without exception, there would always be an opening. A light seemed to flash in the two's eyes amid the cold wind. At the same time, they caught hold of the other party's small opening and instantly attacked. The two drew their sabers and swords at the same time. Before they clashed, the berserk lightning saber soul and the cold sword soul formed their own auras and clashed intensely. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly, spreading to every corner of the arena. It was like there were thousands of swords and sabers clashing with each other. Saber lights and sword images flickered everywhere. Lightning and ice clashed. Thunder roared together, tearing out countless bolts of lightning. The ice was merciless, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Dang! The two leaped up. Amid all sorts of mysterious phenomena, their figures flickered, and their sabers and swords clashed for the first time. The hum of the saber and the sword was like a dragon roar, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. A strand of golden sunlight descended, looking like holy light. It focused on the instant Xiaochen and Leng Exing clashed, forming a shocking scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two retreated the moment they clashed, executing their strong movement techniques and quickly exchanging moves. Every time the two clashed, the sound of sabers and swords clashing would turn into clear dragon roars soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds and sending down a strand of golden light. Be it Xiaochen's thunder dragon steps or Leng Xian's mysterious footwork, they were both extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to clearly see their movements. Only when the sacred light descended did the two figures solidify into a picturesque scene in front of everyone's eyes. Watching the two's intense battle was like looking at an extremely marvelous painting. As one flipped through the pages, they gradually entered a wonderful state. As the painting imprinted itself in their minds fluctuated and their bloodlines swelled. Flawless bright moon. Boundless water moon. After another 100 moves, the two, who were evenly matched, each executed a killing move and started an intense clash, trying to gain the upper hand. Two bright moons appeared behind each of them. Xiaochen's saber light was the radiance of the bright moon when it was at its most resplendent, boundlessly tyrannical. However, Leng Xian's sword light was the serene, peaceful and inseparable entanglement of the sea and the bright moon. It was much more complicated than Xiaochen's simple tyranny. The two moons clashed. One side was the flawless moon, shining with unparalleled radiance. The other side was the reflection in the water. On the surface, it looked like a moon, but in reality, it was still a layer of cold water. After one move, the clouds in the sky, which were riddled with holes, completely shattered. A vast expanse of golden light poured down like a waterfall. Compared to the dark sky around them, the two people bathed in golden light appeared incredibly holy, even though their clothes were tattered and their bodies were bleeding profusely. There was an indescribable aura lingering around them. It caused people to feel a sense of worship in their hearts for no reason. The reason for this was that the two of them were true bladesmen and swordsmen. They possessed the extremely rare saber soul and sword soul in this world. Xiaochen stood upright while holding his saber. Drops of blood slowly dripped off the tip of his saber. On the other side, drops of blood also dripped off the tip of Leng Xian's sword. The moment the two executed their killing moves, they simultaneously injured each other. However, the results were very different. Xiaochen looked at Xianxia and said, "Your sword technique is on par with my saber technique. However, my physical body is much stronger than yours. If we continue fighting, you will be the one to lose." Xianxia's complexion paled slightly. He tacitly agreed with Xiaochen's words, but he did not intend to admit defeat. "I still have one more chance. If I cannot defeat you with this move, I will admit defeat." This Xianxia before Xiaochen possessed a unique level of attainment in sword techniques and was very strong. If not for his saber's soul slightly restraining the other party and his physical body being much stronger than the other parties, Xiaochen would not have been able to gain such a huge advantage in the earlier move. In the same move, Xiaochen's saber light pierced through the other party's left chest. However, Xianxia's sword light only opened a wound in his right shoulder, not even breaking a bone. Xianxia's icy sword intent continuously corroded the wound, making Xiaochen feel extremely uncomfortable. However, compared to Xianxia's wound, Xiaochen's was in a much better state. In terms of sword techniques, Xiaochen believed that Xianxia was no weaker than him. This was even because Xianxia spent most of his time on his attainment in sword techniques. In terms of technique, Xianxia might even be stronger than Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen held the advantage mainly because he had created his own flawless saber Dao. Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not just cultivate saber techniques. His body tempering also stood out from the crowd, looking down on everyone. Unless the other party's sword techniques were much stronger than Xiaochen's, Xianxia would not be able to defeat Xiaochen if they were evenly matched. Upon hearing that Xianxia wanted to compete with him again, Xiaochen's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of sword strike could make the other party feel that he could turn the situation around despite being at such a disadvantage? Xiaochen said seriously, "Very well. I'll give you the opportunity to execute this sword strike. I will not drag this out." If Xiaochen dragged things out, he would only need to exchange another 100 moves, not giving Xianxia a chance to execute that sword strike. By relying on his physical body, Xiaochen would be able to secure victory in this battle. Now, if Xianxia sent out that sword strike, victory would be uncertain. However, Xiaochen did not care. He had never intended to participate in this outstanding talent summit meeting in the first place. It was just an accident, throwing the Flame Rock Sovereign into this whirlpool. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. If Xiaochen wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. As for victory or defeat, Xiaochen was already very indifferent to it. His mental state already far surpassed that of his peers. Surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen agreed so readily. It seemed like Xiaochen was even more indifferent to victory than Xianxia himself. "Many thanks." Xianxia bowed slightly and said sincerely after a while of silence. Such a scene moved the expressions of all the cultivators present. They could not help but admire the breadth of mind of the white-clad bladesman. Even after gaining a great advantage, Xianxia could still calmly take a step back, all for the sake of seeing the sword strike that the other party said could defeat him. In everyone's mind, there were two words: the demeanor of a king. Naturally, the one who felt this the deepest was none other than Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian kept feeling that he was on a completely different level from Xiaochen. Even though their cultivations were similar and their martial techniques and cultivation techniques were weaker, Sima Lingxian still felt like he could never catch up. But he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. An indescribable sense of despair and pain appeared in his mind. Sima Lingxian's right hand, which held the sword, trembled. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his nails dug into his flesh. Scarlet blood seeped out. "You are too polite. You and I are both passionate people. There is no need to be so reserved. Please." Xiaochen extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Then, he took a stance and held his breath. He did not dare to be careless when facing this unknown sword strike. Chapter 1183. Xianxia quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wounds, preventing them from worsening. Then, he took a deep breath and started to circulate all the law energy in his body. This sword move is called Million Mighty Ice Soldiers. It is a move that I created myself. It is not perfected yet, and even I cannot control its might. Brother Xiao, please be careful. Million mighty ice soldiers? What a tyrannical name. They all say that your understanding of the will of ice is unique. In that case, I look forward to it. Buzz. Lung Xian's expression turned solemn, and the sword in his hand started humming. This humming was different from an ordinary sword humming. Everyone could hear the lofty sentiments of a powerful army amid this humming. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in all directions. A vast, hot-blooded killing chi continuously spread out from Lung Xian's body. It was hard to believe that the berserk killing chi came from Lung Xian, who looked like he did not have any hot-bloodedness at all. Lung Xian vomited a mouthful of blood on his sword. The humming sword suddenly stopped. All the aura in his body suddenly condensed, and he thrust his sword forward fiercely. After that, Lung Xian stood where he was and quickly brandished his sword. Sword lights dazzled everyone's eyes. In one breath, Lung Xian executed more than 100 different sword moves. With one sword move, 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers swept through the 4 seas. Cold lights flickered, and absolute shadows drifted about. The moisture in the air froze under this sword move. These shadows turned into many illusory figures. Each of these figures held a sharp sword, and their long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword lights that Lung Xian sent out from where he stood shone on these figures. However, these figures became even more indistinguishable. Furthermore, the sword moves of each figure were different. It was like the sword lights that Lung Xian sent out from where he stood reflected on these countless figures. Sword images filled the arena without end. Although 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers was an exaggeration, the vast and boundless aura made everyone feel the tyrannical aura of 10,000 horses galloping through the air. Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes. As these boundless sword images charged over, they gave off a vast aura that could sweep through the world, making everyone feel extremely insignificant. No wonder this Lung Xian placed all his hopes on this sword move. This was indeed a horrifying sword move. His mind fell into a state of unprecedented nervousness. With a tap of his foot, he spun backward. Every time Xiaoqun spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would emerge from his body. In the first circle, a blood moon flew out. The red moonlight revealed a desolate feeling that reached the bottom of one's heart. The second time, blood-colored pale remnant flowers flew out of his body. The pale remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. On the third lap, a vast expanse of snow appeared under Xiaoqun's feet, and he couldn't see the end of it. Azure dragon images flew out from the fourth circle. A white-robed bladesman surrounded the dragon images. The dragon roars revealed the tyranny of a bladesman. On the fifth round, Xiaoqun stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slashed out with his saber. Before coming here, he had comprehended that the mysterious phenomenon that instant of glory required was not a blind number but a precise combination. The mysterious phenomenon moved according to Xiaoqun's will, forming different scrolls of glory to deal with all sorts of martial techniques. This was the true instant of glory that he comprehended after crossing the threshold. The blood moon, the pale remnant flowers, the snowy ground, the dragon images, the bladesman, and the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers in hot pursuit. When Xiaoqun executed the final saber strike, everything instantly gathered and formed an incredibly glorious scene. Such a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A blood moon hung high in the sky, boundless snow fell on the ground, and pale remnant flowers drifted in the air. A powerful bladesman soared into the sky, facing the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The moment Xiaoqun executed such an incredible martial technique, it deeply shocked all the spectating cultivators. Gorgeous, glorious, tyrannical, and profound. This saber strike was the instant of glory. With this saber strike, what can the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers do to me? Lung Xian's sword strike was already an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the will of ice could be used in such a manner. However, Xiaoqun's saber strike toppled everyone's understanding. It turned out that the saber could be used in such a manner as well. State of space? That's not right. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still far from it. I still have a chance. Lung Xian, who had stopped swinging his sword, was slightly startled. Then, determination appeared in his eyes. Lung Exen pressed 2 fingers on his left hand against the blade of his sword. Then he ferociously sliced upwards, sending out a string of scarlet blood droplets. The glorious picture scroll was immediately stained with blood, and the desolate picture seemed even more miserable. The 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers, who were already suppressed, trembled. Their bodies were stained with blood as if they wanted to struggle free. Still not giving up? In that case, I will force back your 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. The tyrannical air of a king flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and the paintings suddenly shattered. The instant the painting shattered, strands of spatial power tore it apart and made it dim. However, with the support of Lung Xian's blood, these sword-wielding figures did not get torn to shreds. These mighty ice soldiers, whose might had decreased significantly, still charged at Xianxia majestically. Lofty sentiments welled up in Xianxia's heart. He held his saber with one hand and rooted his feet to the ground, not taking a single step back as he hacked down. Boom, boom, boom. Xianxia brought out his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul without holding back. Then he materialized the blue dragon battle armor and chopped down again and again. Thunder rumbled endlessly. With the roar of 10,000 bolts of lightning, the weakened 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers were forced back. One man and one saber forced back 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The countless sword-wielding figures forced Lung Exen to stop. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. I've lost. Lung Exen accepted his defeat. He smiled bitterly and bowed politely, admitting defeat. Then he picked up his sword and silently left the arena. If Xianxia had not reached the threshold of instant of glory, allowing him to assemble the painting as he pleased, he would not have been able to block this sword strike. In the past, the instant of glory would not have been able to block this sword strike. Even now, Xianxia had not won easily. Lung Exen's law energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of spectators all stood up and cheered for Xianxia and Lung Exen, who left the arena. The reason was none other than that the final clash between the saber and the sword was simply too marvelous, inspiring excitement in everyone's hearts. They wished they could experience it for themselves. However, given Xianxia's current state and the fact that he still had to face this final battle, everyone could not help but worry. Unexpectedly, after the cheers ended, Xianxia's final opponent, Sima Lingxian, made a shocking decision. Huang Yun, Mo Ran, and Lung Exen were defeated one after another. Now, Xianxia, who came with the forceful charge token, only had to face his final opponent, Sima Lingxian. However, in Xianxia's current state, he had used several killing moves consecutively and fought continuously. Furthermore, his opponents were all outstanding talents of the same generation. His law energy was nearly exhausted, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. This was especially so for Lung Exen's 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. Although Xianxia had relied on his own strength to force back the 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, he was significantly injured as well. Mist covered his bloody wounds. With the obstruction of the ice sword intent, Xianxia found it hard to recover from his injuries. If Xianxia wanted to recover quickly, he had to stop and focus on removing the ice sword intent. After that, given his physical body, his wounds would heal in a few breaths. However, according to the rules of the challenge, Xianxia had no time to stop. He needed to drag his body to face his final opponent. However, under such a situation, which favored Sima Lingxian, he unexpectedly said, "I admit defeat." Sima Lingxian's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes filled with pain, and his right hand, which held the sword, trembled. No one knew why he was in such a situation. After saying such a thing, Sima Lingxian suddenly chose to admit defeat despite holding the upper hand. It really caused an uproar, and many people didn't expect this. The old man in the city lord's residence was clearly stunned for a while. After a long time, he said, "Sima Lingxian, have you thought it through? Are you really going to admit defeat? In such a situation, even if I win, what is the point? What is the point? 10 years have passed, and I am still inferior to him. What is all my hard work worth? Sima Lingxian seemed to enter a berserk state. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair and pain. Suddenly, Sima Lingxian drew his sword and chopped it with his palm. This treasure sword that had accompanied him for 10 years broke. The treasure sword broke into many pieces, injuring his palm until it bled profusely. Such a scene stunned everyone. They did not know what kind of blow Sima Lingxian had suffered. The empty-handed Sima Lingxian looked at Xiaochen with a complicated expression. Then he rushed off into the distance without looking back. Aside from Xiaochen, no one knew what happened. As Xiaochen watched Sima Lingxian leave, he felt sorrowful in his heart. He understood Sima Lingxuan's helplessness, despair, rage, and pain. Back then, when Xiaochen first left Mo City in the Sky Dome realm, he lost to Chu Chaoyun in half a move. That was also a kind of helplessness and despair. Xiaochen was fortunate. In the final battle of the 5-nation youth competition, he defeated Chu Chaoyun and got rid of his heart demon. From then on, he set off on an even more glorious path. However, Sima Lingxian worked hard for 10 years and made a name for himself in Dark City. However, when Sima Lingxian saw that he still could not defeat Xiaochen, his heart inevitably crumbled and he fell into complete despair. This was how cruel this great age was. Sima Lingxian waited for despair. In that case, what awaited Xiaochen was despair as well. If Xiaochen saw the undefeatable Chu Chaoyun 10 years later, would he crumble like Sima Lingxian today? No matter what, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting came to an end. Xiaochen became the first outstanding talent to use the forceful kill token in 10,000 years. Xiaochen obtained all the prizes for the top 4 places, a total of 5,000 essence stones and 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques. This outstanding talent summit meeting was full of climaxes and surprises. All sorts of changes dazzled everyone. The white-robed bladesman's powerful charge and defeat 3 people in a row. Furthermore, he beat up the crowd while drunk and chopped down the metal testing puppet with 1 saber strike. This would definitely spread Xiaochen's name everywhere. This was especially so for the final battle with Lung Exit. It was an eye-opener, a sight that left everyone sighing in amazement. That moment of glory was something that all the cultivators present would never be able to forget. It would be forever imprinted in their minds. Chapter 1184. After rushing back to the Flame Rock Castle with Ba Yen and Ba Tu, Xiaochen handed 2 of the 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques to the 2 of them. He only kept 1 medial-grade profound martial technique for bladesmen and the 5,000 essence stones. Not to mention the importance of the medial-grade profound martial technique, just the 5,000 essence stones were already a bountiful harvest for Xiaochen. With so many essence stones, he would have no problem quickly cultivating to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. By the time he reached the human demon sea, his cultivation would have reached peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, he could go to the Thunder King's cave to search for the death fruit. The timing would be just right. After arriving at the Flame Rock Castle, Xiaochen immediately headed to his courtyard. How could he not know that the hemp-robed old man was the famous peak expert of the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign? The moment Xiaochen entered the courtyard, he discovered that Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man were currently working on the dragon-subduing platform. They were doing major renovations to the already repaired dragon-subduing platform. What are they doing? That's not right. How did Ao Jiao get together with this old man? Xiaochen felt like his brain could not keep up. After sleeping for half a month, too many things had happened that he did not know about. Little Yellow Feather was the first to discover Xiaochen. It let out a sharp cry and immediately flew over, landing on Xiaochen's shoulder. Xiaochen tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. This made the little fellow very happy, flying around Xiaochen. The hemp-robed old man raised his head and smiled. Big Sister Ao Jiao, look, who is back? Bang. When Ao Jiao heard that, her face darkened. She raised her hand and punched, sending the hemp-robed old man flying again. This startled Xiaochen. He stepped forward and said, Ao Jiao, this is a senior. Don't mess around. Who knew? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Senior? Let's see if he dares to call me senior. Ignore this old man. How is the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? Did it fail or succeed? That old geezer sent me away, and without a word of discussion, he threw you over. I was so worried. Ao Jiao asked out of concern, changing to a smiling expression. She revealed a charming smile on her pretty face. Xiaochen thought to himself, it looks like these two are old acquaintances. He relaxed and gave a simple account of what happened at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I was right? I told you not to worry, but you did not believe me. The hemp-robed old man walked over while laughing. He did not put on any airs, not showing the temper of a sovereign martial emperor at all. Ao Jiao's face darkened, still ignoring him. Half an hour later, Xiaochen finally understood the relationship between Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man, the Flame Rock Sovereign. 1,000 years ago was when the Thunder King, Sang Mu, was at his peak. At that time, Sang Mu was already a famous martial emperor, known as the strongest person under sovereign martial emperors. Several sovereign martial emperors did not even dare to fight with Sang Mu, fearing that they would lose their reputation if they lost. When Ao Jiao accompanied the Thunder King to the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign was only a child of 13 or 14 years old, just starting to show his talent. The Thunder King was very discerning, immediately recognizing the Flame Rock Sovereign's talent. While he was in the Black Sea, he taught the Flame Rock Sovereign for some time. Although they were not master and disciple, they could be considered half a disciple and a guide. Later, when the Flame Rock Sovereign broke through to Emperor Wu, the Thunder King personally protected him, preventing his enemies from interfering and allowing him to successfully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The Flame Rock Sovereign returned the favor. When the Thunder King broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he risked his life to help Sang Mu clear his sovereign tribulation. The two were like teachers and friends. In the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart, the Thunder King Sang Mu would forever be a senior and a good friend. He felt even more gratitude and respect. Hey, speaking of which, senior, why do you keep calling Ao Jiao big sister? Xiaochen asked casually after he understood what was going on. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard that, he guffawed endlessly. Then, he said in a sorrowful tone, it's a long story. Back then, I was also very miserable. Under someone's punches, I was forced to call her big sister. If I did not, I would have been taught a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter. Now, I call her that the moment I see her, and I still get beaten up. The Flame Rock Sovereign's aggrieved expression made Xiaochen smile involuntarily. He roughly understood what was going on. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Ao Jiao still looked like a little girl. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign really became an old man. If such a person continued to call her big sister, he would definitely get angry. However, anger was anger. Xiaochen could tell that the two's actions were mostly playful, reminiscing about the past. After playing around, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a serious expression. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and said, I heard from Big Sister that you want to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting ended. However, the discussions about the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were far from over. All the cultivators in Dark City, from the most popular conflagration restaurant to the simple and crude wine stalls at the roadside, discussed this extraordinary Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The reason was none other than this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There were simply too many things worth discussing. The magnificent martial techniques that the white-robed bladesman displayed, the unique comprehensions of the will of ice and the will of storm, the previous overlord Huang Yun's unexpected defeat, and so on. Of course, there was also the most shocking scene. When Sima Lingxian held the upper hand, he suddenly forfeited and admitted defeat. Sima Lingshuan's strength went without saying. After Huang Yun left, he was the most dazzling of all the outstanding youths in Dark City. Many people had expected that the biggest highlight of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would be the peak showdown between the old and the new outstanding talents. However, such a dazzling outstanding talent, who received so much attention, suddenly crumbled after Xiaochen displayed his strength. This was simply incomprehensible. Some people said that Sima Lingxian had the air of a gentleman and did not want to defeat Xiaochen, who was in a terrible state. Others said that Sima Lingxian could tell that Xiaochen still had trump cards that he had not used yet. If he lost to Xiaoqin under such circumstances, he would lose even more face. However, no one could guess what the truth was. The scene of Sima Lingxian drawing his sword and chopping it off with one palm was a ghastly sight. There had to be a story between Xiaoqin and Sima Lingxian that others did not know. However, if the person in question did not say it, others would never be able to guess it. However, the more unfathomable something was, the more it piqued people's curiosity. They could not forget it and discussed it endlessly. As for the main character of this incident, after Sima Lingxian rushed out of Dark City, he appeared dispirited. He walked forward in a daze, not knowing where he was going. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing of the passers-by, completely ignoring them. After 10 years of hard work and boundless glory, Sima Lingxian felt lofty and hot-blooded, wanting to wash away his shame. However, reality was cruel. Those who wanted to chase after Sima Lingxian could only see his back. He was as tall as a mountain, forcing people to look up at him. Blood flowed continuously from Sima Lingxian's hand as he walked. He did not know how long he had walked, but the edge of Dark Island was already before him. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. However, suddenly, Sima Lingxian stopped. His chaotic mind suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure at the edge of the island. That was an imposing figure standing in front of the sea. The vast and boundless sea did not seem like much. Only this figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Puqi! That figure slowly turned around and moved 10 kilometers like he had teleported. Then he appeared before Sima Lingxian. Adoptive father. Sima Lingxian could not say anything. His voice sounded choked with emotion. This person was the newly promoted Great Bandit of the Black Sea, the sovereign martial emperor sects Buxiong, Sima Lingxian's adoptive father. Sima Lingxian thought about how his adoptive father nurtured him, how much he hoped for him, and how much he cared for him like a relative. Sima Lingxian choked with emotion. He felt very useless. Guilt filled his heart, and tears almost flowed out uncontrollably. When Zhong Buxiong saw this scene, his heart ached slightly. He patted Sima Lingxian's shoulder and did not say anything. Sima Lingxian could no longer control himself. He rushed forward and hugged Sima Lang, crying bitterly. Adoptive father, this child is useless. In the end, I did not manage to take this step. I have let the adoptive father down. What kind of pressure did a 7-foot man have to endure to make him burst into tears? In this black sea that did not believe in tears and did not pity the weak, Sima Lingxian cried so sorrowfully. Zhong Buxiong did not say anything. He only released Sima Lingxian after he had cried enough. This vicious and merciless person, who killed all the cultivators of the previous Great Bandit's bloodline, revealed a benevolent expression in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. I know about the outstanding talent summit meetings matter. At the last moment, you chose to let go. In my opinion, you did not use an unfair battle to obtain victory to numb yourself. I feel very gratified. If you had really chosen to make a move in that battle, in my opinion, you would not have been able to walk out of the shadow of hatred. Even if you became a martial emperor, you would not have been able to be conferred a king. Zhong Buxiong slowly said something that Sima Lingxian did not expect. Sima Lingxian gaped and said, Adoptive father, don't overthink. You did well. Don't place too much importance on this mental barrier. In everyone's life, there will always be some opponents who will make you feel despair. You will never be able to surpass them. What we need to do is not to compete with these people. Back then, your father did not understand, harming you and harming himself. Living in this world, we have to live for ourselves, not for our opponents. Sima Lingxian did not understand. He asked anxiously, Adoptive father, are you asking me to resign myself to fate? It is not resignation. Let me ask you this. In the past 10 years, have you slacked off? No. Have you given up on working hard? Have you felt that you are wasting your time, not improving at all? A few quick questions caused Sima Lingxian's confused eyes to slowly light up. Now, he answered with more and more strength. Do you still feel that you are useless? Sima Lingxian replied sullenly, No. Very good. In that case, let me tell you. Xianxia swept through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's younger generation. Even the disciples of the primes lost to him. In the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Among these people are the descendants of primes, the successors of the deity sovereigns, the disciples of the ghost monarch, the disciples of the corpse god. Every one of them is an outstanding talent. Zhong Buxiong enunciated every word with a heavy tone. Chapter 1185. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Adoptive father, you never told me all this before, I never told you either. If Xiaoqun does not advance to martial emperor within 4 years, he will have only 20 more years of lifespan, becoming a meteor and disappearing in a flash. Zhong Buxiong continued. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he was flabbergasted. This news was simply too shocking, completely unexpected. You feel that he is so strong that he makes others despair, putting you under a mountain of pressure. However, can your pressure be greater than his? Zhong Buxiong continued, look at him. He looks like he is about to collapse. Many people in the heavenly starry ocean are laughing at him. After the Qing emperor, many people in the Kunlun realm are waiting for him to become a meteor. In terms of pressure, among the outstanding talents of this generation, no one can surpass him. Zhong Buxiong continued, I can accept that your talent is not as good as his and your luck is not as good as his. However, don't lose to him in this aspect. A man has to cry unbridledly for once. Tears are the most precious thing in this world. You have to celebrate the fact that you can still cry. Some people can't even cry when they want to. Zhong Buxiong's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Sima Lingxian and startling him to his senses, freeing him from the mental barrier that had plagued him for 10 years. Unexpectedly, there were too many unexpected things. The person whom Sima Lingxian regarded as his lifelong rival had actually experienced so much in the Kunlun realm in the past 10 years. Adoptive father, thank you. Sima Lingxian had many things to say, but he did not know how to express them. He could only say thank you. Zhong Buxiong smiled happily. He knew that Sima Lingxian had completely broken free of his mental barrier. In this age of geniuses, Sima Lingxian's future accomplishments would definitely surpass his own. Zhong Buxiong did not have any children. Back then, when he saved this child from the hands of the Black Sea pirates, he knew that this was a gift from heaven. Come, father will bring you out to drink. Wipe away your tears and let's go celebrate. Naturally, Xiaoqun did not know about Sima Lingxian's transformation. At this moment, he was in the Flame Rock Castle, receiving an exceptionally serious interrogation from the Flame Rock Sovereign. Are you going to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? Of course he had to inherit it. Otherwise, how could he obtain the extinct death fruit? If he did not cultivate the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor, he would not be able to break through the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm and enter the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm within a year. Therefore, when he heard from Ao Jiao that there was a death fruit in the treasure left behind by the Thunder King, Xiaoqun agreed without much thought. In fact, he had already guessed that there was a hidden story. With the huge amount of resources left behind by the Thunder King, with Ao Jiao's concern for him, she should have told him long ago. In the end, it dragged on until he had to obtain the Thunder King's relic before he agreed to bring him to the location of the Thunder King's relic. Seeing Xiaoqun nod, the Flame Rock Sovereign looked at Ao Jiao and asked, Big sis, you did not tell him what kind of responsibility there is for inheriting the Thunder King's relic, right? Ao Jiao revealed a complicated expression. Then, she shook her head and did not say anything. Indeed, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed an expression of understanding. Then, he looked at the confused Xiaoqun and said, Big sis did not tell you. In that case, I'll tell you. The person who inherits the Thunder King's relic has to take revenge for him and find out who killed him. Xiaoqun felt confused. There did not seem to be anything wrong with this. Since he inherited the Thunder King's relic, taking revenge for him was naturally reasonable. Brat, it looks like you really do not know what the consequences are for inheriting the Thunder King's relic? The Flame Rock Sovereign said with a grave expression, If it were that simple, I would have inherited the Thunder King's relic many years ago. The Flame Rock Sovereign showed some helplessness on his face. A clear trace of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. The Flame Rock Sovereign was a completely different person from his usual joking attitude. Given the Flame Rock Sovereign's current cultivation, he would not gain any benefits from inheriting the Thunder King's relic. What the Flame Rock Sovereign wanted to do was to take revenge for the Thunder King. However, the matter did not seem that simple. Hence, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not dare to make a move casually. Perhaps he felt a deep fear of this unknown enemy. The Flame Rock Sovereign said unhurriedly, "You don't understand. You simply don't understand how strong the Thunder King was back then. When he advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could already challenge the Prime Thunder King. However, he only barely lost to him by one move." In the past, Xianxia did not understand how strong the Thunder King was. However, when he heard Ao Jiao talk about the Thunder King, Sang Mu lost to the Thunder King by one move, Xianxia did not have a clear idea. However, the scene at the King Conferral Ceremony, where the Thunder Sovereign faced the Heaven-abandoning Deity Sovereign and the Heaven-punishing Corpse God alone without any fear, showed how strong the Thunder Sovereign was. Even when two primes worked together, they could not suppress the Thunder King. In other words, if Sang Mu had not challenged the Thunder King but Emperor Forsaken or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God, the winner would definitely have been the Thunder King Sang Mu. The faction behind the person who dares to kill the Thunder King might involve a prime. Xianxia felt like this was a blow to his head. The number of primes in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Including the primes of the oceanic world, there were no more than 2 hands. Primes represented the strongest people in this world. They had already touched the bottleneck of the peak of the martial epoch. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xianxia, not wanting him to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. If the one who killed the Thunder King was a prime, then it would be impossible for Xianxia to take revenge. Most of the primes of the Kunlun realm were gathered in the Kunlun continent. Back then, the Thunder King had been surrounded and attacked in the Kunlun continent. In that case, was the prime who killed him the deity race's Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God? When Xianxia raised these questions, the Flame Rock Sovereign rejected them all. He shook his head and said, "No, the Thunder King is not dead. These people would not dare to make a move on Big Brother Sang Mu. He killed the bearer of luck of my human race. The Thunder King's revenge will not rest until he dies." Those who feared the Thunder King's revenge would definitely not make a move. That was to say, the few primes of the Kunlun realm on the surface were not the ones who killed the Thunder King. This was because these primes all had factions and clansmen behind them that they could not bear to part with. They would not dare to fall out with the Thunder King. In that case, if it was not these people, then who was the one behind this? The 18 demon monarchs of the Deep Abyss? The 18 demon monarchs were all as strong as sovereign martial emperors. The top few were even as strong as primes. There were detailed records of all these during the past few demonic tribulations. However, if the demon monarchs wanted to cross the barrier of the sky and enter the Kunlun realm, they would cause a startling commotion. If the demon monarchs really did this, then the cause of the Thunder King's death would not be a mystery to this day, something that no one could resolve. Based on the current information, after the duel between Sang Mu and the Thunder King, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's ancestor leaked the information, revealing Sang Mu's whereabouts. After that, Sang Mu fought with the mysterious cultivator with severe injuries, leaving behind an irreversible fatal wound. At this point, there was no hope for him. The news of the Thunder King's death quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. After that, the Thunder King went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land, to ask for a lunar stone with divine nature to protect Ao Jiao. After that failed, he killed the holy scion of that time and forcefully snatched away the complete divine grade lunar stone. After that, the Thunder King made arrangements for his inheritance and returned to the Sky Dome realm, the place where his legend began. Because the Thunder King was already a dead person, although he broke the rule that Emperor Wu could not come to the Sky Dome realm, he did not receive any blame or investigation. Who would care so much about a dead person? Whether the mysterious cultivator who left a fatal wound on the Thunder King was dead or alive was still unknown. Right now, the only key to solving this mystery was the eternal heavenly sword ancestor. In the past, no one knew of the existence of this eternal heavenly sword ancestor. They even thought that he had died long ago. However, Xiaochen knew that not only was this person alive, but he was also closely related to the Thunder King's death. There was still a chance. As long as Xiaochen could pry open this person's mouth, he would be able to learn the truth behind the Thunder King's death. I will inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. Even if the person who killed him will drag in a prime, I will not have any fear. Xiaochen never hesitated. Even if it was a prime, he did not fear it. He only hesitated because he wanted to figure out the crux of this matter and see if he could solve this mystery. Since the mystery could be solved, there was no need for Xiaochen to hold back. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not feel surprised at Xiaochen's choice. He sighed and said, I knew that you would not hesitate because of this. However, you should not push yourself too hard at any time. There are still many people behind you who care about you. Worry about your own life. Don't make those people sad. As the Flame Rock Sovereign said this, his gaze wandered around Ao Jiao. The person he was referring to went without saying. Feeling the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Ao Jiao smiled and said, Old man, don't try to boost his morale with your words. My Xiaochen might be able to become a prime in the future and sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, Sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. This goal is really big. Even the current Thunder King is only shaking the world with his might. Whether it was a joke or a bold statement, sweeping through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, this ultimate goal was deeply imprinted in Xiaochen's heart. 3 days later, Xiaochen went to the Dark Blood Pool to collect the final reward of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Perhaps Xiaochen's physical body had already reached a certain level and needed to rely on the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art to improve it. The Dark Blood Pool did not have a significant effect on Xiaochen. After coming out, Xiaochen took his leave in a low-profile manner. Then he left Dark City and headed for the distant Human Demon Sea. When Xiaochen thought about Yu Bingyun, who had agreed to travel with him, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, he still had to walk this path. If he wanted to sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, he had to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years first. The white-robed bladesman left just like that. However, many cultivators would never forget his deeds for the rest of their lives. After this short trip to the Black Sea, the name of the white-robed Xiaochen would become a legend among cultivators thousands of years later. Whether Xiaochen was willing or not, his legendary journey would continue. Whoosh! The bright and beautiful sunlight descended. The sun that Xiaochen had not seen in a long time returned to his eyes.